Testing, testing, testing. Oh, Lord. Save me from my choices. Testing. Okay. I am here. Yes. Hello. Sorry. My whole tech thing this morning reset itself and everything got switched around. It's like my Discord got switched around. My OBS got switched around. And I don't know what happened, if everyone and their mom was doing an update or something. But that's why I was also late to stream, because I tried to go live like 4 times and it was like, no. And I was like, okay, I cannot. Okay, I'm stressed. Okay, now this one is going to start a little different today. Okay, we're going to do 2 episodes today, so we can have a couple of episodes of reprieve from the David Dobrik stuff, because honestly, it's exhausting me. But we're going to do 2 episodes today about David Dobrik, and then tomorrow it kind of deviates from David and goes into other subjects, which I think would be really nice, you know? So we're going to start off with the Jeff Wittek stuff, which I told you guys about yesterday. I just have 2 sections of Trisha's podcast I thought would be fun to watch, just for the context of what's happening in Frenemies as we're watching. So let me put that together for us. And then just FYI, I did put up Ultimatum episode 9 today. Tomorrow, I'm going to film the reunion and hopefully have that up ASAP. And then that way we're on time for Love is Blind. And over the weekend, I'll have more BoJack hopefully out, maybe Monday, Tuesday, BoJack. And we'll finish out BoJack season 2. So that's going to be done. So, you know, so far, so good. I'm so excited for Love is Blind. I'm not even going to play. I'm too excited, honestly. I'm too excited. Okay. Let's see. Oh, did you see the movie? Chat says I saw the movie with Keke Palmer and SZA last night. I want to see it. I think it looks really cute. I'm so behind on movies and stuff, but I think that'd be cute to watch. Okay, so tech stuff. Let's see. Chat says, hey, good morning, Epsony viewer, occasional Britney enjoyer viewer. Damn girl, you were right about so many things. You know, I was wrong about plenty, but only about the choices I made in believing liars. That is my greatest fault. I can't be at fault for believing a liar, but at the same time, girl, the way I believe men when they say they're working on themselves. Girl, but welcome. Okay. Let's go ahead and jump into this. Let me know how the volume is. I don't want to waste any time diddle-daddling with tech stuff. If anything messes up, let me know. I hope the tech is back to normal. Fingers crossed. But let me know if anything sounds really different today.
So when I watch...
Okay, so just for context, now that I know that should be working, this is just Trish. This is a year old. Okay, this is September 28th of 2023. Just to put into context, Trish's relationship with Jeff at this time, and then we're going to do a little bit from this podcast, which is 7 months ago, and then we're going to jump into Frenemies 3 years ago, back on track for the episodes we're catching up with. So just so you understand, because yesterday was all about Jeff Wittek, and you can kind of see the back and forth between how their relationship has changed.
Watched your guys' episode and I came up. You spoke very nicely and you said you would consider having me on, and I've always thought about reaching out to you because our last even when I was gonna text you, you just scroll up a little bit and it's just such violent, wild shit.
Oh,
we
is
were
it still
saying
there?
to each other.
Mine's not there. Mine's not there anymore.
I didn't even want to look because I was just cringing at it, like, damn.
Well, I think the last word is you threatening me, be like, you're a little rat, and I'm gonna get you a rat or something.
Look, things have changed.
Seriously.
We're here. We're friends now. Look, we stopped this, and I want to get that out of the way. Look, there's a reason why I'm here. You've always spoke you've had my back. You spoke the truth, and I used to think you were batshit crazy, and that's just how it is with that group. When you have somebody that's exiled, it's like, oh, they're batshit. That's why they need to get out of here.
It's crazy to think that they still that's still a
I know,
thing too.
It's wild,
it's so childish
But they're not a thing anymore. They're dissipated, right? No one talks about. They're not around. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't even say the name because it's nobody even knows. But
right, we'll bleep out. Oscar bleep out vlogs. Just bleep.
Yeah. I don't really care. But
I'm the same way.
You've always just you just spoke the truth. You had something that you knew that was a big secret that I was keeping from everybody. And not like I was paid off to keep it a secret. I just wanted to keep it a secret because I was embarrassed. But that story needed to come out. And if not, I'd be in such a worse spot now. Even, this guy made his episode where he blamed the shit on me and I saw his
I'm going to speed it up to 1.25.
true colors, and that happened right at the end of the statute of limitations to even do anything, to take action and to get rightfully, we're fighting it out in court right now, but to get that, I needed that, and that was because of you. You opened my eyes, you opened my eye to
Your
all
eyes look
this.
great now, but yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just I was shocked. I'm still to this day. It's the most. Even watching all this last night, your eye looks great. I didn't know how you were gonna look in person because I haven't seen you. You know, I didn't know. I don't know.
What would you say if it didn't? Ooh.
I don't know. I wouldn't say anything, but it looks great. It looks amazing. So your
you.
surgeries look great. No, when that all happened, and like still, I'm still so shocked that he's just like fine. Like get it. Everyone just loves him. Calling you a clout chaser. I'm just like this person. Like watching that accident is
Is
like.
that true? I don't.
You know what's crazy about this? This is why it's so hard for victims to come out, because even Andrew Scholes, who we're not a fan of, he behind a paywall, remember, was like, I can't believe Jeff Wittick is still crying about this like accident with David Dobrik. It's because like people just think like saying it is enough. But if predators aren't taken down, if like manipulators and abusers aren't held accountable either legally or by their own accord, because you can't hold somebody accountable who doesn't agree with the accountability, right? Like you can't hold a predator accountable if they don't think it. You know, so you have to do legally or societally or by making the decision to cut ties, Avi. So it's interesting that Jeff being just like being ridiculed for wanting to stand up for himself is just, it's a part of toxic masculinity, right? Because I think people expected him to just like drop it. Who cares? What's a big deal? Get over it. But it's a kind of big deal. It's kind of like a huge deal that David Dobrik was basically willing to risk Jeff's life. Like, I don't think people, if you haven't seen the footage, it's bad. I don't even think I can show it on YouTube. I'm not sure if I can show it on YouTube. Like Jeff's body slams. Like I'm shocked we didn't see somebody die. You know, it's really bad. And so just this idea that, oh, it's not a big deal, people make mistakes, who cares? Yeah, it would have been different if it was a genuine mistake and that David wasn't willing to risk Jeff's life. But because he was, like, this isn't just a mistake. This is something that David did with intention for views at the risk of Jeff, at the expense of Jeff.
I don't see that.
What?
I don't really follow anything.
No, I think you had said. I watched a podcast where you said that someone said you were doing this for clout or something.
He did. He said that.
Oh, so he. Okay,
Good.
that's
Yeah,
what I say,
yeah,
So that's
yeah.
why I was like, wait, how did this get flipped on you? Because if there is like one clear victim and like victimizer, it's you and David. Like, how is it just like swept under the rug? Like no one talks about it. Like it's not a thing.
I did keep a lot of things quiet. You know, like I didn't. At first we were boys, so I wanted to, you know, have his back. But when I realized, like, oh shit, in this documentary with Casey, he's blaming me for this shit. He's blaming the victim, the girl, you know, that was essayed by Dom. You know, he's just like coming off like, yeah, no, people just did this for attention. I'm like, how delusional are you? But that's what this game does. People get such an inflated ego from social media that they think that they are on a higher level than other people. And I think he's just believing his own lies. And people around him know the truth. You know, like I know they can't fucking live with those feelings. They're probably fucking thinking about it all night. Like I knew it. I picked the wrong side. You know who I'm talking about. You know
Do
exactly.
you not talk to any of those people that were there that day?
No, not really. Like I saw Matt King in the gym. He was nice. He was like, I'll come on the pod. He, you know,
he wouldn't.
That was cool. He
would
said
never.
it, but he said he would. I respect that if he said he would. I didn't follow up, but maybe I will.
Matt has been the nicest one of the group. I always like Matt.
He's really nice.
He's a smarter one. And Mike Sheffer, I hung out with him recently.
Oh, I don't even know him. When did he come in? Must have been after me.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so. He wasn't like a main character or anything.
I
but
don't know who
he's
that
like-
is.
Isn't that crazy how it's like real life, but like we're like characters. Like people are like characters in
Yeah.
this like saga. It's like so crazy.
Yeah,
Like,
someone was asking me about that last night at dinner. They were like, "You were good friends with David," and I was like I was around him a lot, but like genuinely, that's what it felt like. I was like a kid.
That's like so frustrating about YouTube is everyone's like, oh, you guys are good friends. No. Some people make an effort to be closer, but sometimes you're just there as like a character. And that's what's scary when you become a character in something that you didn't even understand what you were walking into. Girl.
Character
For sure.
You know, it's like there was never once like a "How's your day" or anything like that, or you know.
Yeah, it was never like real, you know, between any of them. They know the deal. They know
with
how
you
it is.
too? You don't think it was
I
real?
also saw Jason in the gym. Did we
Ew.
not say his name either? I don't know.
We can bleep it.
Okay.
It's fine. No, I don't care.
What'd you say, creepy old man before?
Yeah, you couldn't use that term.
I saw him
it's
in the
fine. I literally
gym.
never think about him. He does not exist. But we can talk
Yeah,
about him.
I saw him at the gym, and he's just like, he came up and he was like, you know, being nice and stuff like that. And I'm just like, you know, I'll be civil back, you know, because like he wasn't even there that day. He left. He went to go to the bathroom or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
He had like a stomach problem, so he didn't even see it go down. But I just told him, I was like, you know how it is. The kid's fucking stunted. He'll never believe anything that he did anything
You
wrong.
said that in person? What did he say?
The big stuntedness is a part of it. I actually think like I would love I'm not going to play that I wouldn't love a psychologist to like review David Dobrik, you know, and all these other people. You know, I would just love the whole category of like the Logan Paul, Mr. Beast, David Dobrik. Like I would just love a psychologist to be like, tell me what is happening in their brains. But then I wonder if it's the same thing that's happening in politicians' brains. Like it must be very similar to what's happening to Elon and Trump, right? It's got to be. it's basically I will win at the expense of everyone else and I don't give an F. Like that's gotta be just the category of people. I feel like that's the most reasonable. Did you see Elon recently with his fucking Andrew Tate hands sitting in the Oval Office with Trump and being like answering questions? Like, get out of there, bitch. Like, ugh.
Yeah.
You agreed?
It's like, yeah, you're
Damn,
right.
so fake though. I hate that. I hate when like they agree, but it's like I always say this: you can like love someone and be friends with someone, but still.
Well, hold on. Chet says public figures in general, but I want to make sure we're clear. Public figures also include a lot of really nice people who make a really large effort to be good people. But I do agree that a lot of celebrities and people who use celebrity to take advantage of people, right? So like, I don't know if it's every public figure, but maybe public figure and celebrity or public figure and entitlement, because like there must be some really great public figures, because I do think the bad people are a minority. I don't think society could get where it's at without some sort of checks and balances, but maybe it's like, you know, you have to have an overlap between very particular things, because I think of like actors who are very entitled on movie sets or like yell at people or very rude, right? I'm like, what's up with that? Like, well, remember when Christian Bale was caught on video, like yelling at people and being so obnoxious? It's like, sir, like, what is that? And I know people lose it. Like, trust me, like, I'm sure all of us have yelling moments in our life, but there is like a level of like entitlement. And also, of course, I would love to work on not being in those situations in the first place. Like a part of you has to acknowledge humans are evolved animals. And then another part of you has to acknowledge that there's a way to have a better relationship with that animalistic, like that, the fact that we're animals. So part of me wants to meet people where they are and tell them like, we need to mitigate how many times this is going to happen, but also acknowledge that everyone could probably say it at some point in their life they did something that was unsavory and that they want to be better. But no, it doesn't mean you have to go as bad as some of these people. Like I think David Dobrik and Mr. Beast, they're on a different level. Like I don't think most people are Trump level, right? Most people are not bragging about sexually assaulting people, right? That's a very specific bubble. Even Andrew Tate and everything, like the very specific level to basically break someone's consent and then brag about it, right? For Debate Bro to say like, oh, I'm going to take 20 other streamers down with me. That is a very unique category of people. And most people are not going to be in that category. They're just not going to ever think that way about people. They're never going to like, that's the rare. And I think that shows in our life, but that doesn't mean that everyone doesn't have their own problems on a spectrum. It's just, okay, I don't want you guys to sit there and think you're as horrible as some of these horrible people.
Admit they did something effed up. Like you don't have to be defending him, being like I remember watching that episode of Views and then like talking about it and being like, Jeff wanted to do it. We have the DMs. Like
That
he
was
was
a
like,
real podcast?
Yeah.
That's when I was like, oh, okay, so this is what he's going to spread. This is what he's going to try to do. Okay, so I'm happy that you put out everything. At the time, I was like terrified of it. I was like, how the fuck is she doing this to me? She's ruining my life. But really deep down inside, you were giving me a push in the right direction.
Well, I'm glad because sometimes I do it like out of anger, but especially back then. I was just so upset that they got away with so much stuff.
Yeah.
And then I was just like, this is something insane. And I said that like in 2018, I was like, something serious is going to happen. Someone's going to die. And it's like, whatever. And then like,
I get tagged in edits. And then it's like the song starts playing, the drop comes, and I'm like swinging around.
oh my God. No, but that's what's crazy. It's like on video. It's like, there's no clear thing than like David driving this and you just like, literally almost like being decapitated. Like it's insane that people like even argue. Like what is the argument that it wouldn't be his fault?
I asked them to do it before. Hey, can you fucking spin me super fast? Like fucking like I don't know what they thought that would be believed or whatever. But it's just like there's still stuff that I can't wait to say. But I want to have like that Johnny Depp Amber Heard live stream trial. I want to hold things for that too, because there's a lot of like criminal acts that will put people. You want to be a fucking citizen and you're doing the shit that people don't even know about. I can't wait. I can't do it here right now because there's still like stuff going on.
Okay, now just for context, that was a year ago. I'm going to skip over because our focus isn't just Trish today. Obviously, I'm just giving you like the energy of their relationship. Now, this is after that podcast that I just showed you. This is just Trish, and this is just a section of the podcast again.
Yeah, well, that was bad. That was
because my name's attached to it. You Google my name. If you go to whatever, you're going to see pictures with me and this guy who's done all these terrible things. And, publicists and stuff don't want to work with me because I'm attached to him still. And it sucks,
I think the defending is the part. You know what I mean? Because it's like when Chris D'Elia got in trouble with his scandal, it's like everyone else, like Whitney Cummings, all the people were kind of like, okay, we don't like stand by it. But I think you like stood by him maybe for a little bit too long.
True. And also, I think this is like an experience that public figures, especially young content creators, we have that maybe other people don't have in their regular life. So be cautious before being a content creator. But like, it's really frustrating that when you Google our names, every bad collaboration we've ever done, every asshole we've, entered their little space, every shitty person we've ever had contact with is now on our resume. And I hate that. Like, I hate when it sucks when your story is intertwined with somebody who's really horrible, because it's like guilty by association, which sucks. But hopefully people recognize like a separation. And that's why, again, I'm trying to move in a separation. That's why I'm not continuing to make content about this, like any of the bad spaces I've been in, because as long as you make the content about it, to a certain extent, I never want people to feel like they can't stand up for themselves, but like then people will see you as still a part of it, and you will be emotionally, I think. But yeah, it's really shitty. Like, trust me, like there's so many videos and so many collaborations I've privated, so many conversations. I don't want people ever thinking I'm still that Britney. Now, of course, you can't always private all of your content. Sometimes it's good to see the growth. So there are certain videos I've kept up so people can have like context for certain things if they want it. But that's such a big bummer. And that's why, that is kind of why when Hassan retold his story in the interview, he left out the origin story in relation to, Debate Bro, because at some point you don't want a predator or an abuser to be in association with you every time you tell a story when it was so long ago. Do you know what I mean? I think that really sucks that every time people want him to like mention their friendship, but like at some point, with peace and love, you gotta peace and love. You have to like stop mentioning that kind of a person, because it's not good for you or for people. It's not good that more people learn about this person. It's not good that this person gets validated because they have like one skill set that people like value over all the bad things they did. You know what I mean? It just kind of sucks.
Yeah, well, I didn't realize everything. It takes time to process trauma, and I feel like such a little bitch talking about this. Like, it takes time to process trauma.
No,
True.
I think that's so good that you do, because you are the straight bros of the YouTube world that don't talk about it. So I think it's good. Especially like people who watch ours, you know what I mean? Like people, because it's just like, it does make me sad. We can talk about Andrew on your thing, but when people say like, or Mike too, like, I'm worried about you. Why are you still talking about it? It's like, it's such a thing that consumes you. And I can't even imagine something that like destroyed like your brain and stuff like that, but it's something that consumes you.
Well, I give Mike a hard time all the time. I'm like, I break his balls. Like, that's hard comedy, like, me and my boys, but I go a little hard on Mike. So it's all right if he wants to say something like that. Like, he thought I was on drugs and stuff, but I was actually sober when I was doing that. I was just, I was just letting out, emotions, because I was like, why am I staying silent? Like, if he's pushing this lawsuit, I don't even give a fuck about money from the lawsuit. I make money. I probably shouldn't say that, but it's like a lifetime plan, and it's what I'm deserved, I'm owed, because I'm paying for all this. It's coming out of my pocket.
Yes.
His responsibilities, his actions are now costing me a lot of fucking money. My next surgery is 80 G's.
Yeah, he should definitely, especially if he agreed to paying for him too, and he should anyways. But it's just like you're taking the analogy of the guy in the car. Like, if you got a brand new car and smashed you, like, he's still responsible. The person driving is still responsible for smashing you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, did the lawsuit getting pushed, did that happen around the same time you were tweeting, or was that like before?
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't know like how long, like they just pushed it, like you had a court date and they're like, actually we're rescheduling.
Yeah, I just want to go to trial, because that'd be so. Wouldn't you love that? Like, reacting to trial. Like,
yeah, I mean,
how many episodes did you get off that?
oh my gosh. If it's the Johnny Depp Amber Heard,
she would be in the courtroom with like a
gosh,
live
stop.
stream thing, IRL streaming in the
wish I could
courtroom.
So now this was 7 months ago. And I wonder, what's happening now with the lawsuit? That's what I'm curious about. Okay, so do we kind of get their vibe? Are we like getting the vibe, vibes? It's all about vibes. Do we kind of see like where they're at? So now let's go to Frenemies, because now, okay, so this is 7 months ago, but this Frenemies is 3 years ago. Well, everything is happening. So I just wanted you to show the difference between their friendships and the way they're interacting. And also recognize that even though they're friendly on this podcast, doesn't mean they're close. I really, with peace and love, really think people mistake good banter with like closeness. You can have good banter with somebody you're not close to. And I think we need to remember that, right? Okay. Here's this.
Welcome back to Frenemies. I jumped in on that one.
That's good. This is your episode.
Yeah, this is the episode produced, starring,
Fabulous look. Fabulous.
written by Trish today, because this episode almost didn't happen, but it did happen thanks to Adam and Eve and Honey. That's why we are here for round 2.
We are here only because of the sponsors. We wanted to take a break because yesterday was really intense with the Jeff Wittick, but we had to come back for our sponsors, is
Well,
what
for the
Trish is
record,
saying.
I wanted to, but you were, because I was already going to get glam anyways, and I was like, I wanted to, but I think you were kind of like, oh, let's just take a day off. But I wanted to. I always want to do Friend of Me.
Wait, should we retake that?
Why?
I don't know if that's funny.
No.
They say we're here just for the sponsors.
That's not why we're here, though. Can we just keep going? It's fine. It's obviously a joke. We're here for 2 hours. You think we're here for...
Does it seem
No,
like a joke to you guys?
we're not restarting. Can we thank
That's like almost so autistic. That's hilarious. Like, wait, should we redo that?
our
It
sponsors?
was a joke. I got it as a joke.
Please.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, thank you, Adam and Eve and Honey. That's not why we're here, but we
Wait,
love
no.
you.
No. Well, let's restart.
No, we're not restarting. No, it's my show. I'm producing it, so I get to say the cuts.
Okay, all right.
I insisted on doing this show today. I insisted on so much. I like doing it. I just thought like yesterday was a bonus. They shouldn't be punished. Like we should have a regular schedule. Like it shouldn't be punished. It's like
Yes.
when you're divorced and you get to see your dad one extra day of the week. Like you shouldn't be punished not see him on the weekends as well. Like you should see him
Wow,
on the
that
regular schedule.
That kid's close to home.
I'm just saying I like a
Yeah, you're right.
routine.
You're right. We got to hit them with the regular.
I think you're just out of sorts because you're just out of sorts today. And I think that's why you're not really
You're right. Thank you, chat. Says, is it on 1.2? It wasn't. Thank you. We just switched it up.
Well, you
this
came
morning.
here flexing on me with your crazy ass
First of all,
Joker
can
shit.
I say?
I was supposed to be the Joker.
You said we're gonna dress as the Joker, so I started ordering my outfit, my wigs, everything in advance, and then you changed it to pink and black hair, and I was like, okay, not. So then I ordered a pink and black wig, and then last night you're like, we're not doing that, and I was like, okay, well I have the Joker wig already lined up. We'll probably do pink and black again. So I'm like, I guess I'll just go like this because you kind of just nixed the Joker idea. You're just like not
well,
about it
I was
anymore.
I'm like, I had a long week. Yesterday was intense. I'm really over my hair.
You said you were buzzing it, which is another lie. I was so prepared for you to be buzzed, and I was like,
dude, it's not like your whole day is ruined because I didn't buzz my hair.
kind of.
Why?
Because my outfit would have gone with your outfit. You could have been Robert De Niro. I could have been Joaquin. So it kinda
Who
went
said
with
anything
the-
about Robert De Niro? I just said I was going to buzz my hair.
Yeah, but that would have looked like his in the movie The Joker. Like, so it had a vibe.
Okay, so
now it just looks like I'm an idiot dressed as the Joker.
No, you look great, and I look like an idiot.
I had a sponsorship, which is why I'm dressed like this too. You'll see it on my TikTok. So I had to wear the outfit because it was already
Who's the
planned. I'm
sponsorship,
not.
huh?
we're
I
not
dare you to
that-
fucking say who's the sponsor.
You got so
I
mad.
dare you to
Who?
say.
I walked
Who?
in and I was like, oh, well, I had to wear this for like a sponsorship. And you're like, you're bringing that into here. I was like, I'm not bringing it on the show.
kidding.
I don't think you were.
Of course I was. Stop
You're just,
it.
and then you have a stain on your shirt, which I've never seen. You have stains on your
Oh my
shirt.
God. Oh, I was holding Theodore. and he
just
had an
look
avocado.
disheveled and-
Ethan literally looks like he does. You know what? I get it, vibes. He's a mess.
So
Yeah.
anyways,
I said, Theodore, please be careful with that avocado. Daddy's got to work. But I'm just over my hair.
yeah, well, it's not bad.
It's
You
just not the vibe that I want in my life.
yeah, I feel like you're just not.
But yesterday was a long day, and I was like, oh, bro, because I didn't really get a day off with Sunday because we work Sunday, and I
Yeah.
usually have that day to recoup a little bit. So
You insisted on the Sunday show, FYI, because I was like, I'm kind of
no, I
busy.
know. I'm glad we did it.
Okay.
Of course, obviously, it was great.
No, me too. Well,
But here we are.
it was
And now, how was your first live experience? 'Cause
it was
you said-
awkward. It was bad. I mean, here's the thing. Like, like
Wow,
I
you were totally great.
I know. I just like I get so like if people feel it at home, like think about it here in person. Like it's just 10 times more awkward. Like it's so awkward because like I don't know. I've been in one lawsuit before, and it was the same sort of thing where it's like that person's just so painfully in the wrong, and you just have to like sit there and like hear the
Wait,
judge
what
like.
lawsuit?
I had a lawsuit again. I don't know if I can say it's over now, and I won it. I just haven't gotten the money because he like filed bankruptcy or something. But it was about my house. Like I rented a house once, like that I was living in. Anyways, long story short, he basically owed me money, and it was just like a clean cut case that like he was so in the wrong, but he was so painfully trying to prove that he was right, and it was just like the mediator
It
was just
felt like
like
that?
yeah, and the mediator's like you're da da da, and you're just like just like stop, like that's what it felt like. But at the same time, like I don't know.
But
I don't know.
Yeah.
It was a lot.
So, by the way, did I say our sponsors, Adam and Eve and Honey?
said 'em at the
Okay,
beginning.
all right, thank you. God bless. Good job. So I say this is Trisha's episode because I didn't have anything planned. So I put all my work into yesterday's ep. So I said, okay, we'll do this. But Trisha, you're in charge. So you're in charge of this.
But you have to go with it. If I come up
Nope,
with a topic,
I am going to sit here and you're going to have to drag me along. Oh, yeah, I'll do my
Every time
best.
I come up with a topic,
No, it's
you're
not.
like, nope, next. Like you always have a next for me. So that's why I was like, okay.
I'm here. You take the lead. Jesus, take the wheel. Joker, take the wheel.
And I'm for the record, I don't even like Joker. I don't like Batman. I don't like
You do look
anything.
good.
Thank you. Yes, it was.
I remember Joker with the peaking green bra.
He did. He
yeah,
had the
totally.
green.
The
Like,
green
the
bra. Sexy Joker.
Yeah, the only Joker movie I saw was the one with Joaquin Phoenix. That's the Joker I am today.
Ew.
I don't watch any of the other ones.
I don't remember having rhinestones on his face.
I did a little glam version of it because I didn't want to go over the top because you weren't dressing up. So I was like, let me just be like a little more low key so I don't look like I'm a full
now
Halloween.
I feel bad
This isn't over the top. How cute. I love it.
because whatever. Let's just move on.
You can't tell me a theme and then just like abandon it because I plan these weeks in advance. I have
You're
to
right.
outfits
You're right.
around.
Well, by the way, right. Okay.
You had told me like 3 different times, and at first we were like Harley Quinn. I was like, oh, maybe I'll be the Joker too. Like I was trying to think.
I also just processed that their hair is green. Do you see this? I wonder if it's like a spray paint or something. I didn't realize, or maybe they're wearing a green wig.
like a counterpart to you, and now I just look like a freaking asshole. I think
No, you look great. I look like an asshole. I look like I look unhinged, bro. If I saw me in public, I would like cross the street.
Yeah, you look a little unhinged.
If I saw me in a movie theater, I'd probably leave and get a refund.
Yeah, your vibes are low, but you said you went to bed late, so.
So anyway, I do want to say before we pass the reins
Oh, they did say it's a wig. Oh, I totally like zoned out on that. Yeah, I love it.
to Trisha, I have some kind of post-mortem on this whole Jeff Wittek interview.
Postmortem. What's
Yeah,
that?
it's like after the fact, we examine, right? So Jeff, in the interview we did, admitted to A, not having read the entire article, only reading the parts about him, which were very little. B, apologized to Trisha for trying to discredit her. And C, also apologized to the author for sending his fans to harass her on Twitter for an article he said he didn't read. Now, I was giving Jeff a lot of the benefit of the doubt yesterday, being like, I know you're a good guy, you mean well. I have a big problem with Jeff now, one day later.
Oh, shit, really?
The fact that his video is still up, right? His video is still up, despite him saying, I have not read the article. I apologize for sending hate to the author for an article I didn't read. Like, dude, this video is misrepresenting everything by your own admission. And so your fans who are watching this, the overwhelming majority, right, of people and views, like, 1.3 million almost views, are getting the wrong story from you. And you know that now. You have no excuse. And so the fact that he's left this up to me is sign of a very bad faith actor. And I am not okay with the fact that he's keeping this up after everything he said in yesterday's episode. And I think that is a very terrible thing for him to do.
Yeah, I guess I don't really understand why he would keep it up, because I feel like
It's
not the truth anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My truth. You know, it's like you can't just keep this up to try to save face with the people who don't really know what happened.
Do you think he was disingenuous then yesterday? But he asked to be on the show. He asked me twice to come on, which I was surprised. The first time I was kind of like, I don't know. And the second time, he was he's so different on this than he was on the phone. But I don't know. Like, I feel on the phone, I had a lot more sympathy for him. And this one, I was just like,
Dude, I had sympathy for him.
I have sympathy for him too.
I was like, on a human level, I feel awful for everything you're going through, But leaving this up is inexcusable. It's just not okay, frankly.
I guess he's still trying to get people on his side, I don't know. Did he tweet anything or anything after yesterday? I didn't even look.
I don't think so. I don't think he said anything. I mean, it was so brutal for him. It was like a literal murder.
Isn't this so funny? So like the contrast between the videos we just watched with just Trish and Jeff versus this, because you never know. I think it's hard because let's say you've got David Dobrik and a bunch of people start saying things. You just never know who's really on your side and who's really being authentic and who's really trying to trick you and who's trying to take information back to David. And so it can feel really anxiety inducing. Like, are you just pretending to know what's wrong, or do you understand that it's wrong? And I think there's so much that plays into how we either do or do not trust people. And so I can see Ethan and Trish just feeling like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. How do I trust this person? How do I feel? So it's kind of just like funny to know where they've ended up now.
I'm surprised it wasn't age restricted because it was a literal fucking murder.
Well, it wasn't a literal one. Maybe metaphorical murder.
Okay, right. Good call. It wasn't a literal murder. You're right.
He hasn't.
I mean, yeah, that photo, by the way, which is surprising, but not that surprising because the reason I had that photo of him and David and Todd all after the victim was attacked is because it's described in the article as proof that they were there all night.
Right.
And so I reached out to the author, Kat, and I asked her if she had that photo because I knew I was going to talk to Jeff and I wanted to have something that he had to answer to.
Right. He was
and
definitely.
she sent it. She said, "Here it is, and you have permission from the victims to share it."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Well, let's fucking
There was
go."
just so many lies. And shout out. Should I shout out Reddit or no?
Shout out who?
Reddit.
we're showing up
They
Reddit?
found the video of me flashing them. Where
Oh
he
yeah. Oh, should I show
tried-
that? I thought that was like, and that kind of pissed me off too
It
because
pissed me off so much because all I said was okay, Jeff, because you can't argue with that. He said that was absolutely not planned and not consensual, but like
Dude.
it was in the video that like, are you guys ready?
Let's show it because I feel that when I saw that, it actually made me angry too because I didn't know so Jeff said, he's like, come on, like, again, he was trying to discredit you. He goes, come on, Trisha. The first time I met you, you showed me your boobs.
Hold on. Chet says, I I'm late to the stream. Did you already watch the Jeff interview where he exposed more of the lawsuit? The one where he mentioned Natalie forging his info? I think I remember that originally from way back when, but no, we didn't watch. We are not interested in Jeff's lawsuit. We just were interested in how Jeff and Trisha socialized and the friend dynamics. So, we're not covering, I don't want to go deep into David Dobrik because we're here to review Frenemies. So we did watch Jeff on Just Trish, but just FYI, I don't want us to get distracted and move into David Dobrik territory because that's a whole other cesspool, right? Truly, we're focusing on Frenemies and how they've grown or changed. But either way, interesting to see the differences between how people, change.
Like you assaulted him.
Yeah. Like, no, he's like, you flashed me. So that's like implying that I'm a pervert that just like randomly goes up to people and
Like,
shows
oh,
them.
you're no better than us, basically, right?
And I was like, first of all, I totally forgot about it. So like, then I was like, oh, and then when I saw it, I was like, but I knew when he said that, I was like, no, that was a bit for David. That's why I was so confused what he was saying. And the people at Reddit, I know I've always said like, fuck Reddit, but obviously like we're back on team Reddit now. And I thought that was so cool. They could be like my lawyers, honestly. They find
Something I do also struggle with is like, who do you trust when people tell you things? So how do you guys decide who to trust? Let's say you have two friends who are coming to tell you different stories about a situation. Who do you decide to trust? I've gotten to the point in my life where when people tell me things, depending on their character, I either trust them more or less. So like if certain people come into my life and go, hey, Britt, I got to tell you something. They tell me something. I might be more likely to doubt them because they have a reputation or they in the past have lied to me or something like that. Which is why it's bad to lie, because it is a reputation you're building for yourself versus somebody else who maybe has a better reputation. Maybe they used to lie, but they haven't lied in a long time. Maybe they're very blunt or, they either do that. Like maybe I'm more likely to believe them because of their character, right? So like when you've got a discrepancy in like who's telling what, I think people like Jeff get stuck in a situation where lots of people are telling them things and they tend to believe one person over another. So when Trisha tells him something, he's less likely to believe them because it's Trisha. But maybe that's the problem with all of society is we are more likely to believe certain people, not based off of who a person is, but based off of who we think they are. And that's what's so hard. It's like, are you who I think you are? Or are you who you tell me you are? Because I tend to believe people when they tell me who they are, but I also tend to believe people at face value, which is something I have to always battle because sometimes people lie to me and I don't realize they're lying. So I don't operate as if everybody's lying to me. I operate as if everyone's telling me the truth unless I know them very well. Then I might be like, I know when you're lying, dude. I've known you for 20 years. I know when you're lying, right? But I genuinely operate as if everyone's telling me the truth. But now I think I'm going to operate as if everyone's telling me the truth, but I have to take it with a grain of salt to some extent. Because again, when I say like, I do not lie. I mean, I would never purposely do anything to deceive anybody or to cause a situation for people to believe like much differently than what is true. And again, there's a difference between being private. There's a difference between withholding information out of safety. There's a difference between, a survival lying. I'm all about it. But yeah, it's difficult because I'm sure Jeff must have heard things about Trisha, come to a conclusion, and then there's like a discrepancy in how they tell stories. And same with like anybody, really, any of us. Okay, let's see. Chet says, I believe they believe what they're saying. It stays hearsay until I see something. I think Jeff trusts the reputation and popularity of the person. Good social status equal being a good person. Oh, definitely, right? Actually, I've seen this with Trump getting elected where conservatives will say, if Trump was really that bad of a person, how could he get elected? And I'm sitting here thinking like, how is that logical? But I realize like people really think bad people can't end up in office somehow, even though they think everyone on the other side is bad. And I think that's so fascinating, like that cognitive dissonance in the brain. It's like, oh, everyone on the Democrat side is bad, but there's no way a bad Republican would get elected. And I'm like, how does that logic out? But it's things people say out loud. But then I have to recognize like, humans as a species, we've evolved over time to do really great things. But as a whole, America is like, we're all living in these different bubbles with different perceptions and different things mean different things to us. Like, when it comes to Trump's like sexual assault record, Republicans, like some of the conservatives I know, literally just don't think it's true. They're like, I just don't think it's true. I think he's a scummy guy who's been a philanderer, and I think he's cheated on his wives, but I don't think he's had to assault anybody. And I'm like, maybe. Like, I'd like to be open to the idea that not every powerful man is out here assaulting people. But I think I also have to just believe people when they tell me things. And the way these men brag about assaulting people is just like, it's too much, you know? It's like, they already told you who they are, you know?
Find all this stuff.
They're good. They're good.
Well, it shows Todd and Jeff and like David literally being like setting it up and being like, okay, and Jason's right next to me. So I don't know. He made it seem like I was this whatever, but.
Oh, here it is. I found it. This pissed me off when I saw it because he totally.
That's a Todd reacting to Trisha's.
Well, I was like, okay. I was like, you know, what is he talking about? Yeah, I'm gonna put it here. And so here it is. Okay, and like, dude, sorry, but I have to say, fuck you for trying to characterize Trisha like that. Like, dude, this just, bro, stop. Here it is.
That's a Todd reacting to Trisha's boobs. Okay.
Should I bounce or try to stay still?
What the fuck was that? What are you doing? Go to your fucking finger yourself, too.
In 3, 2, 1.
Wow. Nice! Oh my god!
What'd you think?
I mean, yeah, this is fucking insane.
So it's like
He looks so shy, though. He obviously doesn't, like, he looked away.
it's obviously pre-planned. They're standing there waiting for it.
They're like, here we go. Here's the bit.
Oh, Jeff, I'm sorry. I forgot what the context was. So Jeff is saying, wait, so Trish, it's obviously a bit. What is the argument here? Fuck, I forgot. I zoned out because I was reading chat. What was the argument about whether or not it was like real or planned or not? Who was saying what?
I mean, you could have said, bro, like, what if you should be mad at any? Like, yes, he looks uncomfortable. If anyone, you should be mad at David.
I mean, but like I always do. The whole thing is not like I like because the whole bit was. Can I explain it in full context? Like he has Jonah, Nick in the video show people his little penis. He flashes people. That's basically what it was. Is that they always made fun of my boobs because they're scarred and whatever, and it's fine. There's so much scars on them. So it was just like, wow, look how botched they are. Like show them your boobs. Like it wasn't like hot. Like wow, you guys want to see this? It was like embarrassing.
God,
it was
he
like,
really is such a bully though. Like he always hones in on like everybody.
And I hate that. I hate that in some ways. Trisha allowed herself to be in a friend group where people made fun of the scars on their breasts. Like, that's really frustrating. You know? Let's see. Chet says, Jeff said she flashed him with no consent. Yeah, I think there's a combination of problems I have with consent is difficult, but easy, but difficult. Like, obviously, Jeff had plenty of time to not be involved in the bit. Right? Like he could have walked away 100 times. But then we say that with a lot of things. Like you could have walked away, then but people freeze and they don't feel comfortable. But then like, hold on, let me
just like, wow, look how botched they are. Like show.
Boobs. Okay.
Should I bounce or try to stay still?
What the fuck was that? What are you doing? Go to your fucking finger yourself, too.
In 3, 2, 1.
like, you know what I mean? So obviously for the bit, I mean, he looks uncomfortable in the video. Look.
Wow. Nice! Oh my god!
He like looks away. He's just like, oh, okay. Like, I could understand a social situation where Jeff didn't feel like he had time to say no, or he didn't want to say no to the bit. And I could also see a situation where everyone kind of felt pressure to do it for the good click, like the good video. I can see also just like how messy it was because David, you know, I could just see how messy it was. But it's not like a real like consent violation as much as it is like a lack of educated decision. I feel like it's a lack of education decision more than a consent violation. Like a consent violation feels a little different to me just because there was enough like agency between people to make different decisions. I assume everyone's sober. You know what I mean? I feel like, but consent violations can be as simple as a parent tucking their kid into bed at a bedtime the kid doesn't want. Like that's a consent violation. But if we're categorizing consent violation as like very serious, then I would say less serious, putting your kids to bed on time, less serious that a bit was uncomfortable. You know, Discord said, I think it's more David forcing it upon Jeff and Todd than Trisha forcing it upon them. Sure. I think David just wants the clicks, right? Like, that's the problem is like he'll have Jonah flash Jonah's penis, but God forbid David flashes his, you know. Yeah, Jeff says he doesn't consent to seeing her boobs, but Trisha said everyone agreed to be flashed. Jeff was saying he didn't want her to flash. I wouldn't be surprised if Jeff said yes to please David and now doesn't remember giving consent since he didn't really want to see. Yeah, it just feels like really messy. And this is why you have to make it a safe space for people to say no. But it's really hard to do that because like sometimes you think like you're operating with the context of understanding that you have, and then people will still feel like I didn't have the right energy to say no. And then in some space, like in some honesty, you can't hang out with those people anymore. Like it's as dangerous to hang out with people who can't say no as it is to hang out with people who don't ask consent, in my opinion. Like it's very, thank you, I'll get her. It's very important to make sure that everybody involved knows they're allowed to say no and is allowed to ask consent. And I think sometimes we forget that. Like we do forget it. You know, it's very important to make sure people are on the same page. But I think every bubble is different. Like in a lot of boy bubbles, consent is a very different game, right? So you have to play the game you're also in. Like you have to read the social understanding. But I think, yeah, everyone just has a different, you're allowed to also regret things and you're allowed to be honest about it feeling like assault. Like you're allowed to say, and we have to categorize them all differently. What feels like assault but might not have been intended to, what ended up assault even without intention. Like if you're a guy and you slap a girl's ass in public, that's assault. You can't be slapping people in public you don't know, guys. Like let's be for real, okay? If you're a girl and you go up and you touch a guy's chest because you think it's a honka funny, like he's like you can't just touch people. Like that's assault. Like you can't just touch people. I know it's a joke and I know in some circumstances they might think it's okay, but you really are taking a risk. And so that's the issue I'm having is like all of us are taking risks. And for some of us, there's a happy ending. And for some people, it's a bad ending. So you can decide as you get older. And I always say as we get older, we get wiser of what risks we're willing to take for real. Okay, let me get Indiana.
What'd you think?
I mean,
There's not little for sure.
Look at Jonah's got a little dick, and Trisha's boobs. She's got a bad boob job,
Yeah.
and you know, even in the case of Jeff, he's a criminal, and
Right. Yeah.
and
So-
Dom's a sex offender.
So
and
when
it's like,
Jeff was like, we all play characters, I'm like, I think those are just stereotypes that David gives us. I don't know if we play those, but I mean, I get what he's saying. I guess you play into it, but like, there's no way. And I would be like, hey, Todd and Jeff, like two good looking guys. I'm so insecure around good looking people. There's no way I'm gonna be like, want to see my, like, I wouldn't, this is why I usually date like older guys. And I mean, Moses is my first attractive guy I've dated, but usually I date ugly guys. And you know, cause I'm so
shout out to all your exes.
They know, people know. I usually date unattractive people because I'm very insecure around, especially young frat guys.
So how is
Never.
it that you keep your cool around me? Kidding.
It's so hard. No, but like, wouldn't you rather be like, have a good personality and a little less attractive?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same. Like, I know I'm not like Corinna, who's gorgeous, but like, you know, I think I have a better personality.
Well, I don't know, Corinna.
I do. I definitely have a better personality, but she's definitely hotter. So, I mean, you know.
Well, I think it's you know, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I mean, people find you very attractive.
Okay, but-
you're popping on OnlyFans.
Yeah,
Squirting all over the
true.
mother loving place.
I don't know why I put my OnlyFans and I never promote it because I'm trying to be like low key, you know, because I'm trying to do shit,
You
whatever.
feeling it?
I've gained so many people on OnlyFans. I don't know.
Because
Maybe.
you're popping off, dude.
I know. Actually, can I say I hit 5 million subscribers today?
Oh,
I've been at
congratulations.
Oh, on YouTube.
4.90. No, 4. Oh, thank you.
That's awesome.
I've been at 4.89 for literally 5 years.
That's it, dude. That's the shit.
And I was like, what is happening? Like, I never could tell. I was like, am I just stagnant? Or people like subscribe? Like, I don't know, but I hit 5 million.
I'm proud of you. That is really
Oh, the
exciting. That's a
TikTok,
lot.
I hit 5 million before I even went on YouTube. So.
Yeah, TikTok's
Oh.
crazy. I hit 1 million on TikTok without
Did
even
you?
like.
Oh, congrats.
I love TikTok.
I love TikTok too. It's really great.
TikTok is life. But anyway,
TikTok is life. Yeah, I
TikTok
did
is
not
life.
like this. I did not like this. But I mean, the content I came for it.
But dude, the way he characterized that, you were like, it was a bit. And he's like, I would never consent. How dare you say that? Me, Jeff, the man who respects all women, would consent to see my friend's girlfriend's boobs.
I know.
Let's watch that again in 4K slow motion HD.
Okay.
Should I bounce or try to stay still?
That's good.
Dude, I'm
Ugh,
sorry,
David's laugh is so annoying.
but now watch it. Like, listen to this live.
Todd reacting to Trisha's boobs. Okay.
Should I bounce or try to stay still?
Nobody's even.
Fun fact. Chat says reminds me of the iconic photo of the sailor kissing the nurse when World War II ended. Like that was assault, but people viewed as romantic positive. Fun fact. That's when I stopped watching The View. I used to watch The View like all the time, and they reviewed that story. And the woman who was the nurse said she didn't consent to it. She actually was dating somebody else. And this man just grabbed her and kissed her. And the women were like, what's the big deal? I don't get it. And I was like, the big deal is like, this isn't what I want for society. I don't want this for society. I don't want to be at the store and someone grabs me for a photo op or like, you know what I mean? Like all of these things, like, you know, I don't know. I think ultimately we have to ask ourselves, like, is this ideal versus this is what's happening? Look, I understand humanity goes through growth spurts. Okay. What we thought was okay isn't okay leading into the future. And sometimes we go, back and forth, but we have to aim for like the better. What is life where it makes sense? Kind of, I think sometimes we really only know how to react in reaction to the bad instead of what would ideal society look like? Like, what would that actually look like? And sometimes conservatives will say this. They'll say, in an ideal society, we wouldn't have to have abortions, but you say it's okay to kill a baby because we don't have a perfect society. And I would say, like, in a perfect society, people could get abortions without criminalization because the only time they'd be getting abortions is when they were necessary, which is every time you get an abortion. Nobody unnecessarily has an abortion, but people always unnecessarily make babies. Like, that's the irony is people make babies on accident every time. Nobody has an abortion on accident because it's necessary. All abortions are necessary. The dilemma we're having is maybe we wouldn't have as many abortions if you gave people birth control. Like, that's the irony is like, if you want abortions to go down, give people birth control. But then they're like, no birth control. Look, in an ideal society, there would be birth control. There would be voluntary, tying of tubes and all of that stuff. Like, in an ideal society, we would have preventative care. In an ideal society, a lot of things. It's like, I think we forget sort of, not everything has to be reaction to reaction, but sometimes we are reacting to a situation. Ask yourself, what am I going to do out of reaction? And what am I going to do if I didn't have to just make a decision because a force is coming my way?
Smiling. Look at Jason. Not even a smile.
What the fuck was that? What are you doing? Go to your fucking finger yourself, dude.
In 3, 2, 1.
Wow.
Nice.
Wow, dude. It's like you could have looked away.
Yeah, or just not been a part of it.
You had like a full,
I just was like so embarrassed. And then I was like, but then when I saw this, I was like, wow, thank you. Somebody coming through. Because other stuff I can like kind of hold my own when you brought up, like, I think people also have the wrong idea about 5150. They think you're just automatically a crazy person if you go, but that's also like if you just even say you want to kill yourself, you get 5150. So like they have the wrong idea of like what that means. And that was 6 months later. I don't know. The whole thing, it just made me, I didn't sleep well last night. I was just like,
I think genuinely, I must have had the best therapist in the world who could tell. Well, the problem is I had no active. Well, I don't know. The dilemma is like I was like self-harming to the extent that I wish I wouldn't wake up in the morning, which I saw as like attempts on my own life, obviously, with the hope that I would I orchestrated situations and hope that I would die. And that was like my way of self-harming to the point of like, but I'm just so glad I ended up with a therapist who validated a need to want to end your life. I think people really don't understand wanting to end your life and they barely live good lives. Like, that's the irony. You're not even living a good life. You complain about your life every day, but because they never think about ending their life, they couldn't imagine it and only assume like you must be really crazy. But like Dr. K said, there's a lot of really logical reasons to end your life, like a lot of mathematical number reasons to want to end your life because of all the resources you have in the moment. And then you realize there's a lot of really good reasons to stay alive. But yeah, this is why I don't believe in holding people just because you think they should be like, think about I don't believe in prison systems. I don't believe in like holding people unnecessarily. It's just interesting that you would hold Trisha, but you wouldn't just like, do you know how many people are homeless on the streets who need medical care? But like, I'm not saying you should hold them either, but it's just like interesting who we decide to hold. It's interesting who we decide to give shelter to. It's interesting, all of it. I don't know. I think we're so flawed in this regard. We really are. But I don't think people are ready. Like, I don't think, just like every philosopher's ever said, like humanity as a whole is not ready to face themselves. And so humanity as a whole is what it is. The world is the way it is because of the way you participate in it. The world is the way it is because of how we participated in it, myself included. I am not perfect. I have done things in my past that I would never do now. But I still did them, which means I participated in the harm. I participate now in many ways that I'm sure I could count. I take very long showers. Okay? That's a participation in a form of harm. I probably flush the toilet too much, There's stuff. There's always stuff.
like,
Yeah, I was anxious.
Yeah.
I was super anxious last night too. I think that's why I'm so
disheveled.
Yeah, disheveled. Thank you.
Unhinged. looking.
Unhinged. Yeah, psychotic
Appearance.
looking. I think I was super anxious last night. I had trouble relaxing, and I just felt like there was just a lot because like it was so intense, and you literally like as much as like I'm happy and proud of the work we did in that episode. It also feels bad on a human level to like kill someone like that.
Metaphorically.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I didn't kill Jeff, you know.
Well, you said literal. You said literal.
Well, also, everybody knows I didn't also literally kill Jeff.
Yeah.
So I have a lot of anxious energy around it, even though I'm happy we did it, obviously.
No, same. I feel like overall, just everything of people coming forward and like feeling like okay to say something against people makes me like happy. Not happy, but just like
But do you
relieved.
think a lot of people were speculating that he was trying to like trigger you? Because he kept like, I don't know why he thought it was appropriate, first of all, to bring this up, total mischaracterization, and then to bring up like, he's like, well, dude, you were, you know, you're kind of, or what's the number?
5150.
He's like, you're 5150. Like, okay, dude, what's your point?
Yeah, 6 months after the fact, and I'm like, okay, like, and I overdosed. Like, it was just so
Like,
weird.
why? Like, I didn't get
But
it.
the minute I brought up like, what's wrong with your eye? Don't talk about it. Don't fucking bring that up. And I was just like, oh my god. And honestly, like people think I know inside. I read like a vlog, the blogs. Is it a vlog? Blogs about the vlog spot or whatever when that happened. And like, I just know there was some shit that went down. So I was just curious because he brought it up. Like he brought up his eye. He brought it up to me on the phone, and I was just like, well, what happened? And he's like, don't fucking talk about it. I was like, okay.
I think what must have happened is that he signed an NDA or something and got a settlement.
It was definitely with David's, well, allegedly with David's vlog, because I read the vlog, so something with that. I have no idea what happened to it, and I feel bad for that. Like I still feel bad.
Don't
like,
you think like if it's true that he got life-changing injuries in a David vlog, the fact that they're even trying to keep it hush hush instead of keeping it out in the open and having a conversation about it, to me just shows how messed up David's like philosophy on all this is. Like you can't give this guy life-changing injuries and then just expect nobody to talk about it. It's just
it's happened before.
It's irresponsible. You have to let people know that the shit you're doing is potentially dangerous and that you're not going to put anyone in that position again.
Yeah, and he never puts that like disclaimer on the videos. It happened before though. Like Jonah like was on a motorbike across the pool and he didn't have a helmet, like hit his head on something. Like it's happened multiple times where people. Yeah, there's.
I think they're trying to recreate Jackass. Jackass was so dangerous, and none of those guys tried to protect themselves, which was a part of the thrill. I think David Dobrik literally tried to be the new Jackass, and the element of harm or danger adds to the thrill of watching. But that's, you know, I with peace and love, you gotta decide if you're signing up for that. But shit will happen. Shit happens when people are involved, guys. It's humans. I'm telling you right now, as much as we don't want to say it, humans are messy. The more and more I see couples who are at peace in their relationships and how much they mind their own business, bro, I'm buying into it. I'm fully buying into it for real. The more I see couples like slowly moving into their peace, or single people slowly moving into their peace and being like, fuck, like I will do my part, but fuck off. Like the more I see peace. Because groups of people make chaos. Like humans are animals. And when we get together, we're like, how can we fuck shit up today? And there's a thrill of that. There is like some part of it that's a thrill, but that's why we have to age out of recklessness. We need to age out of recklessness.
Yeah, and I was like, and I've always said it, and it's like everyone's like, wow, she predicted this. I'm like, no, it doesn't take like a rocket scientist to know like someone's gonna get hurt, like or die, and it's like really, it's sad, and I don't know. Anyways,
well, it's been quite a day because there's been a lot of David Dobrik news about like Dispo investors are all cutting ties. You know, all of his sponsors are, excuse me, not all, but a lot of them are leaving, and
he's just ignored things for so long, and like ignoring things is not the way to go. Like I just like I don't know. I think this is the only thing that like gets to him, but I don't know.
What do you think he's going to do? You think he's going to put out a video? I personally think David's just going to disappear. I think he's just going to gonna peace out for like a year.
Everyone's been very quiet, the whole squad, because there's other stuff about Zayn coming out about like groping girls in videos. So I feel like everyone's just quiet.
I saw clips like that.
Yeah, I think people are just trying to lay low so nobody else gets, because it's just stuff that they should have addressed. And I honestly think him losing sponsors could have been avoided if he just like addresses early on it rather than have it now everybody comes up.
I think before he could have survived, but after that article,
oh right, well that yeah.
I feel like there was no escaping the wrath of.
It's bad. I mean, that was bad. But there's other incidences like that you know, it's just bad. It's all sad. It's like sad. Like again, it gives me anxiety.
Okay, so let's see. Okay, dead to me, dead to me, dead to me, dead to me. I mean, all of them were dead to me. But see, these are the people still in David's life. Shame on you. Shame, shame, shame. Shame, 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 shame.
David Dobrik revealing his shocking body transformation.
I cannot believe you have like a full six-pack.
Shame.
I think everything that's great needs
He's so... Ugh.
like a little gimmick.
David's latest gimmick, ending a nearly 3-year YouTube hiatus to give an inside look into his
Gross. Thank you. Peace and love.
Me too. It makes me really anxious because everyone thinks everyone comes for me, and like even Jeff being like, "Oh, Trisha started all this. Like it's my fault and stuff." And so then I get anxiety, and I'm like, "Oh my god, like I don't want to ruin people's lives." I just, bringing light to like a situation that I've been through. And
Yeah, but like, it's not your fault they never talked about it.
Yeah.
But like, and then there was another thing Jeff said, which he immediately took back. Okay, but he goes, and this I think is just another peek behind the curtain at what the group think is back there. He goes, well, the girls did respond to an Instagram story asking to have a fivesome, and I was like, dude, you cannot seriously be saying that. And he's like, I take it back. I take it back.
Yeah.
I was like, you fucking better take that back.
They all have this really. I think that's the worst part about this group is that there's really zero remorse from them. Like nobody's ever like sorry, and
Well,
it's like
I think confronting the truth is way too terrible for them, and so they're circling it and trying to avoid actually confronting the fact that the culture that they lived for so long enabled all these victims.
yeah.
Right? And so it's difficult to come to terms to that. So they're really just rationalizing as much as they can, but eventually they're all going to fucking have to come to terms with it.
Yeah.
Like answering an ad to have a fivesome is not consent to being assaulted. Sorry,
Right.
Jeff.
That's crazy. I know.
Or even
It's not even consent to having sex in general.
having sex. You can remove consent to have sex anytime you want.
I know. I don't feel like they get that. Because it's happened multiple times.
I was wondering, what's David's sex habits like? Does he like, because he's always having all the other guys, like, is he sexual?
I think he's a asexual sociopath. I think Mr. Beast is and Logan Paul is. I think all of them don't have sex. I do. I think all of them they either have sex as a power trip or they don't have sex at all. Not that there's anything wrong with being asexual or being like really into sex, obviously. But I think they're not connected to sex. They don't make love. I don't think they're making love. And look, the woman who just married just got engaged to Mr. Beast, like, I'm looking at you, sis. Like, I know you're educated and shit. What is she, from South Africa? She's probably Elon's cousin. Who is engaged to Mr. Beast? Thea. Where is she from? Where is she from? South Africa. Yeah, she's probably Elon's cousin, bro. She probably a colonizing white woman too. Like, no offense. Peace and love. Peace and love. Like, she might be educated, but she had no problem being with Mr. Beast. So that, you know what I'm saying? Like, also, one thing about Mr. Beast, though, I will say, for a person with an autoimmune disorder, he really kicks ass. As a chronically ill girly myself, Mr. Beast, I don't know where he gets his energy from, but I would like some of it. Thank you.
No.
Huh.
I mean, he even said to me, he's like him. I don't know, but him and a girlfriend of his like only had sex like twice the whole time.
What?
Yeah, well, she said it. Liza was on Whitney Cummings and said she's like never had an orgasm.
Yeah, that was the best David Dobrik exposed ever.
Oh, Liza said she never came before? I don't know how y'all stay in relationships where you're not coming. Bro, I don't think with peace and love. Ain't no fucking way, boy. Not that you have to come every time you have sex, for sure. Not necessary, but also like I've never been in a relationship where I didn't prioritize teaching my partner where my clit was. With peace and love. Okay? Ain't no way I'm going to be in a relationship without an orgasm eventually. Like, okay? Or even like, you know what I'm saying? Like with peace and love.
Sure. Wait,
yeah, I actually have no idea his like sexual.
Because like, I just find it odd that
he's obsessed with sex and like.
But he doesn't have any sex life, perceivably.
He's like a.
This is the clip, by the way. I wanted to watch it. Of all the things to expose David Dobrik.
You had an orgasm? No, and I know you haven't. Listen to the podcast. But I have not. I have not at all. I think.
How long did they date?
Wonderful actress.
2 years.
Damn, no orgasms in 2 years.
Well,
that's crazy. That's self-inflicted. That's self-inflicted. I can't even believe David for that at that part. Like, how is that even David's fault at that point? I'm so sorry with peace and love. Like, girl, 2 years? That sounds like a prioritization issue.
They only had sex like twice, so allegedly, I don't get sued me for that.
What are they doing?
I don't know.
Chat says, wait, did you see how Mr. Beast talked about how he picked his significant other? It was like talking about a manager he was hiring. Okay, for the record, that's also how I pick partners. I actually like the way Jimmy picked his partner because that's how I pick partners. I don't know why Ethan thought it was weird. I don't know why people thought it was weird. How do you think I picked my partner? My partner literally said, every person I've ever dated says I feel like I'm being interrogated. Okay, cool. Do you qualify? Yes or no? What's in your bank account? Yes or no? Do you like this hobby? Yes or no? And yes, that's how I dated. And yes, no regrets. The one thing I liked about Jimmy is his desire to interview his partner. It's what's missing in romance. Y'all need to start interviewing people. It's a job. You are falling in love, but it's a job. Like people who have your children, it's a job. Being a parent is a job. I really do think the one thing Jimmy had going for him was the way he interviewed his partner. I'm just saying.
Was it a fake relationship?
I came towards the, I think so, because I don't know. I came like 5 months before their breakup video, and the whole time I was there, I saw Liza like twice. So I don't think I think either it was fake or I don't know.
Well,
they're young too. They were like 18, so 18-year-olds have like those relationships. I don't know.
18-year-olds fuck, as far as I know.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's not a time not to be fucking.
He's like what's the opposite of like an incel? Like a
Wait, Chet says some women don't even know how to get themselves off, so they can't teach their partner. Honestly, no sympathy. Genuinely, I've had to try so many times to help my friends who were girls or AFAB learn their bodies. I've bought them vibrators and sex toys. I'm like, here, learn yourself. And they won't. And you should go to therapy about that. No tears for self-inflicted wounds. At that point, honestly, it's the thing I have the least amount of respect for. Either you want to talk about introspection, introspect your clit, bitch.
A voluntary cell. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Okay, a cell.
Or that's called, what do they call that? The men going their own way? What is that? MGTOW. He's not a MGTOW.
No.
He's a
but-
MGTOW.
No, those guys are
possibly
weirdos.
A MGTOW?
celibate or just asexual.
I think maybe that
Interested in
because like,
sex.
well, he talked
Asexual.
about it on his podcast with Madison Beer, who's quite arguably the most attractive woman in the whole world. Like, I don't think there's anyone more beautiful than that girl. And she said how she wanted to date David and like hook up with him, and he said no. Riley Reid is someone else who's also said she tried to hook up with David, and he's like no. Like, so you got Madison Beer, you got Riley, you got all these people, and he like says absolutely not.
I wonder what kind of porn he watches. I wonder what he jerks off to. You know what I mean?
Maybe he
talks about
doesn't.
it if you listen to his podcast. I don't know. I can't remember. I can't recall off the top of my head, but
I'm very curious about his sexual desires.
yeah,
Just because,
he's
like,
so deviant.
it's just I don't understand him as a person.
I don't either. And I was with him for a year and a half. Like, I don't. He's so interesting. I don't know.
There was another clip that came up that I thought was interesting of you and Jason trying to get away in Hawaii, and he followed you guys, hacked Jason's like Snapchat, found the hotel room, and followed you guys. Like he would not leave you guys alone.
It was very weird. It was like a week after we started dating. Or no, we weren't even dating yet. It was like a week
Were
after.
you guys pissed about that?
Jason wasn't, because Jason would be so miserable around me, and then when David would show up in music videos, he would turn it on. So he was like more excited. Once David was there, he's like, "Yes, we're gonna get in the vlog." He kept saying that. He's like, "We're gonna get in these vlogs." I'm like, I don't like. I literally didn't care about that at all. Like, it was so weird. I was so odd. He's obsessed with David. They have such a weird relationship. I don't know what it is.
Well,
but-
Jason wouldn't probably have a career at all if it wasn't for David. So I get that, but
and maybe David looks at him like a daddy or something.
Daddy.
Yeah, because he was weirdly jealous of our relationship, like David. So I know he never like liked it.
Wait. Who? Wait, what?
David was weirdly jealous of like our relationship.
Really?
Oh, he'd always like try and like break us up, like with the cheating prank and like all that other stuff. Like,
Did you ever speculate that David might be gay?
I asked him so many times in vlogs, or even not in vlogs, even in real life, but he never told me. I wouldn't out him if he was, but he never told me.
No, I don't think you have any.
See how she said in real life? Because all content creators know when it's content, it's not real, even though it's real. It's real, but it's not real. Because when cameras are off, that's when real conversations happen. And they're sometimes not as interesting as you would think. But when it's content and you know there's a camera on you, it's only so real. As I'm sure everyone in this room would feel if there was a camera in their life. Like you put on a character or you exaggerate who you are for the camera, you know?
Side information. I was just wondering.
yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I think he had a really strong infatuation with Jason. And I still,
Fascinating.
yeah, he's very attached. But maybe it's like a dad thing, like a daddy thing.
Daddy. Oh, anyway,
No,
whatever.
no. It's like a crony thing. It's like my right hand man. David is Dr. Frankenstein to Jason's Igor.
So that's that.
Yeah.
I'm kind of losing any patience or respect in summary, or any like benefit of the doubt, for Jeff, because that video, which is just a bad faith video, proven bad faith, bad faith. Shouldn't be up.
Yeah, he said, I apologize for discrediting you. Well, the
It
whole
should
video,
be
he
revoked.
discredited me. And the whole podcast, he discredited me.
And your call to harass the reporter is still in your fucking video, bro. Like, stop.
I guess it wasn't, yeah. I think I guess it like wasn't triggering because it was so irrelevant. I feel like if it was, I don't know. Nothing was. I don't know why. Maybe because you were here. You're my protector in this situation.
Wow.
Seriously, I feel like only people start listening when you said something, which is fine, which is, when we talk about it on the show.
I saw people saying that too. I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
Misogyny.
Maybe was it the first time that someone like Seth and Big Nip were given like a relatively large platform to say it? So
maybe that was it because Big Nick reached out to you after we did our David and Jason episode.
Yeah.
And then Seth. So I think it snowballed.
Yeah.
And then this article.
Yeah. The article was
because we were just doing it as like an episode because you didn't know anything about it.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's crazy. It's crazy how it all came from. But
did you see all the Domino's memes? How it's like this is the best meme ever. People are. I think
this is Reddit again. I need to get on Reddit. I don't want
Reddit stuff. I don't want to No, I love Reddit. I've been on Reddit for like my whole adult life. I love Reddit.
Really?
But I don't want to describe it because it's so funny. Let me just show it to you. Okay, here it is.
Oh, I thought it was like a pizza, like a Domino's pizza. I was like, what does that mean?
The chain reaction, the Domino's effect.
Oh my god. Oh, I love these.
It started with Instagram versus reality down here, and it
By the way,
ended
that's
up
the night I went to Jason's house. Hi, I'm Meth. You published that video. It was May 8th, 20.
It was the night.
Yeah, it was on my birthday, May 8th.
Oh, fuck. That was a crazy night.
2019.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Wow. Did my video have anything to do with like you?
Yeah, because I was getting canceled by everybody. I was like, it was just a lot.
Wow,
So I'm not
sorry.
gonna lie.
That was a bad timing for that video. I didn't realize it was.
And it was
But by the way, in retrospect,
yes,
I definitely mischaracterized you as like, I've said it before, but like you did the whole episode yesterday without makeup.
Oh my god, that thumbnail is just like my zit side of my face. I was like, all right. I mean,
but everyone was saying they stand no makeup Trisha.
Not me. I needed this episode for my redemption to come back glam. I've been killing my looks every episode.
Well, listen, it's good. It's easy to look good next to me. I come disheveled for you. I didn't want to show you up. I wanted this pure redemption episode. I came with avocado stains, my hair. This is all you.
Well, it's hard to look good next to you though because your shoulders are so narrow and feminine, and mine are so broad and masculine. So I look so.
Come on.
I look so big next to you.
Well, how do you want me to sit like this?
Yeah, because you have such like little shoulders.
Thank you.
I have such linebacker shoulders. I hate it. I don't like the
linebacker shoulders.
I look like I'm 200 pounds heavier than you in all of these sit downs. It's fine. It's whatever. Okay, should we move on from David and?
I'm sorry. I have a petite kind of body.
Yeah, you do.
You have a fat guy. I was a petite man who got fat.
Yeah, you have a very Adam Sandler body. He's very much like that too.
Was he petite back in the day?
Yeah, he's skinny. Oh, and then he fluctuates a lot, but
yo.
But he has the booty and the thighs too. He's got the hips and.
I'm thick as a snicker. Anyway, did you look at the meme? Started with Instagram reality and ended with David Dobrik losing sponsors and fans stepping down from app that he co-founded. Get it?
It sucks. Like the whole thing.
Do you
sucks,
get the meme? Because you said you're like meme challenged.
I actually don't get this. I like started from the bottom. Now we're here. I don't get the dominoes.
You're like the mom that like.
I don't get.
I saw this comment. It's so funny. She says Trisha's like when you show your mom a meme and they ask who is that. Or like you show someone, they say, "Who do I know that person? Who's that?"
That is me. I do say that a lot.
Look,
yeah.
it's a chain reaction. The tiny little force here was this video.
It wasn't tiny.
Oh, it's set in motion. All these. I can't explain memes, Trisha. You get it or you don't.
I guess. I just don't really get started from the bottom. Now we're here. Like this is not a good place to be. We kind of.
It's not. That started from the bottom. Now we're here. It's a chain reaction. It's a domino effect.
Well, they should have chains, not dominoes.
No, it's a domino.
If it's a chain reaction.
This is an This is an experiment to show what little force can result in big changes. So this tiny little domino, he pushes down and it clicks that one. Not a lot of force.
Got it.
And it clicks that one a little bit more, but still very little. It clicks that one. You see?
Yeah, I wish I had a Domino's pizza.
Should we?
Did you eat this morning?
I just had some oatmeal, like nothing serious.
I just had a bagel of peanut butter and bananas and a quesadilla.
Right.
But it's an appetizer. Okay.
Wow.
We had a great dinner last night. Oh.
Okay, we're gonna throw it to break. Be right back. Honey, honey, honey. Honey. That's right. That's who's sponsoring us today. It's Honey. We all shop online, and we've all seen the promo code field that taunts us at checkout.
With Honey, you don't need that. It's just a one and done. Well, two and done. Just download it to your computer, and it will scour the internet for those deals for you. The discounts will just come to you naturally once you download it. Free to download, by the way.
It's free in just 2 clicks. Bada boom. You add it to your extension. It's gonna scour the whole mother loving internet because like let's face it, dude. How many times have you bought shit and you'd be like, damn, if I only had a coupon, it'd be slamming with epic discounts.
And how many times have you bought stuff and you're just like, dang, I wish I could have some free money after buying this? Well, you do.
Yeah,
it's
well,
free
that's
money.
what it is. It's free money. Hello.
I've used it at Sephora. I get that coin from Honey.
Honey sports over 30,000 stores online. You know what I mean? Imagine you're shopping at one of your favorite sites. You get to the checkout. Honey drops down a button, and all you have to do is click apply coupon. You wait a few seconds as Honey searches for codes and coupons that it can apply to that site. And if Honey finds a coupon, you're just going to watch that price.
See, here's the problem with Honey, though. Do you buy things just to use the coupon? See, here's how sales work in marketing. They put things on sale, so you buy things you didn't even intend to buy in the first place just because it's on sale. But guys, here's the trick. There are sales every 3 months on repeat. There are sales all the time because of all the holidays and all of the other things. Like, you don't have to rush to buy anything. It's going to be on sale next year. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if you ever feel like you really want to buy something and you're like, but it's on sale, it will be on sale next year. It will be on sale in 3 months. It will be on sale every holiday. Relax. You're never missing out. That's how they get you. FOMO. They make you think you're going to miss out. You know, that's just how, anyways. But I will say, if you intend to buy something, like my partner and I, we make lists of things we really want. Like, we have a list, I keep it on my phone, of like big electronic purchases we want when we can afford them, when they fit into the budget. And we have like all of these items. And the idea is like, 1, we have to hit like a threshold of budgeting for that item. But 2, we look for sales. So if we hit the threshold of budgeting and we have a sale, boom. Like, that's how our brain works. You know, so like, that's how we're doing it. So we have like these things on the list that I'm like, okay, this is a big item. When the right timing is, and it's all about that timing, then you're actually winning something. But if you get it because you're tempted or rushed or FOMO, like, you're probably not saving money. Because think about it. These businesses going to have sales all the time unless it makes them money? I don't think so.
Magically drop.
I bought a mattress, and honestly, like,
For real?
yeah, if you get at JCPenney and get a mattress, so those are like $5,000, and you can get that cash back.
Dude, there's some like stores like Macy's, JCPenney,
Yeah.
where honey is like 50%. You like, whoa.
That Dolce & Gabbana cure, like Smeg thing you guys got us, the tea kettle thing, that was like so bougie. You could get that on like Neiman, and then but you could have gotten free money. Did you use it on honey? Maybe you did. I don't know.
I don't know. You'll bought it. I don't know.
Okay,
much
well,
about
we'll
it.
ask her.
And for the record, because Jet says, I don't know anybody in my life who buys things just because it's on sale. I was that person. I'm talking about past Britney. Me. It was me. I was the person. I would go to fast fashion websites and go to the sale items and then shop from the least expensive to the most expensive and just buy like $100 worth of things and say, oh my gosh, but I'm going to get like 200 items. Or yeah, but I'm going to get like so many things I'm going to get so many things though. And that's how my brain worked in my 20s. That's how I spent so much money, because it was always just 50 cents here, $1 here, $2 here, $5 here. But then it would add up. Yeah, me. I'm the person.
Probably got like she probably saved like $1 trillion on it.
She probably went
Probably
to
didn't
Join
even pay for it.
Joinhoney.com.
She probably went to joinhoney.com/frenemies.
frenemies.
You know, Honey has saved its 17 million members over $2 billion.
Why are we watching the commercial? Because apparently you guys like it when we watch the commercials in case they talk about anything interesting or funny, which is true. Sometimes they do.
That's enough to pay for Kylie Jenner stylist brain surgery. Like what? Like, I don't know, millions of times over.
Right. But not enough for Jeff Bezos.
No, no.
We can't buy him out with that.
Jeff Bezos could save all of us money like 100 times
But
over.
maybe he's...
Just FYI, I'm doing a year free of Amazon purchases. If anyone wants to join me on the journey, I'll see you again next year. And I'll tell you this right now, not sweating it. Okay, if you guys want to join, you don't have to. But like, fuck Jeff Bezos.
So rich because he used honey.
Jeff
Maybe not.
Bezos.
We don't know.
He uses
He
honey.
didn't endorse it. No, he does not endorse it. We don't know.
Well, anyway, if you don't already have Honey, you could be missing out on free money and free savings. It's literally free to install and only takes a few seconds. And by getting it, you're going to be doing yourself a solid and supporting this podcast.
Thank you. We need all the support
Thank you. We love it. I never recommend something I don't use. They made me say that, which feels a little corny, but I do use it.
I've used it. Yeah, I totally use it. Because once it's in your computer, seriously, like once it's in your computer, you don't have to like keep downloading it. It's just on there. Like it's like
yeah, and also like the process of installing it is so easy. You literally just go joinhoney.com/frenemies, click it, and then you add extension. Boom. Easy. Sorry. I'm just getting hyped up over
my
honey.
microphone got excited too.
Anyway, get honey for free at joinhoney.com/frenemies. That's joinhoney.com/frenemies.
I'm harmonizing with you, but you changed.
Oh.
Just be
Frenemies.
the basic rhythm and I'll harmonize.
Okay. That's joinhoney.com/frenemies. Nice.
Frenemies.
Today's episode of Frenemies is sponsored by Adam.
Butt plugs.
No, they
Oh,
have
nipple clamps.
The
Nipple
faded
clamps.
I didn't bring them, but nipple play is all the rage these days.
Is it?
Yeah, it really is. They have so many. They have like weighted ones, like with balls on it. It's so amazingly squeezed.
Oh.
Mine are fake. My nips are fake, and honestly, I still feel it through these things.
Wait,
Like,
your nips are totally fake?
Yeah, because I got them downsized. They used to be
How would
big
they make
and
them out of?
They just cut them down. They just cut them down when I had my boob job. But anyways,
Wait, but so it's a real nipple.
right. It's just like a little.
It's just been a
version.
little bit. It's been a little bit snipped.
But it was desensitized for so long, and these nipple clamps have made me feel things. So go to adamandeve.com and use the code H3 for 50% off any single item plus free shipping if you're in the US and Canada. But also this H3 code gives you
Free movies, free spicy gifts,
For him, her, and together.
And for him,
Are we getting a double ad?
her, and the dog.
And they. If you're a they,
I'm
they also have
kidding. Not
choice.
the dog. That's disgusting. I'd just be like him, who, and who else?
A they. Like if they don't identify as a gender, they have those for you as well.
Oh, sorry about the
If
dog
you're
joke.
asexual, I don't know if
That
they can
was
help
disgusting.
you.
Well, good job,
anyways,
Ethan.
go to adamandeve.com and use the code H3. It supports the show. You can get nipple clamps for 50% off because some of those can be pretty high. They also have the thrusting inflatable heated toys that inflate
What's your
inside-
inflatable tube, man? Sex toys. What? Say what?
It inflates inside of you. It's really
Oh,
good.
you told me about that.
Yeah, the heat ones are
So do
great.
you push a button? Or how do you tell it to inflate?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a button.
Okay.
Actually,
It's always a
yeah.
button.
Can you inflate it too much, or is it like?
No, it fits perfectly
Right.
to fill your desired hole.
Because I would imagine some women's vaginas are probably more cavernous.
It just knows. It goes with what.
Oh,
the
it
flow.
stops automatically.
It just knows. It really does just know. You can't say that about
smart.
any human.
It's a smart.
Smarter than a human.
It's a smart
Wow.
vagina filling.
They know how
sex
Smarter than a human.
to fill you. So if you want to get nipple clamps, G-spots, there's all thematic stuff. There's thematic butt plugs for St. Patrick's Day. I got a little Luck of the Irish.
You got to
t-shirt.
you got to theme your butt plugs, folks.
Wow. definitely get it. They've been
See, a sale for St. Patty's Day.
50 years. AdamandEve.com has been around for 50 years. They're based here in the United States. The package is discreet when it comes to your house.
I always imagine, don't nipple clamps hurt, or is that the point?
No,
That's-
I'm actually in the market right now for some nipple clamps. You have to get like the ones with like the silicone at the end, like the rounded out ones. I'm actually, I'm telling you, I'm gonna find the ones I like, you know. Wait, just says Brittany, have you tried rotating the video when reacting? Yeah, it never works. The copyright system, guys, it's smarter than any of us. It's not. They don't care. It's the audio a lot of the time. And even then, trust me, there's nothing you can do. I've done absolutely everything when it comes to copyright. YouTube is just getting smart. Be forewarned, there might be a day when they don't let you do it at all. Right? Like with peace and love, like don't take for granted what we have on YouTube now. It will change. It can't stay the same way. And companies are probably going to get more strict about it. You know what I mean? But at least we have it for now, guys. At least we have it for now.
That's the point. You want a little
You
pain
want a
for that
little pain?
pleasure.
But it feels good, but it also hurts.
Don't you like when people bite down? Like,
No.
Just wait for the day when YouTube has its own subscription model for real. Like YouTube itself. Like just to watch YouTubers will be subscription.
I don't.
okay, well, not for you, but there's other things.
True. You know what you can do? Thank you, chat. Like, guys, 38 likes. We've been here for like an hour. Please like the stream. It really makes a difference.
For you, there's like anal beads.
Mm-hmm.
There's a clone of Willy. You can clone.
I'll blow my dick.
Yeah, you can do
that's the
that.
last thing I need.
Oh.
You can get the throat spray.
I like to
numb your
forget.
throat.
I'm trying to forget what my penis looks like, not make a mold of
You
it.
give that to a gift for Ely. Be like, look, I cloned this for you. Now you can have it by your
She's like,
best
great. She's like, great. Just
Sell it. You could auction it off for a good cause. More than awesome. Well, we'll keep going anyways. AdamandEve.com. Code 50% off if you use code H3 plus free shipping if you're in the US and Canada. Please support with the code H3 so you can keep supporting the show.
please get yourself a 50% off goodie. I mean,
I'll get you the nipple clamps to try out.
deals aren't. You want to get me the nips?
Yeah, I'll get you the nip clamp
Wow.
with our code for 50% off.
I'll try it.
Okay. Maybe the next segment or our next episode.
You can clump it on me.
Yeah. Do you have little ones or big ones?
Tiny.
Perfect. That's even better. Clean your
Ugh,
All
my
right.
nips are hurting just thinking about it.
I'm going to get one. You'll try.
All right, AdamandEve.com/H3. Is that right?
No, the code H3 at checkout gets
Oh,
you
code
50%
H3.
off.
AdamandEve.com's code H3. Come on, AdamandEve.com code H3. Support the show. Support your favorite frenemies.
Come
And
on.
that's about wraps that up, isn't it?
Whoa,
What's
Trisha.
That was my.
Is that your sex face?
Wait, you gotta.
And that's about wraps that up, isn't it? What's that?
That was my. That was.
Ethan, what is that? What is that? What's that?
Or your favorite frenemies, and that's about wraps that up, isn't it? What's that?
That was my. That was my.
Is that your sex face? What was that?
What it was. You
Oh.
cut it.
I'm not cutting it.
Okay.
Mrs. Don't cut anything, and all of a sudden, don't cut me going. All right, thank you guys.
H3 at AdamandEve.com.
I asked you what we had for dinner, but we ate together, which
Like,
just
what did you
proves
have for dinner?
so out of it.
We had orange chicken that you paid for.
Yeah, of
How much
course.
was that?
I don't know.
$100.
Yeah, something like that.
Bougie.
What? I mean, it was for a lot of people.
I love being here, but I always feel like so awkward being here
Why?
after hours. I don't know. I always feel so out of
You were
place.
powwowing with Moses' mom. That was nice.
Oh my God. I've been sticking my foot in my mouth so many times
No.
in so many situations. No. Well, last night, but also with Zach when I saw him last week during the cooking thing. And I was like, so nice to meet you in person. He's like, we've met like so
Oh,
many
yeah,
times before. And I was like,
whatever.
And then I was like, no, we haven't. And then he says, I'm seriously the most awkward person. And I literally,
I just asked you what you had for dinner, and we ate together yesterday. So
right. Well, you're awkward too. That's what I'm saying. But no, yesterday I was trying to impress Moses' mom with my Hebrew a little bit. And I was like, and then I was getting comfortable. So I was like, oh, Moses describes this word like benzonat as like, wow, it's fucking good.
oh, why'd you say that?
So
to his
I-
mom.
so I go-
Benzonat's like a really vulgar curse word.
But no, he's like, sometimes you could say like, oh, this food is benzonat. Like, it's so freaking good. But Moses says to me in the car, that means your mother is a whore.
Yeah. It means son of a whore.
You tell me it's like, wow, congrats. Like,
Oh my gosh. What? What?
Good job, Benzona. So that's what I was saying. And I was like,
That's bad. Tutoring.
What?
oh my God, I was so.
Moses fucked Trisha over, bro.
You said Benzona in front of him. How
front
did
of
your mom
Mom.
react? She probably just laughed.
Was she taken aback? You know her. Yikes.
Well, I think she knows that you don't know.
That was
Why
awkward.
you say what?
Okay, see, this is why it's fun marrying into like a more liberal family because they teach you the curse words. That's the difference between conservative and liberals. When you marry into like, well, depends on the conservative, but my parents would not be amused by you learning cuss words, but my in-laws kind of amused.
Why are you telling her to say Benzona?
You said that's like, oh, that's freaking good. This food
mean,
is so
son of a whore.
good.
Yeah, but she didn't say it that way. You said me.
So you came over yesterday and called your future mother-in-law a whore.
Nice.
Oh, it was so bad. When he said that in the car, because he said it right away. My sister was getting, he goes, you know Benzona. And I was like, oh my God. Because then I was thinking, oh, Moses is thinking about this. And if Moses is thinking about something, that means it was bad.
Wait,
I
you
was
guys didn't address it when it happened?
No, they all laughed. Ela was there too.
Okay, you guys laughed. Okay, good. I'm glad you guys at least addressed it.
I didn't know. I honestly was like, this is so good.
But it's good you're trying. I think when you're learning a language, you have the best attitude about learning language is that you have to not be shy and just speak it without filter. And that's what you do.
That was
genuinely.
Yeah, I was like never speaking Hebrew again. And then the Zach thing, and it was good though. But no, his mom is actually like,
You guys are hitting it off.
yeah, she's way more outgoing and social
great.
than
Oh, chat says in slang, Benzona is kind of like lit. Oh, I see. See, that's my problem. My vocabulary is truly way too much slang. Like, I love it, don't get me wrong, but it really is like too much for regular people and also just in general, like so unnecessary. But I also recognize that the bubbles I'm in, like we're all so slang focused. And I remember growing up and my parents were like, don't use too much slang. Otherwise, you'll just end up saying it all the time. I remember when my sister and I were memeing on totes and I was like, that's so funny, totes. And then now it's just part of my vocabulary. And I was like, fuck. Like, even though I meme on half of the shit I say, it's now just a part of my vernacular. And I'm like, well, there you go.
like Moses and Ela. Like, at first it can be like a little hard to, to warm up to you. Not that they're cold or anything, but you know what I mean? Like, well, I'll speak for Moses, not Ela. Like, Moses is like super awkward. When you first meet him, he's kind of like, in my opinion, I was just like, oh, he's kind of cold. He has his guard is up. Like,
Ela's the same.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting because their dad, well, I don't know. Your dad was pretty social. It was weird.
My future wife. My mom meets you. That.
Well, she has the same energy. She was nervous to meet you too. But you guys hit it off. You guys did really
she's
good.
really outgoing is what I'm saying. I feel like even with Moses, it was so hard to have conversations at first. You know
I think
what I
you're
mean?
integrating with the family really well.
Thanks. I'm having a great time and I love, and this is like the third time now.
You guys are doing great.
Yeah,
you guys
she's-
are doing great. Happy for you guys. Oh, you got a mic.
Well, Dan just handed me.
Oh, okay.
We've had lots of requests for Moses to be mic'd. So
Wow.
thank you, Dan.
Just never know when he's jumping in, but
Thank you,
Okay.
Dan.
Well, now speaking of that, that's a great segue to my portion of the show.
Wow.
Which
Go
is
ahead. This is all you know. I'm taking a back seat. Go ahead, Trisha.
Hag Pesach Samer. It is Passover this week.
Hag Sameach.
Hag Samer.
Wait.
Hag Pesach.
Hag Sameach
Hag
Pesach?
Pesach.
Pesach
Samer.
Sameach.
Okay. Pesach Sameach.
Yeah, that's
Happy
nice.
Passover.
It's Passover this week.
Yeah.
So in honor of Passover, I came out with a Passover song called "I Love You, Moses" to tell the
Wow.
story of Moses and Passover and why
Oh
we
my
celebrate
God.
Passover. I wrote this song with
Oh
all the
my
intent of telling
God.
the Passover story to people.
Oh my
And
God.
it's out today. It's called. How many views are we at?
You're at, let's
Oh my
see.
God. I'm so
We're
excited.
at 250.
That's amazing.
good?
For me. I
Okay,
usually get
good.
100,000 views on my videos.
Here,
so
let me
thank you.
like. And then let's
Oh.
watch it. Everyone go watch I Love Moses
We don't
after
have
the
to watch
show.
the whole thing. You can,
Well, let's see how entertained I am.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
It's a great, I mean, because it's pretty epic. You've got Moses playing Moses,
Right.
who is also your fiance. So you love Moses and you love Moses.
And this is a cover.
Guys, if I was Trisha Paytas, I'd be like, I love Croatia. Croatia is my home. I love Croatia. I love it. Because I'm not alone. Like, she would literally eat that shit up. She's just like, you know what I mean? I'd be. I love the way she literally makes everything into music. Honestly, I'm not even mad about it. Good for them.
Cover of a really classic song called "I Love You, Jesus." So it's to the tune of "I Love You, Jesus."
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so it's a sequel.
So you're
What? Fun fact, Trisha has deleted this video and vocally supported Palestine. Wait, really? Really?
So it's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
So you've jumped shipped. You no longer. Do you still love Jesus?
Yeah, Jesus
Oh.
brought me Moses. So I love them both
Do you love them both equally?
for sure.
You love Jesus just as much as Moses, the prophet.
I guess the question is how pro-Israel is this video? I mean, politically, obviously. You know.
No, I don't know him. I just love Moses Hockman.
Okay, you love Moses as much as Jesus.
Yeah, this was just more me being
Wow.
creative and trying to appeal more to my fellow Jews.
Oh,
But you have no affinity for Moses, the biblical prophet.
I think I do.
You love him as well, but less than Jesus.
For sure.
Okay.
I mean, he wasn't the son of God. He's just a voice of God.
Right. Fair enough.
Yeah.
How much you spend on this? Pretty big.
80,000.
I'm surprised you could put all this on for ADG.
Remember when I was alone, just a queen?
Is this meant? What is this outfit?
Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat.
Yeah, I
Because it
got
looks
it.
like
I got it
looks
right
like
away.
a like Native American when they do peyote and do the bead art.
No, it's Old Testament. Where that's
Is that Old Testament?
Joseph? Yeah.
But they were all like tripped out and like
Yeah, the
psychedelic.
Dreamcoat. He was given to it, and his
I
brothers
get
were
it.
jealous, so they stoned him and sold him to Egypt.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. Facts.
Deep lore, deep biblical lore.
You should know.
I'd be
this.
I'd stone your ass for that outfit. Give me that shit.
Also, I looked it up. Trisha's pronouns are still she, her, they, them. So not he, him. Which is interesting. As a gay man, I wonder if they still identify as a gay man. Because I looked it up to make sure. According to their Instagram, there's she, her, they, them. Oh, but not a he, him. Oh.
Where is it? That's
was
fly
pretty
as hell.
Donny Osmond played Joseph in the movie. That's why I love the movie
That's
so much.
fly.
Thank you.
Without a throne, how could I have known?
I love that. How could I have known?
Okay.
Remember when I was alone, just a queen without a throne, how could I have known?
How could I have known? Epic.
Do you want to do a song together?
Yeah, I told you I'm down.
Would you? Did you tell me that? I feel like you didn't.
I think you have
Wait, they didn't stone Joseph. They sold him to the Egyptians. Yeah, obviously. Wait, I missed it because I was looking up Instagram. Did Trisha say they stoned him?
asked casually before, but I am down. Yeah,
I feel like it'd be really cool.
it'd be something.
I love music videos. Would you record too? Would you record?
I'm all in.
Okay, really?
Whatever you
Let's
want,
go.
I'll do it.
Record
I get
it.
so nervous to ask people because I feel like
I'm down.
I cringe at myself sometimes, but I feel like
But like, I mean, I'm not expecting to take myself too seriously.
no, it's not gonna be.
You know what I mean?
But I don't want to like embarrass you. You know, because
I'm
my
in.
videos. Okay,
I'm in.
okay.
I'll do whatever
Okay,
you
I
want me
have
to
an
do.
idea, so I'll pitch it to you in a minute later.
Wait, pitch it now.
No.
Come on, I want to hear
Yeah,
it.
no, because I have to get you the demo, and I got to get you like
Demo. Just tell me the idea. It's not that serious.
No.
Okay.
It has to do with our black and pink though, and kind of like it's kind of like being Blue Man Group, but
Blue Man Group? Are you serious?
But, like,
Okay, I'm in. Oh God, it is embarrassing. You're right. I'm gonna be in like all black, taking balls out of my mouth and shit.
no, but like splatter paint and stuff, you know,
Oh.
like that kind of stuff. Okay, we'll talk about it.
I'm
later.
in. Whatever you want, I'm in. Oh man.
Did they ever do this?
Also, it'd be funny in like the Blue Man outfit because I'm fat. Because you know they're in like tight bodysuits.
Well, no, because you're pretty fit now. You're pretty
No.
like with the black. Because you know what? I look at video of you from like when we started, and I think you're way skinnier now. To be honest,
Maybe. I'm not gonna
for
argue.
sure. Yeah, it's when you don't weigh yourself and when you.
Wait, I think Trisha was trolling people with the pronouns with he, him. Well, for the record, he, him works perfectly well with me, for the record. I am a man after all.
You don't care is when you like just naturally like look better. We're not gonna get very far.
My mind was gonna be blown, and it was blown.
It was blown.
Oh, God, press play. I want to hear
You
it,
want
bro.
that too?
I
We
do.
can do that on our song. We can do little effects like
Yeah.
that.
He parted the seas,
man.
escaped from the seas, set all the slaves free. I fell in love before, but before he opened that door.
So wait, can I ask you?
Yeah.
So are you playing a biblical character or
No, I'm the narrator.
you're just
I'm
a
a
narrator who's
narrator,
in love
nice.
with Moses the prophet?
It's a double entendre.
Right.
Okay,
right.
nice.
Because then I say in this next part.
Did Moses fuck? Did Moses the prophet fuck?
Yeah, yeah.
What do you mean? Of
Oh,
course.
he did? Oh, of course. So that was
course,
so,
bro.
Nice.
Her name was Zipporah. My dad always calls me that because my dad's very like into religion. Like he's Catholic, but he knows like about Old Testament and stuff, and he'll always call me like, Zipporah.
Yes, Trisha,
like,
because Catholics know about the Old Testament. Hello, I was kind of a part of it.
that's the wife of Moses. We both didn't know that. We're like,
How weird.
Why? Yeah, he'd always text me like, "Oh, we shall call you Zipporah now." And I was like, "Who's that?"
Weird. He foresaw the future. Your dad is a prophet.
Guy, a prophetical guy. Bush was burning
You
bright.
think Moses was a good lover, the prophet?
Bro, play it. He's pissing off Trisha and me. Play the video.
He had moves. He had like fucking like biblical moves, with spreading the sea and turning the snake. The chain
No,
into the
my
snake.
theory on that Moses is he probably was high on like ecstasy or acid when he saw the bush burning, and you can't
How
get
sacrilegious.
hard on those kind of drugs. Like your penis literally goes back inside when you're on like hallucinogens.
So not a good lover. You think he was tripping balls all the time?
He parted the
Interesting.
seas
I mean, hello.
and burning bush. Like,
Hmm.
what was he on? You know,
Right.
he left being a pharaoh to what? To like,
Be
why?
like a broke ass eating like like matzah in the desert. Like, sorry,
Nobody would do
lame.
that.
W. I mean L.
Oh gosh.
Good point.
Thanks.
Non-Israeli in sight. Smear the blood, pass over us. Moses, the voice.
So what did you mean when you said smear the blood?
So I said the bush was burning bright, not an Israeli in sight. Smear the blood, pass over us. So I'm explaining the Passover. You got smear the blood,
Okay,
pass over us.
because
Moses, the voice of God.
Okay.
That was
I
the
was
sign.
I was just asking because last time we had our Jewish trivia, you got that question wrong.
The smearing the blood?
Because wasn't that a plague?
Oh, because I thought he said command. I thought he was talking about the
Yeah.
commandments.
Okay. Good.
I didn't know. I
I'm
know
just
the
I'm just vibe
plagues.
checking you.
I know that. I wrote a
Okay.
whole song about Moses in the Passover.
All right. You guys gonna fuck around some sheep?
Not fuck.
What's with the sheep?
That's just part of the set.
It's a vibe, dude. It's a bop. I like it. You think I saw you say a comment when you guys were watching upstairs that you can see it being popular in Israel?
That was Moses. I said that.
Mother, do you see this being a holiday bop?
Totally. A dance
Hell yeah.
version of Waiting the
I
Clock.
swear is by it. He swears that all my songs are bops, and I know they're not. Like, I know my songs are not good. So he's like, this is a bop. This is gonna, and he swears they're gonna be a hit. He's like, no, this will be big.
Well, everyone in Israel start streaming this. Let's get it.
I do love how partners are so supportive differently. Like when Moses like, this is gonna be a bop in Israel, and when I show my partner something I've done, they're like, wow, you really are autistic. This is so autistic coded. And honestly, same. It's true though. And I'm like, I think so. I make things and I legit am like, this is the greatest thing I've ever made. Usually on OF, right? Because my creative side is on OF. And I'm like, I feel very creative. And I'm like, this is cool. And then my partner's like, this is so autistic coded. I was like, you know what though? It's good though, right? It's good though. And he's like, it's very you. It's very you. And it's true. Sometimes I put things out and I'm so happy with them, but I have a feeling I'm the only one who's as happy with them as I am. Like I'm the happiest about them. And I think Trisha's the same way. I think Trisha puts out music videos and they are just genuinely so happy with them. It doesn't matter if other people like it, but then other people like it. People like my OF stuff. And I think that that's like the fun part is finding an audience that likes it, even though the majority might not. There's a vibe. Trisha's videos, like music videos, there's something about them that's a vibe. You know, they're just like fun, even though like Trisha's not a serious like a musician or a musical artist or something. You know what I mean? But they're still fun. You got to just, I think that's the theater kid in all of us.
It trending in Israel for the holidays.
For Passover.
Hell yeah.
Just in time for Passover.
I'm loving it.
Whoa, this is so bold. Trisha's so confident. See, I'm not this confident with language. Mostly, I can't remember words. Like, I can't remember things. Like, the fact that Trisha can recall words during the podcast is crazy to me because I forget them the moment I hear them. They basically go away. I have to hear something like even in school, when I was a student in school, to remember things, I would have to write it down like 1,000 times on a piece of paper and remember what the piece of paper looked like. And then I would have to associate it with a fact that I learned in order to remember the story. And then I'd have I think whatever's going on with Trisha's brain, I'm so impressed that they can remember words in Hebrew. Cause I'm like, huh? I can't even remember like the sound. And I have to hear it a lot. Like Dobrodan took me forever and I still say it kind of wrong. You know what I mean?
You should put subtitles. Like,
Oh, we ran out of time. We just shot this last Wednesday.
oh, you can add it. Can you add it in the?
Oh, in the thing?
Yeah.
Probably not you. You probably can't add it.
No, you can.
Yeah. Well, learn Hebrew. You don't need subtitles. Just figure it out.
Right. Are you saying shit like the Holocaust numbers were greatly exaggerated because nobody?
Oh my
can
God,
understand?
stop.
No, I'm literally not. I'm once again, talking about Exodus, and that was only the beginning. Work hard. In the words of Moses on Passover.
Is it El Habitat? Oh, Hevet. Let's go. Who are these guys
Is this like the last Passover? Is this the Passover or something?
you got out there?
So those are characters from my favorite Israeli movie, Zohan and Phantom.
Why is he wearing a Mariah Carey shirt?
Because Adam Sandler wears it in Don't Mess with the Zohan. He's a Mariah Carey fan.
Wow.
He was supposed to have a goatee, and he doesn't look as much like Adam Sandler as I thought, but that guy looked like freaking John Turturro, the guy who plays Phantom in Israel.
So are these just extras you got on Craigslist?
Ally casting.
Look at this lady. Look at this whole thing. Was this guy really Orthodox or was he just playing one for TV?
He was Israeli. He was speaking Hebrew. With
Yeah, but
Moses.
is he Orthodox?
He's an actor.
He's an actor.
Wait, but he's probably Orthodox. He's from Israel.
Girl, he's from Israel.
Oh my God.
My wife is from Israel.
And that lady was Latina. Barbara Streisand.
Wow.
Bunch of non-Jews.
Yeah.
Sacrilege.
It was Greek, Persian, Latina, Israeli. So there was one on the end with Moses. So
I love it though.
it's okay. We all celebrate together.
Awesome.
Egyptian or
It's not really
oppressed.
good.
We must always do our best. No one below,
Like
no
Moses.
one above. Moses,
Appropriate
give me
Passover
your
outfit.
love.
Thank you.
Let's get it.
Burning bush.
I love
Oh, is that what that was?
Yeah.
Oh,
Moses.
Star of David on my neck.
cool. You do it. I love this version of the Old
Yo.
Testament where there's someone dancing around the burning bush and a like halter top. What do you call that? Tube top?
Bustier.
I love you, Moses. God's like, oh fuck, this chapter's banging.
He probably loves it, actually.
This chapter's off the rails.
He looks like Moses.
They're like, yo, why isn't this in the Old Testament? Yeah, Moses crushes that. It's Jesus or Moses.
Yeah,
People
this is his first time playing Moses.
It's so funny that like Moses is the perfect Moses too
I know.
in your little story.
He's getting older, so he can play Moses now.
I love the goats. There was a shot of the goat real fast.
Damn.
Wait, let me go back. They cut in the goat real fast. They're like, oh, the family, the love, the romance, the goat.
Yeah, that was it.
It's a banger, dude. Straight
Wow.
the fuck
Wow.
up.
Woo! Wow.
Get this
Banger,
charting
bro.
in Israel, people. We need this charting for sure.
Moses thinks I could go on any show in Israel as a celebrity because I love like this Big Brother over there. I'm like, do you think they'd let me on? He's like, oh, for sure. You'd be a
Think so?
celebrity over
Maybe.
there.
Yeah, they
Because
love
the
her.
celebrities are not that big there, right?
Honestly, this is Trisha's talent. This is Trisha's talent. Remember how we had that whole conversation about like what is Trisha's talent? This, whatever that was, that's some creative talent. Do you know what I'm saying? That's some creative, like, they have a vision, you know? Yeah, it's high effort. It's like so high effort. I think high effort is a form of talent. Like somebody knows how to decorate their home. The high effort is a form of talent. And honestly, we could use more of it. You know what I mean? Bro.
Well, as an American celebrity, she's big over there.
Exactly.
Shout out to
Yeah, Discord said production. Trisha puts on a production, let me tell you.
Iliad, my favorite Israeli
You think I
celebrity.
could get on Big Brother there?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh,
He thinks
maybe
you
we
are
should,
too.
maybe we should invade the Israeli invasion.
For our wedding.
God, I haven't been to Israel in so long.
I can't wait to go. Should we do a frenemies over there?
Yeah, you
Live
floated that
Israel.
idea. I kind of like it.
I like it too.
We'll probably go there. Well, yeah, we'll probably go there when you get married there.
Yeah. We could do a frenemies then.
Fun.
Speaking of ideas for future shows, I'm gonna pitch you another idea. Keep YouTube. Oh, what is that? Oh, that's that guy.
Meme.
Okay, I have another idea for one of our frenemies. And then I have more topics to talk about, but like let me pitch this idea while we're talking about ideas. Do you remember the show Legends of the Hidden Temple?
Yes.
Wait, you do?
Yeah, of course.
Nobody
Big
else
aggro
remembers
crack.
Show
this.
rock. No, not the aggro crack. Come on.
Was it Aggro Crack?
The aggro crack was Guts.
Oh, yeah.
Legend of the Hidden Temple was the one where it was in like an Aztec temple.
No, I remember that too.
With
What
the
was
monkey?
the final? Didn't they have a final fucking pyramid? As
No,
well?
you're confusing it with Guts.
How did
Yeah.
the
aggro crag was Guts.
Okay, I get it, but what was the damn?
It was just the hidden temple.
I remember the
Yeah,
hidden
it
temple.
was a temple, and
Yeah.
people would come out and grab them.
Yeah, I
And end up
remember.
with the monkey together at the end. But there was like, okay, can we recreate that? Can we
Wait.
do our own Legends of the Hidden Temple?
Where the you want to make a show, or you just want us to have a Legends of the Hidden Temple?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe
competition?
first I want to like
yeah,
try it
yeah,
out
yeah.
and do it. Like I want to be a team with you. You remember they had like the Barracudas and they wore like silver shirts together.
So you want us to compete?
Yeah, I don't know how that works, but maybe.
So we have to make the show.
I want to make the set and everything.
Yeah, I think Trisha's whole thing is just recreating nostalgic things from their childhood that they can do now because they have money. She's just like every kid's dream. Every kid wants to get rich just to like recreate memories or to be a kid as an adult. That's Trisha. So in some sense, I can see like how there's like not, it's not like, it's not the talent that comes from, it's not a specific kind of traditional talent, but it still is like very Willy Wonka without the origination of the chocolate factory. You know what I mean? I think this was a lot of people's dreams. I think even this was my dream, I would say in my 20s, was to make enough money just to have a bunch of fun with my friends. And then you kind of realize like dreams change. Obviously, it wasn't my lifelong dream. It was temporary. But for Trisha, it might be like a lifelong dream to recreate things that feel nostalgic. It makes me sad. Who's friends with Trish? Like Trisha? Yeah. I mean, she obviously must have friends, I guess. But then, friends go and do other things and friends move apart and stuff happens. But I think Trisha's pretty happy with Moses. Maybe Moses is her best friend, which makes sense. And then she can just do them with him. She said in a recent pod episode with Joey Graceffa that she once spent $200,000 on a music video. I believe it. Yeah, see, this is not my dream. I love that for Trisha, but like that, I've never thought to myself, like, you know what I want? $100,000 to make a music video. I thought I would love $100,000 to buy all my friends' cars where we can race on our 20-acre lot. I definitely have had those thoughts, like buying 100 acres and just buying everybody used cars and then driving cars and racing each other. I've definitely thought about those dreams. Those were dreams. Buying everyone dirt bikes and racing. That's a Britney dream. But, you know, good for Trisha.
Thing.
So you want to make a game show?
Yeah.
But just for us to compete on it.
I don't know. I didn't really think it through. I just really want to do it. I had so many ideas, and that was one of the ones I wanted to do.
I do think that there's potential for us to create a show together.
I guess we could bring it back. I guess it's for kids, but I want to play it too.
Well, there's some adult ones too, like the American. It's kind of like American Gladiator, type of show.
I feel like if Discovery gave David Dobrik a dodgeball show, they'd give us a Legend of the
Did
Hidden
they?
Temple. Yeah, you didn't know that.
Dodgeball?
He hosted like a dodgeball show
Why
on
does
Discovery.
David care about dodgeball? That's just so stupid. Like, bro, you don't care about dodgeball. Stop.
I don't know, just inflicting pain on people without their consent, I guess.
True.
Part of the dodgeball game. Dodgeball.
Hey, Bryson. Paying all that money just to lose? Wow. Okay, watch out, buddy. We've been playing Smash with platforms recently. So, okay, you better watch out. That's all I'm saying, okay? Smash with platforms, crazy. My brothers and I have never played Smash with platforms. Because we, you kind of cheat more. It's harder but easier. So you better watch it. Okay?
It's so messed up.
Dodgeball's I was scared of dodgeball as a kid.
Same.
I was like, this game is barbarous. I do not consent, and they force you to play through.
Yeah.
And like, I'm like a relatively small skin. I'm not athletic. Like, I've got small hands, as you would love to point out. So I can't like palm a ball.
Is that a trigger for you?
No, I don't care.
Did you think about it before I said it though? You thought about it before I said it. You said something insulting to me, so I said something insulting to you.
It's fine. But the problem is, like, I played water polo in high school, and I feel like I was pretty athletic, but I could never be good because my hands were so small I couldn't grip the ball. So it was a big problem. Like, I had to like hold it like this, and it's never as good. So I feel like I was handicapped in that regard. And so dodgeball, I had kind of the same problem. And so I just, and there's like these big try-hard kids that really just want to fuck you up.
Yeah, they were so aggressive. Like boys would hit me. I'm like, okay, that's like, what the hell? I can't even compete. I was like just a roly-poly. See, we were different in high school or in middle school. I was like chunky. You were skinny. You would have
probably
laughed at me.
absorbed a lot of impact, though.
What?
You could probably absorb a lot of impact.
Of the ball?
Yeah,
I don't think that's how it works.
No.
That's just a really big target.
I don't know.
You probably would have made fun of me. I would have made fun of you for sure in middle school.
I wouldn't make fun of you. You would make fun of me?
Yeah.
I believe that.
I wish I had the ability to in middle school to make fun of you.
You want to go back in time and bully me?
I never got to bully anybody. I guess that's a good thing, right? I don't know.
Probably is a good thing.
I couldn't do it. I feel so bad, but
Yeah, but I agree. Dodgeball should be outlawed.
okay, so no.
It's violent. You should not force people, especially to like. It's fun for some people, but some people are terrified to get in the ring, the Viper's Pit, and you shouldn't force them to get in there.
I want to do Legends of the Hidden Temple.
Okay. Discovery, if you're watching.
Discovery. Okay, next topic. I feel like it's kind of like not a hot topic anymore, but I just think I was having a debate with my glam squad today. The people who do my hair and makeup, they're my friends too, Ari and Angel, and I like love them so much. And anyways, we were talking about this guy in the glam world. His name's Makeup by Samuel, and he was in a really bad, I guess it was a go-kart accident in Miami like a week and a half ago. He was with Nikita Dragon, La Demi. He got ejected from the go-kart.
Oh.
Go-kart?
Yeah, they were in a go-kart. Yeah, that was the details of the
How
story.
could you have such a tragic go-kart accident? What happened?
Yeah,
Like,
they could go.
They didn't have a seatbelt on?
He was like, allegedly, what I heard is he was like twerking out of it.
Okay.
So, but it's really sad because he's pretty much gonna be brain damaged for the rest of his life.
From a go-kart injury?
Well, he got ejected from the car. His head like crashed into the pavement. Again, this is all alleged. I don't know, but like from what I heard, his boyfriend didn't want him to go to the hospital, so he said he'll be fine. Just sleep it off.
What did they say his name was?
They didn't. I know they didn't take him to the hospital till the following day, to which he had severe blood like hemorrhaging.
Probably would have been fine if they took him immediately.
Oh my God.
Well, so then he needed this brain surgery, and it
Holy
was
crap.
$60,000. And so Kylie Jenner, who I guess uses him, she uses him as her makeup artist from time to time. It's not her main makeup artist, but she uses him. He's also the best friend of her makeup artist. But anyways, her friends use him. Whatever, she knows him. Knows him enough to repost the GoFundMe because he did a GoFundMe for $60,000, and she reposted on her page. You go to the GoFundMe, and Kylie Jenner donated $5,000. So like the debate was like, should she have paid for the whole thing,
Yes.
or that's what I said, and everyone's like,
It's so embarrassing that she, instead of just paying as a billionaire, I feel like if one of these guys got brain, I'm far from I'm not. I'm much closer to being broke than being a billionaire.
Right. Yeah, same.
If one of these guys got brain damage or something, I would definitely pay for their surgery.
That's what I said too. I wouldn't even. I'm like lower than you. I'm like barely. I had to like scrape off her Birkins, but I would totally do it too. Like,
Let's not pretend like we're broke.
I do go broke
Your
sometimes.
hands for Birkins. Tough.
Yeah,
but no, it's pathetic.
Trisha is rich people who go broke a perfect example. Like, we talk a lot about budgeting. The Discord and I are always talking about budgeting. And Trisha is that person who's like, I'm broke, but I live in a $4 million house, which is real. Rich people go broke. Guys, everyone has $0 in their bank account at the end of the month. The question is, where's that zero line for you? Some people have savings. Some people have emergency funds. It's still a zero. Like, even rich people got to have, some people keep 20K in their account just as a buffer, 5K in their account, 2K, 30K. But most people invest money. They don't just have like a pile of money sitting around. Usually it's doing something, it's in a CD or you have it like TikTok. So it's just like, Trisha is exactly that example of a rich person who's always like, I'm broke. And I'm like, the idea that I'm scraping by to buy a Birkin is the craziest thing I've ever heard out loud. Like, that's crazy.
Pathetic that she thought asking her people on Twitter, or she's like, well, people usually have to pay me $100,000 for an Instagram post, so I'm doing it for free. It's like, shut the fuck up. You're a billionaire. Shame on you.
Right. I feel
Disgust.
Yeah. I think in that case, like you
Disgust.
also. Okay. I thought so too. But then people were saying like, oh, even my sister's like, well, if you're rich, you shouldn't just have to pay for people.
Yeah, but it's like, well, like.
But you're asking other people. That's what I said.
Optics.
She didn't have posted.
Optics. Just use your fucking head. You're a billionaire. Just stop.
Or just don't post it. Like if you're gonna be that like cheap, don't post it. Like
I guess I see the point. Is she's like, I'm willing to give $5,000. So it's like, should she post it to get more money in there, or should she not? But at that point, she really got to ask herself, I should just donate the whole amount.
Yeah, because I was thinking in like terms like $60,000 to her is probably like $6,000 to us. You know what I mean? Which is really.
Way less. Yeah.
So like $600.
$1 billion is $1,000 million. 60,000.
So we're like,
it's probably like 50 cents or something.
Wow. Yeah, but okay, and Kylie Jenner's not an actual billionaire. No billion. Like she's not even a billionaire, right? They inflated her income, but she also wouldn't be a liquid billionaire at the time either. It'd be in assets and in the company. But it's not to say she wouldn't have the money. I'm just saying everyone knows the Kardashians are infamously like broke. I'm pretty sure they outspend their lifestyle by every rumor that's ever been in Hollywood. Like, I'm gonna assume the Kardashians will eventually file for bankruptcy, right? Because like, I don't know, but I get what he's saying. The optics look bad for sure. Like, she definitely probably has the money, but also, it just feels weird to have to do a fundraiser in most ways. But also, like, yeah, the entitlement's not good on anybody, I think. There's a stunt double who got Harry Potter's stunt double, Daniel Radcliffe's stunt double in Harry Potter is paralyzed. And he got paralyzed during the shooting of Harry Potter. And like, to this day, I guess Daniel Radcliffe and him are friends and they visit each other pretty frequently. And the guy seems pretty like okay. Like, obviously it's pretty horrible what happened. I mean, obviously, as a stunt double, you could, right? Like, it's a part of the process where if you do anything physical, you run the risk of becoming paralyzed. But he seems to have like an okay life. You know what I mean? It happens. But I think the fact that Daniel's still friends, and I think Daniel, if I'm not mistaken, I could be misremembering, but I think Daniel Radcliffe paid for his medical care for a long time. I don't know if he still does or not, but I could be wrong, but I think that's what I remember learning. So, different kinds of people do different kinds of things. I don't think much of Kylie Jenner, so I'm not going to assume she'd be that kind of a person, but I do think better of Daniel Radcliffe for being that kind of a person.
Wow.
You could crunch the numbers on that, but it's nothing.
Okay, so in that case, that's what I said too, because I would donate 60,000 and I don't have it. Yeah.
She's filthy rich, as they say.
That was the big thing. It was crazy. I mean, now everyone's doing GoFundMe. So another makeup artist got his kit stolen, so he has a GoFundMe for that.
I mean, it's more of a statement. Oh, his kit stolen?
Yeah, someone stole his makeup kit out of his car.
How much is that worth?
And he just did J-Lo's makeup for the inauguration, so we're kind of like, it was worth $15,000, he said.
Whoa.
And people donated and raised the money, but then he went out and was drinking and partying the next night. So I was like, I don't know if we should give him money to people who
GoFundMe are just weird.
Well, if you flex too, like if he flexes his Louis Vuitton, not this guy with the head injury, the guy that got, he always is flexing his bug. It's like at that point, you can't really ask for money. Like me just setting a GoFundMe for my Birkin.
Yeah. I don't know. I think America has a disgusting, horrifying problem where people have to make GoFundMes instead of, it's like, going a little bit deeper though, the problem is not Kylie Jenner necessarily. It's that our government, our society.
Whoa, Ethan, too progressive, too communist, sir. I will not handle this socialist rhetoric on my stream, sir.
Society values the existence of billionaires and people like, well, Jeff Bezos, for example.
So, excuse me? Sounds like someone's been watching Hassan Piker. Gross. High sarcasm.
Example, you know, and Elon Musk are worth like almost 200 billion. Okay?
Yeah.
Like Kylie Jenner is like a broke ass fucking peasant piece of shit. Who's not even worth to be in the presence of people so rich.
Damn.
The fact that we are, you know, we look up to and respect and cherish these people and don't have the means for ordinary people to pay their medical bills is just one of the greatest crimes against humanity.
Because they don't have insurance, they can't pay them. Is that why?
Sometimes you have insurance and you can't afford it too. But you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
But I don't know if they had insurance or not.
What I heard, they didn't. That's why they didn't want to go to the hospital. Yeah.
But sometimes even with insurance, you can get stuck with a super expensive bill because you have like a high deductible where you have to pay like $10,000 or something. But like, yeah, they're in the richest country on earth. When you have people like Jeff Bezos worth $200 billion almost, people should not be going bankrupt paying for life-saving surgery. It's disgusting.
What's the solution? Like they pay, like Jeff Bezos pays?
Well, the solution is complicated, but in most Western developed countries, like in Europe and Canada and England, they have social medicine, which means that the taxes are usually higher and the cost of treatment is a lot lower because the government negotiates on things like pharmaceuticals. Pharmaceutical companies are some of the most profitable businesses in America. They sell the same medicine to us at about 10 times the price they sell it in Mexico and Canada because there's no regulations on how much they can charge. So that's a combination with these motherfucking, I mean, we talk about David Dobrik shit. These people are evil. They're literally lining their pockets with life-saving medicine. And our government's so corrupt for not regulating it.
Yo, based, Ethan.
I'm going on a soapbox here a little bit.
True.
That's one part. The other part is that
They do pay for your medication if you're HIV positive. There's programs that'll pay for like your
that's
whole.
probably a third.
And Trump's administration has already started taking off medical information from public government websites, including HIV resources. 2 steps back, 3 steps forward, 3 steps forward, 2 steps back. We're in a cycle. We're in the 2 steps back.
That's probably not from the government. Yeah. I mean, there's lots of great organizations like that of really good, caring people who are trying to fill the gaps that are fucking pathetic excuse for healthcare.
See, that's what I'm talking about. We need to offer solutions and not just reactions to a broken system. These are reactions to a broken system. We're trying to fill the holes of a broken system. We need to give better actual solutions. Now, of course, we do have to acknowledge that realistically, there's just like a whole generation of people that really think they're right, but they're too old to know they're wrong. And so eventually, with peace and love, they will die, as they should, because they're 99 years old. And we'll have a new opportunity to have a little bit of a world represented by millennials and Gen Zers and Gen Alphas. And we have to be aware of that. So we have to do our due diligence to kind of grow up and participate in the world and add to the world. I mean, people are going to do it. Right? It's not like all Gen Zers and Gen Alpha will become YouTubers and so nobody will run for office. Like they're already running for office. So like people will participate. But, you know, a big part of what we should do is be a little bit more active in ways that you don't even know our activism. I promise you. You know, I promise you that there are ways for you right now without leaving your home to participate in boycotting or speaking up or not spending your dollars so casually with very bad people. That helps contribute, even if it doesn't feel like a big deal. I think it makes a difference.
Systems here can't do.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, she should have paid for it, but also that guy shouldn't have to be making a GoFundMe to pay to save his own life. I mean, fucking pathetic.
He shouldn't have to, but he had to. So
Yeah, he had to. I agree. I agree.
I think so too. Speaking of awful people, James Charles. Did you see he collabed with Charlie D'Amelio again? I'm like, why are you collabing with minors, bro? Like, let's stay away from the minors.
You know, James Charles is more deserving.
Chad says, do you think boycotting does make a difference? It literally does by the numbers. I was watching a black female activist talk about how, like, at the end of the day, white people won't do shit unless you fuck with their money. And that's just true. You know, I've heard you say once that people boycott to make themselves feel better. That's also true. There are people who boycott just to feel good about themselves. And then there are people who boycott with intention. If you're boycotting with intention, it's good. If you boycott to feel good about yourself, that might not be what you want it to be. But if you boycott with intention, you can boycott to success. Absolutely. It's about your why. If you're just boycotting to feel good about yourself, like, you know, but because you're not going to end up boycotting anything useful. You're not actually going to make a difference. But if you boycott with intention, you can make a difference. Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, Chet says, you notice Starbucks only started putting out ads once we all boycotted them. You have to do it for yourself because look, Starbucks boycott is a good example. How many small groups of people decided not to boycott Starbucks anymore because Palestinian or Muslim voters didn't vote for Kamala Harris, right? That's because you were boycotting for the right reason. But if you were boycotting Starbucks for your own values and morals, then it makes a difference. It's not going to make a difference if you leave the boycott the moment it doesn't go your way because somebody did something. You don't boycott because like, you know, either it's good and moral or it's not good and moral. But if you're doing it for the right reasons, then you should do it even if everybody abandons the plan. You know, you got to live within your values and your morals. And I think that's what you're looking for. So yeah, if you only boycott it to make yourself feel better, like that's between you and your God. Okay, it's not just about making yourself feel better. It's doing the right thing that you think matters and doing it with intention so you target the right people, the right companies.
To be canceled, then maybe, yeah, then.
And he's still so arrogant, leaving comments on people.
Also, just FYI, I've heard this allegedly that, you know, if you have medical bills and you let them go to collections, that's really not your problem anymore because it's not your debt. Somebody else bought it. I'm just saying, there's a reason my phone stays on silent all day and I never pick it up. And with peace and love, things go away.
Like someone's like, oh, I'm looking at trash because they posted a TikTok with Charlie and like all these, and it's James dancing with them, and he's like, oh, the camera must be facing you. You must have the fifth self. It's like, why is he still so cocky? Like, lay low, be humble.
I'm pulling it up right now. Oh, the TikTok. Okay.
Oh, but this one, I'll show you the one I was talking about.
Yeah, let me go to his
Hi,
TikTok.
sisters. James
TikTok,
Charles here.
James.
Welcome
Hi,
back to my
sisters.
So much.
Here it is. Bro, I mean, like, James Charles is as deserving to be canceled as Dilbert. And he's got all, I mean, I can't blame these young girls. Noah Beck. Is that Noah Beck?
Oh, probably. Oh, yeah.
No, medical bills don't impact your credit, or they shouldn't. They've never impacted mine. I've never been impacted by medical bills on me, but it could impact some people. But also, you don't need credit for everything. That's also a part of the scam. Yes, credit is useful for some things. I aim to have a high credit score. It's over like 720. Like, I'm happy with it and everything. I'm trying to get to 800 for funsies, but I also know it's not necessary for all the things you think. And let's be for real right now. What are you doing in your life where you need a good credit score? Do you have enough money to buy a house? Because you can buy a house without a credit score. But also, let's be so for real right now. Okay? Like, priorities. Learn to play the game. The system is about games. Pay attention to which game you're playing because there's a lot of ways to live within the system while asking for reform.
Exactly with that girl.
He got rushed. You see that video of him talking to paparazzi where, so I'll find this video of him. The paparazzi goes up to Dixie and Noah or whatever going out on a date. And that was right when James Charles was trending for this whole sexting with a 16-year-old.
Yeah.
And he goes, do you have any comment about this? And he goes, I love James Charles. Nothing bad to say about James Charles.
What?
I was
This
like,
is an actual, like,
shit.
admitted to crimes with minors, and you're still like, like, that's why I don't F with, like, Dixie, Noah, Charlie, any of them, because, like, why are they hanging out with this person? This is, like, it's a criminal.
Dixie
Like,
Well, first of all, you shouldn't even be fucking with them at all. They're so young. They're 16. What do you mean?
Noah back on James Charles. Let me try to find this.
Oh,
Chet says, is using credit as common in Europe as it is in the States. It, like, doesn't exist here. Like, my partner doesn't have a credit score. Like, Croatia doesn't have a credit system. My partner doesn't have a credit score. My partner's never even had a credit card. My partner doesn't build credit. Like, that's not a part of their system. The credit score started, like, in the 80s with America. I could be wrong on the year, but, like, it's new. It's not, it was started, look, everything that starts, Google it, because it's always bullshit. The credit system was bullshit. Everything is bullshit. And the credit system is also incredibly fucking racist. It's bullshit. Okay? Like, again, when you research how things work, you realize, like, it all starts because of a construct. Everything is made up. We make it up. It's not real. We just made it up. It's like, okay, what's a Michelin star chef? Do you guys know what those are? Michelin star chefs started because a tire company wanted to create roadmaps to encourage people to drive and stop and use their tires. So they created a way for people to get involved through restaurants, right? Like, you think about it, you think Michelin star chefs are only things to do with food. It's a tire company. Like, you don't even think about how things start because it's so in our culture. And then when you realize it, you're like, oh, wait, why did these things start? You know, again, so you gotta remember, like, at the end of the day, these things, all these systems we use, they're created by people and people are flawed. So research it, figure out how to make it work for you. Like, play the game, right? I've had a much easier time in my life because my credit's been good. Though there was that era of my life where my credit score was like 400. So don't be like discouraged. You can get your credit score back up. I'm gonna sneeze. But like,
This one, I haven't seen this one.
It's crazy, man.
Thank you, man. Long time
A
no
lot of
see.
people, man, are wondering what it meant by the whole thing. Dixie, what's going on? Oh my God. Dixie, what's going on with the fashion? Tell me all about the fashion.
You like the look?
It definitely is something new. Can you talk about it, or are you under wrap?
Oh.
Yes.
And I don't know if this is it, but now I'm interested.
Something new.
This is very, very new. How do you feel about Noah's new photo shoot? This man
This
is
is so
wearing
weird
heels.
that like
Was
this is
was
the
those your
world where
heels?
the paparazzi going after TikTokers. It's crazy.
Wow, it's like a forced collab. Like if you want to collab with Noah and Dixie, just go to Salmon
There's a
Ranch.
lot of questions that people want to know.
Here, I think it's here.
Oh God.
And notice how the windows are down, so it's not like they're trying to hide or anything.
There's another Liza and David, I feel. Just like kind of doing it for clout.
Wow.
oh my God, I just sneezed so bad. Chet says, oh, 400, glad you got out of it. Well, look, at the end of the day, you can only get bad credit by not paying bills. And I got bad credit because I stopped paying my bills because I was going to kill myself, as one does. So once I decided not to kill myself, technically, I was thinking about it. I decided to get my life back together and start paying my bills. Like, you can only fuck up your credit so many ways. So once you learn the game and you rebuild the credit, you can rebuild the credit. The problem is a bunch of people are trying to keep up with the Joneses. They're getting cars at 27% interest. They're not paying attention to what they're spending money on. Like, all wounds are self-inflicted until they're not. But most of the world is self-inflicted wounds. And it starts because we're not educated. We're not given the right tools. I mean, at the end of the day, once you learn the game, once you educate yourself, you realize like, oh, there's so many better ways to be. And I'm still educating myself. There's still things you have to learn about. You guys, you're not going to retire unless you learn about investments. Listen to me when I say this. You do not want to be 89 years old working at your minimum wage job. Please start preparing for your retirement because it will come faster than you realize. And God forbid you become disabled before that. And even if you're disabled, you can still figure out a way to make it work in the world. But please stop thinking like somehow you're going to get old and it's all going to be okay. It's not going to be okay. You have to prepare.
Hold on.
She had like a full-on 11-minute collab with the paparazzi this evening.
Those do not have heels.
Those do not have heels.
Oh, there's a lot
You
of
guys like my
people
look?
asking a lot of questions about your new photo shoot.
Yeah.
How do you feel?
Hold on. Chad says if your smart shopper credit can be used advantageously. Listen to me when I say this. That's not you. Not you, Chad. But like 70% of Americans are in debt plus. It's not most Americans. Everyone who thinks I'm going to get an airline credit card to win points, everyone who thinks I'm going to be good with it, you're not. That's exactly the person they use to manipulate. It is very rare for people to be good with credit cards. So if you're not good with them, chop them up or use them in a very scary emergency situation or actually save up for emergencies. I'm telling you right now, look at the statistics and acknowledge that you're part of that statistic. With peace and love. Look at Trisha. With peace and love, with peace and love. Trisha made millions and she still managed to be broke. With peace and love, most people are Trisha Paytas. Myself included. My partner is much better with money than I am.
I just feel like...
Is there something you want to tell us?
No, man. Modeling's an art. I mean, I'm just having fun with it.
Hold on. Chet says, I feel like when we have to realize the system is actively against us. So even when we do prepare and do everything right, we could still get fucked over, right? Yes, but it's less probable. The system works well enough that if you do everything correctly, you'll get less fucked over. But it's still gonna fuck you over in ways that you misprepare. So what I've noticed is the system fucks you over when you expect it to do something that it was never designed to do. Credit cards, they're designed to help you pay for something now and pay it off later. Layaway. But that's not really what it's designed to do for real. What's designed to do is keep you in debt because they want to make money off of you. Like sales for marketing. The idea is that they tell you it's intentional for you to get an item cheaper, but you're really not getting it cheaper. Like not realistically because you're going to buy something you didn't even intend to buy that day. So I think what you have to look at with the system is that if you play it right, it works, but not the way they expect you to play it. Because they do expect you to give into your weaknesses. They expect you to get tempted to spend more. They expect you to buy a house you can't afford. Because all these debt collection companies, all of these people, they want you to be bad at paying your bills. That's the irony. So like, yes, the system as a whole, because it's a capitalistic system, it wants you to fail so it can make money off of you. But then that's why it's going to fail, because people are going to get fed up. Like, that's why they say we're at late stage capitalism, because eventually people get burnt out. If you keep telling people if they work hard, everything will work for them, and it's not working anymore, something is fucky. And they're going to get mad at you. Again, people act like revolts come out of nowhere. Stop pissing off the people, bro. Stop making life so unlivable. Stop making life so fucking unbearable. When we are the richest country, we could have so many options for people. You're going to piss people off. You know, what do you think happened with Luigi at the end of the day? At the end of the day, y'all pissed off too many people. And you're not doing anything to fix it. Like, I don't condone violence, but violence is always inevitable in a world and a system that uses violence against people. So like, I expect, you know, at some point, you have to accept that karma is not you do good, you get good. Karma is your life reflected back to you. And that's why we all participate in the system. At the end of the day, you can participate in the system with harm reduction in mind. I promise you, you can harm reduce in a system that is so harmful, but you have to do it. And you have to do it even when it's hard. And you have to do it not by being perfect, by doing one thing at a time. Every 30 days, pick a new way to harm reduce. Don't overdo it. Don't make a black and white pledge. Every 30 days, I'm choosing to pledge the next 12 months, no Amazon. I'm not buying Amazon. Okay? Brittany's Amazon account isn't buying nothing. And I've bought a lot from Amazon. That's one little way. Okay? There are little ways you can do things that can make a difference. But again, I just remember when Jeff Bezos came to Seattle, I was living there and I was looking at a condo that I could almost afford, for real, on $50K a year. I could almost really afford it because it was like $200,000. 250 maybe. And I thought, oh my God, I could really save up and buy this condo. It was old, it's from the 80s, it needed repairs, but I could maybe buy it. And then I remember Jeff Bezos came in, Amazon blew up, everything was crazy, it happened really fast. And then that same condo went up to 500-something thousand. And that was it. That was the end of any future I had in Seattle. Because I was never going to make more than that in that area, realistically. And I never did. I capped out at 50K and then left. So when we look at life, like, look, 80K a year, it's livable for survival depending on a status or quality. We just had this discussion in the Discord this morning. Middle class used to look a particular way growing up. It doesn't look like that anymore. To be middle class, you have to make a lot more money. Everyone should be living a middle class life. And then if you really want to be more than that, that's great. But there should be no poverty. We should have a world where the default is middle class. But that takes the participation of everybody in it. You do have to participate in your life. And the participation has to have a symbiotic relationship with the system. You know? Chad says, what is middle class in this conversation? Well, I don't know. It depends on where you are. That's the problem. But middle class, for the sake of my argument that everybody should be middle class, everyone should be able to afford a home on one income with no kids. And should be able to like live a basic life where they have a time for vacation and like they make enough money to be sustainable and not like feel desperate or too worried, but can like manage. So the idea is like middle class has to change. Middle class used to be like a kid's a home, a car, 2 kids. Like I feel like moving into the future, it'd be nice if even like single people can't afford a home. Because even if you're middle class in the 80s and 90s, it was a single income that could get you a home with children. I just want middle class to be single people can afford a home. And then it can afford a good, you know, like a good life without worrying too much. Like, you know, can have some savings and maybe some investments. Do you know what I mean? But like, I think, again, we have to remember that none of us are entitled to a good life because we're animals evolved on a planet, depending on what you believe. I'm not saying I'm entitled to a good life. I'm saying I think it would benefit the world for us to encourage people to have one. But to have a good life looks different to every person involved. So even what middle class looks like is going to look different to every bubble. But for me, when I think of like middle class. I think of a good enough building that sounds like that's nice and workable and doesn't need a bunch of repairs and doesn't have mold or fucking rats, right? A safe neighborhood, a basically good education, and good resources in the neighborhood. You know, I don't want people to have to live in neighborhoods where they feel like they can't walk down the street because there's gun violence, or they don't have good schools they can send their kids to, or the hospitals are overrun and understaffed. We should be building, you know, little neighborhoods that help build up the neighborhood. Now, of course, with options, look, I think this is a hard conversation because the world's so diverse that you can't solve everybody's problem the same way. So I just want to say that out loud. You cannot give everyone the same solution. But you can desire for the world to have a basically good life where they feel safe enough to leave their house, good enough to go to work, and they can sleep at night because they're not stressed about paying rent. I think something like that would feel great. You know, again, I can't give a one size fits all solution. Like, we live in a global universe. Like, I don't want to make anyone feel excluded from the conversation. But the reality is that not everyone starts off at the same place. Not everyone ends up in the same place. Not everybody has the same opportunities. And the systems don't reward people universally the same. The system picks and chooses. You know? Chat says, is this a UBI argument or like legislation that protects wages? If you're talking to me, neither. I'm talking about human to human. I'm not making a system argument, guys. I don't do systems. I'm talking about people. Systems are a reflection of people. And people don't want to have universal basic income if they're a certain kind of person. You can't change the system without changing the hearts of people. And people don't want to play good with you. Like, that's what people are forgetting. Like, the world is a reflection of us as a whole. Republicans chose Trump. Liberals chose Trump. People chose him. And that is a reflection of where they are right now. People don't want you to they don't want to give you money. They don't want to hire you if you're black. They don't want to be nice to you if you're gay. They don't care if you're trans. The system is a reflection of us. And because we have all these embarrassed millionaires in America who think they're closer to being a billionaire than the reality that they're in poverty or going to be in poverty, God forbid, right? Like, the system, I'm sorry, it's just not the problem. It's people. It's not the problem alone. People are the problem. And I feel like everyone does not want to admit they are participating in it. Me and you included. We are included in that problem. We have to be. Otherwise, you end up like Ethan Klein, who thinks he's not a part of the problem. All of us have got to be a part of the problem because the system is a reflection of us as a whole. And none of us are special enough to be exempt from it. So that's why we work on harm reduction instead of perfectionism. Because there's no way, you know, like there's no way that the system is a construct of people. And we maintain it. We do. And I know exactly why. You know how many progressive leftist people I know who can't stop buying on Amazon because they find their reasons? I get it. And especially if you're disabled, I get it. It's really convenient. It's things right at your front door. And that's why Jeff Bezos feels justified in doing what he's doing, ruining the environment, because he's like, but you need it, don't you? What did you do before me? What did you guys do before him? I get it. I've got my groceries delivered, not from Amazon, but I love me some Instacart. You know, these are huge economic problems that are impacted by people's participation. And all of us are doing it. And I don't blame us. None of us are evil for doing any of it. We're just animals on a planet figuring it out. I want to make that abundantly clear. You're not a bad person. You're just a person. This is what people do. Humans are going to human. And we are all participating in the humaning. Right? You know? Chess says the system is made up of people and I'm a part of the problem, but did we consent to this? Only tactically? I don't know. I don't see how my participation is the same as Bezos. Well, I don't think I said it was the same. Did I say it was the same? Can somebody roll back the tape? Did I say it was the same? I want to make it abundantly clear. I did not say it was the same. Correct? But it's interesting that that's what we're hearing, because I swear to God, I did not say that. But I could see why people would hear that. But I did not say that. And I will never say that. Okay? It is not the same. Our participation is a sliding scale and it's a spectrum. We are certainly not doing what Jeff Bezos is doing. We are not doing that. But we are more than Jeff Bezos. If Jeff Bezos is one person and we are many, we are allowing him to do it by giving him permission, by participating in the system that benefits him in the long run. We are Jeff Bezos, but we are not Jeff Bezos. Okay? Like we as a group make Jeff Bezos, but he's just taking advantage of us. He's literally taking advantage of our weaknesses, our temptations. He is the gambling company taking advantage of us. And we are the only reason he gets to do that, because we are the thing he's taking advantage of. So we have to make different decisions. The difference and the issue is that humans are going to human. So you're on a journey. Like I said, I've given thousands of dollars to Jeff Bezos and his companies. I've participated. I mean, remember when we all liked Elon? I remember living in Seattle and everyone thought Elon was the next savior of the left, like of the liberal movement. You know? I just think it's harder. It's very hard to be a good person. But you have to start with yourself. And that's all that matters. And then I think if we really started with ourselves, we'd figure out that there's a lot less bad people than we think there is. But right now it feels like everybody's bad, because I think good people are tempted to be bad because they figure, well, fuck it, everyone else is. Don't be like everybody else. They're not happy. Do not be like everyone else. They're miserable. Don't be like everybody else. They're sick. Be healthy. Be better. Be joyful. You know? But that takes time. You're on a journey. You can't just do it because you want to. You have to be ready to be that person. You have to be ready to be that person. You know? Discord said, just noticed your earrings, butterfly wings. Love that. Thank you so much. They're ethically sourced butterfly wings. They're real. I got them at a BDSM convention, Kink Fest, and I got 2 pairs of earrings. And I asked her if they were ethically sourced, and she said, yeah, they come from a butterfly sanctuary. When the butterflies naturally die, they harvest their bodies and their wings to create other items so they don't go to waste, because the butterflies, they die. Okay. I believe in you. You're wonderful. You're beautiful. You're all capable. I believe in you. Don't let the system get you down, because that's what they want. They want you tired. So you give in and they go, ooh, I guess it is what it is. Ooh.
Shut up.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Modeling's an art.
I'm not gonna. I shouldn't deride the whole modeling industry, but it's just funny to hear him say that after like doing 2 photo shoots.
Modeling's an art.
Oh, I just feel like.
Is there something you want to tell us?
No, man, modeling's an art. I mean, I'm just having fun with it. Like, people can think what they want, but at the end of the day, it's like.
You said I taught.
Dixie, what are you doing?
It's the car.
All right, I can't find it.
I also love that.
Wait, she just dinged the fucking car? Hold on, I gotta go. God, you guys are a mess,
Is
man.
it true?
Lorraine? No,
She's like, yo, cut this part out.
But is that because Dixie? Can you get it? Or wait.
Wait, I've got to see the car ding.
Were you trying to like?
Oh, it's one of the paparazzi.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you trying to like say something that you like had something
Guys,
with?
go home.
I literally don't have any idea who. I just want to like.
Seem so much more mature in person.
Thank you.
So these.
I think it's in this clip.
I think.
Sure, I heard it's not going well, but.
You kind of changed your vibe a little bit. You have like more of like an emo type vibe. Have you like?
How old is this guy asking about her emo
Nessa did
vibe?
too.
Like
Nessa's like a
40.
little bit more emo too.
You know, Fletcher.
That would
just
look a little bit more emo.
sometimes
No, it's not emo.
I don't want to be happy.
You don't want to be happy.
I'm really,
So as soon as he asked him about James, they
That's-
start backing up.
Hey, what's your reaction to the video that you did with James Charles where y'all were singing, but it was like a little bit off key?
All right, I can't do this. I'm sorry.
It's so crazy because do you remember that one? Who was it? There was like Bryce Hall or something was like pissed because the paparazzi was like filming him. It's like if you go to Saddle Ranch, they go there just to be paparazzi. So it's like don't go to Saddle Ranch. There's literally any other restaurant you can go
We
to.
should go there and see if they care about us.
No,
I
that's
want to see if they ask, if they even notice us.
Ew, that just sounds so awful.
But what can we do something funny for the paparazzi where like
That's literally my biggest fear is going to seeing all these people at Saddle Ranch.
hey, is James trying to look sexy? Because he looks like
You can make fun of James's looks because he's a P word.
right.
He's
But
gross.
his hair
He
and
sex
everything, he looks
minors.
like a cartoon character or some shit. Like
he's so fucking cocky. Oh my God, I can't. And then the little 16-year-old girl next to him, he's like, where are your parents? Like, you're promoting this guy to all your minor fans. It's so gross. It's so disturbing to me. And Dixie smiling there, and Noah, like, you are all supporting this person. Like, it's so awful.
He I know I talk about this a lot, but James is an actual dangerous predator, and anyone that associates with him is going to have to reckon with the fact that they put their own fans in danger of being preyed upon.
This is what happens. People just like, oh, whatever, it's cool. Like, he's famous, we'll do this. But it's like later on, you have to like deal with the repercussions of this.
Dude, he sent a picture. Allegedly, it seems like, based on what I read, he sent a picture of his dick to a 16-year-old.
That's so disgusting. That's
and solicited nudes. Again, allegedly, I'm reading between the lines of the article, but he definitely admitted to engaging in a sexual conversation with a 16-year-old.
And then blaming the 16-year-old by saying he lied about his age. It's like, like.
Bruh, you should. Bruh. Anyway,
he's so cringy. James, oh my God.
Hate him. He's the worst.
Who's worse, him or was it Jeff Bezos? Who did you say was awful?
Oh.
You said someone was awful. You're like, these people are awful. Was it the government? I don't know. I totally zoned out.
I don't know if James, I don't know. I can't answer that question.
So nobody else you'd like to cancel, just James.
Right now, James is the worst for sure. In terms of like, cancel.
We can't cancel the government, I don't think.
We can't. No. As far as I'm aware, they try. I mean, sometimes they try to cancel the government. That's called like, we could have like a revolutionary war. Are you ready to take up arms against the government?
Oh my God.
In your Joker outfit?
I could do like a Hamilton cosplay for it.
Mm-hmm.
I would love that. Freedom for justice.
I'm not ready. No, I'm not ready for a revolution.
Yeah.
Dan, are you ready for a revolution? Are you a revolutionary?
I could do it with or without. I could do with or without, you know.
Did you ever ask AB what he thought of Jeff's threats, or not threats, but like his proposition on the end of the episode yesterday? Did AB say anything?
Oh, yeah. I was so confused because Jeff, I didn't know if Jeff was like trying to be like, was he trying to be a little like
lighthearted after?
Was he trying to be lighthearted, or was he trying to be like confrontational?
I think lighthearted. I think because like YouTubers versus TikTokers, so he's like, oh, I heard you're a TikToker now.
But also he said he's a fan of the show and watches every episode, but he doesn't know who Dan is versus AB.
Well, to be fair, Dan doesn't have a camera on our show. He has a camera on.
I'm sorry, but if you watch the show, you know who Dan is. And you know
I wouldn't have known when I first.
Yeah, but you don't watch the show.
Yeah. I got caught in it.
Anyway, he wanted to fight AB. AB's down. He said he'd fight him.
What?
Yeah, he said he'd fight for you. He did. He said he'd fight for you, Dan.
Okay, hold on. Chat, I see you guys talking and having a good conversation about this. I just want to answer this question. You said, I don't want to say we can't influence the system, but that, or that we have no participation, but there are oligarchs in America that have more influence and are a lot more, and a lot more participation. I don't understand how returning to individualism can change that. Okay. I just want to say, to clarify my position, we are not returning to individualism. We're taking individual responsibility. We are all responsible. And if we don't take responsibility, then no one's going to do it. And the bad people already are not going to do it. So the good people have to do it. Like, we have to do it because the bad people aren't going to do it, right? Bad people aren't going to take responsibility. So good people have to take responsibility. And yes, it sucks to always be the bigger person. And it sucks that the world can't just get along. And it sucks that good people have to be good people, but that's why people choose to be bad people. Why do you think bad looks so good? Because it feels easy. You know what I mean? So we have to be responsible. And when you have a community who takes who is responsible and takes accountability, you break generational curses, you heal people, you heal families, you heal communities. Like, remember that individually, we're all dealing with childhood trauma and issues and addiction and poverty and a lack of education. And we're dealing with so much as people. But that's why if we individually work on our own responsibility, it manifests into millions of people taking accountability and rising up and making a difference and doing something different with life. But yeah, if you expect bad people to be good, like hell's gonna freeze over before that happens. But I'm sick of good people saying they're good but not making any effort to be good. How good are you if you're tempted by evil? And also realizing that everyone's good because we're all animals on a planet. How's Jeff Bezos any more of a bad person if good people refuse to stand up to Jeff Bezos? Like, at the end of the day, like, he's doing what he thinks is good, even though it's bad. And you participating in the system by giving up is like just another version of bad. But there's no moral consequence to it because the reality is like you're an animal on a planet and we're all going to die and no one's going to remember us. So keep doing you. But don't expect the world to change if you won't change yourself. And don't expect bad people to change because they certainly aren't gonna. They're not gonna change. you know? So again, you have to do it for you. You have to do it for the right reasons. I don't change because I think the world will change. I change because it's the right thing to do. And I do think the aftermath of that will be hopefully influencing other people to change. And then maybe the world will be a better place. But the world can't even begin to be a better place until I begin to be a better person. That's my personal responsibility. And in hopes, I hope to change the world. Not that I have to, but it's a hope, right? But I'm not saying I have to because I don't know. But I hope you guys hear me on stream say, hey, I'm trying veganism, or I'm looking into vegetarianism, or hey, I'm thinking about not shopping fast fashion, or hey, I'm considering not shopping at Amazon. And I hope you internalize that as, ooh, in what ways can I harm reduce even if it doesn't look the same? Or hey, in what ways can I, take something out of my normal rotation that actually doesn't need to be there, but I never thought about it before until Brittany said it. It's all about little steps. Every time you have a moment of temptation to do bad and you do good, it's one win for Team Good. It is one step closer to where we want to be. It's not going to happen in our lifetime, but it might just happen for our great, great, great grandkids. And that should be worth it. And if it isn't, hey, then it isn't,
Yeah, he'd fight for you.
Since he seemed to be challenging us both, maybe it should be like
2 for 1.
Yeah, and like maybe and I versus. Jen.
When he was coming for Dan, I was like, "Whoa, what?" Did they have this deep conversation before the show?
Yeah.
Like, what was it?
Just swing for his eye, his bad eye.
Oh no.
Hey, if that's what it comes to.
Well, Anyways, would you be in a? What do you think of that? The YouTubers, boxing TikTokers, you're not about it. You don't
I'm
care.
not fighting anyone. What do I fight?
No, I mean, do you have any opinion on it at all?
Oh, like the whole situation.
Yeah.
It sounds like who cares about the people fighting?
It is weird how
Wait, is it Austin McBroom or whatever?
Yeah, the Ace
Austin
family
versus Bryce Hall. Oh, it's not the whole Ace family. It's just Austin.
The whole Ace family. That I would watch.
It's so cringe too because he's also like in his 30s.
I don't care about either of them. It will be a horrible fight. It will not be entertaining, and I don't really care about either of them, so I'm not that interested.
But it's a whole lineup. It's a whole lineup of YouTubers fighting a whole lineup of TikTokers, and they're just like the headliners of it.
I don't know who the other people are. Here, let's pull up the headline. Hold on. YouTuber versus TikTok.
When is it happening?
lineup. By the way, I saw he offered Ace Family dudes offered Bryce $5 million. I was like, holy shit, let's go.
How does Ace Family have such money? Because they have such big houses.
I know.
cars.
I don't get it. Well, we get it. We did a whole
Oh, you did do it?
They scammed their fans.
Yeah, we did a whole content court, and they had like this huge so-called charity event for basketball where they raised millions of dollars, and they only donated $50,000.
How'd you find that out?
Because it's all
like public, but just nobody like really has like honed in
he's
on
like,
it.
all right, we did this huge charity basketball event. He had like all these celebrities and shit, and
They sold out the Staples Center.
super expensive tickets. And he's like, I'm proud to announce that we're giving $50,000. So he's
he said it proudly.
Yeah, he presented this check, and there was there was no explanation for where all the other money.
Oh,
went.
and he flexes so hard too. It's like these people who flex their Rolexes and Rolls Royces and stuff. It's like, okay, also like
He's such a goon. It's crazy that people like him. He is such a goon.
Yeah, he's so
Look
scary.
at him.
He's like 50. It's like
Look at him. Well, this is kind of a great matchup because they're both such
Oh, he
goons.
looks like Rocky there, kind of, doesn't he? Like,
You get the brain damage part.
That's crazy about
God,
Austin.
East celebs are the
How
worst.
come you never did a content cop on David?
Honestly, we thought of didn't we think about it?
I don't think so.
No, I guess we never thought
Trisha,
about it.
none of us had any idea just how
He was
scummy he
off my
was.
radar.
Yeah, he was just not.
That's
None
crazy.
of us paid attention to him.
I know,
until
even
all
when I
this.
came on the podcast, like it's like a few months after my breakup and all that stuff happened, like there was no questions about David and Jason, but everyone else's podcast I went on and was like, that was the question, like impulsive. They're like, oh, David, Jason, like you guys literally didn't ask anything. You're more focused on the trans.
We just never really cared.
Oh, people were asking you. Yeah, I didn't even know you were even involved in that fucking group. Like that to me was something I learned. Like after we've basically started the show together, I didn't even know that was such a big thing.
That's
in your
what's so
life.
interesting about your guys. I guess that's why I never watched H3 before, because you guys talk about the most random things, like your titles. I'm like, what are these even about? Like, you guys talk about the most random things.
Well, some of our recent ones were real good. Like, how could you not click this? Let's see.
No, there was no.
Here, how could you not click these titles? Let's
The
see.
titles are.
President Trump calls in.
I mean, they're doing good. I wish
Tom
on the
Cruise
title,
calls
but
in.
yeah, I was like, oh, no one's gonna click on that, and then they get all these views. So what that one's the worst. Well, I guess you were doing it for NFT, but the Vape Nation thing, I'm like, I don't even
Selling
know what that
Vape
is.
Nation.
Never heard of it.
You've never heard of Vape Nation?
No. And the thumbnail was weird. It was like you being.
You know, it's my most famous video.
I don't even know what that is.
You want to watch it? I mean, we should. It's short.
Okay, I guess.
This is like people know me for this video.
Is this really?
It has
I can't believe Trisha knows like all the internet lore about David Dobrik and everything, but doesn't know Vape Nation? Crazy.
30 million views.
Okay.
No, this video was a big deal, right, Dan?
Yeah, I mean, it's your most popular video.
Were you around at the time? This is your most viewed video?
Yeah.
I have 160 million on my most viewed video.
You do? Which video?
It's just a Q&A with one of my ex-boyfriends.
160
million.
Why?
Mm-hmm. I have no idea.
What?
Why? Let's watch Vacation.
Wait. That's fucking weird.
I don't know. Yeah.
Was it have like a sex in the title? Because back in YouTube day, back, like back in the day, you could put like epic blowjob video,
It's
and
not
then
that,
they
but-
didn't like censor it at all.
But it is sex. I think it's like how we have sex or something.
Okay, but even still, 160 million. How much money did you make from that video? Do you remember?
It's only like $3,000. I looked the other day. It's only like $3,000.
Which channel?
Is it on the main
It's the Blonde Sandal for MJ.
Bro, you have 100. I don't think any creator can claim to have that many views on a single video, as
Oh.
far as I'm aware. 172.
Oh, it's gone up.
Our
5 years
sex
ago.
life.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see why. But then you got another one, 45. Oh, these were. Holy shit.
That was my era of Sean.
Shit, fat girls who think they're hot say.
Which, by the way, Sean is like now dating Jeffree Star and like nobody gives a shit. Like somebody sent me the picture and I'm like, nobody cares. But I love it that they thought they were doing something like, wow, watch us like break the internet. I'm like, nobody cares.
Is this really graphic?
No, it's just a Q&A. No, it's just a Q&A. It's just a Q&A. Let's watch yours. I can't wait to see this. This already makes me cringe looking at the thumbnail. Just FYI.
Okay. Well, this is okay. Watch it. Okay, let me give you a little context. This was like, stop.
I'm out.
Stop. I just watched your whole fucking music video with goats and sheep and shit. You can at least do me the honor.
What the hell? Who is
This was like back like 5 years ago. Apparently around the same time you were making my epic sex life videos. When vaping was becoming really popular.
Uh-huh.
So I did this whole character about Vape Nation.
Oh,
okay?
you did character work?
Yeah, back in the day.
Really? Okay.
I was big into character
You
work.
were like the Miranda Sings era. You're like Shane was doing characters, Miranda Sings. You.
Yes.
I love
Part of
it.
that whole movement.
I love this.
It's your boy Ethan from H3.
Crank it, crank it.
I hate watching other people's videos with them. It's so cringy. I'm like,
Just watch it. You have to watch if you want to understand who I
Hold on. Chat. You said, I guess I'm just desperate to depose of the oligarchs and don't have the patience for individuals to change society to change. But what are you doing? Like, what are you doing that we're not doing? Do you know what I mean? Like, what are you doing that's better? Because right now I feel like no one's doing anything. So you might as well do it individually and then work with systems. But like, are you doing something we don't know about? Because it feels like negative. It feels like you're drowning in the loop of like everything is crashing, but like everything will crash. America will end. Listen to me. America will end as it should. Because everybody does. Everything ends. Just because we're watching it end doesn't mean it's bad. Right? Like, I'm not afraid of America ending. It was never going to last forever anyways. Nothing ever does. The end is just an opportunity for change. We just hope that through the end, not everyone has to die through the process. You know? Chess says, I just don't want to live like this. You mean in the best time in history that's ever existed ever, in the most privileged time in all of existence, you don't want to live through this? What do you mean? I think we need to humble ourselves and be grateful that we're living now instead of during the fucking Black Plague. I'm sorry, bitch. I'm a YouTuber. You're not about to hear me complain. You know what I mean? Change the world, but change people. The world is a reflection of people. You know? That's the problem. You can keep being mad at the system, but the system is a reflection of people. This is where humans are at. You are part of an evolutionary process. You can't ask the world to be different than it is. You must accept it for what it is and then try to look at the differences you can make. You said, I do feel responsibility for our country. Sure, me too. I just think like there has to be a solution here. You know what I mean? Sorry, Chad says all I'm going to do is complain about the chewing sounds. Okay, we're done. You know, you said I'm not mad at the system. I just want to change it because it's bad for everyone. It's not hate. I think first we have to accept that it's good for some people. We're just not a part of the group it's good for. Do you know what I'm saying? I feel like there's a lack of radical acceptance in your speech that I can't get you to. I can't get you there. You have to get there on your own. But I don't hear radical acceptance first. Then we change. You cannot change the world if we have not radically accepted what it is. We must radically accept. I mean, you can change the world without radically accepting it, but you will be stressed a lot more than you need to be. Like, radical acceptance is so you're not stressed while you're changing the world. I mean, there will be stress naturally because you're a biological creature, but like less stress. But yeah, I feel you. Don't get me wrong. I feel responsible. I want America to be a great place. You know? But, you know, chat says best time in human history. Meanwhile, rates of depression and life dissatisfaction are rocketing. I wonder if the two are related. Yeah, they are related in some ways. But like, I really do feel like you always have to put life into perspective at all moments. I could argue any side. If you told me America is the best country that's ever existed, I will give you all the reasons it's not. If you tell me America is the worst country that's ever existed, I will give you all the reasons it's the best. There's an answer for every perspective. The question is, which one is the closest to the truth? And which one is setting you free and which one is keeping you down? Like, the world is doing great, but it's also got so many problems because humans are the problem. Imagine a planet Earth without people. What would that look like? Another circle of life operating as it does. This narcissism we have as a species, because we have this like ability to be this, allows us to think we're still the main character on the planet. We're not the main character on the planet, but we keep acting like we are. And that shows throughout our life. It comes with that entitlement that everybody has, that they should have a good life, including Jeff Bezos, who's to his brain has the best life, right? I think Jeff Bezos has the life he thinks is the best, right? Now, I see you're a Green Party person and you feel like the Dems don't care about us. Like, I feel like to be a part of the Green Party is like such an interesting bubble choice, but like with peace and love, good luck. But like, I highly doubt the answers are in the Green Party. You know what I mean? Like, the answers are not in any bubble. They're in the collective wisdom on the planet. All of the answers are within the collective wisdom that exists globally. It doesn't exist in one space, in one country, in one bubble, in one anything. But isn't that amazing that we've evolved to be this species that gets to have this conversation right now? Amazing. Amazing. You said the answer is a third party. Green is just big enough to be on the most of the ballots. You're in the political bubble. With peace and love, girl, politics is about winning. It's not about answers. Politics is exactly what you're seeing happen right now. That is politics, always has been, never will change. Politics is in real life. It just impacts real life, you know? But I feel you. I get you. I get it. Thank you for sharing your perspective. I appreciate it. Let's watch Vape Nation.
Well, I am as a person. You have to watch Vape Nation.
Yikes.
Stop. Okay, ready, Dan?
Okay.
Hey, what up, peeps? It's your boy Ethan from H3H3. The sun finally came out. It's a beautiful, nice, warm day here in New York City, and I wanted to show you all at home what I'm about. A little peep into the world of EK from H3. Vape Nation!
Haven't heard people say... Yeah, this is all edited by yours truly.
Oh, God. You edited this?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, no.
So
Today, I'm on a mission to rip the fattest vape. So I'm headed down to my favorite smoke shop in New York City to vape up.
This is... Who's filming?
Hila.
Oh, no.
Just me and Hila in the city. That's what it used to be like all the time.
Wow.
Welcome to Vape City, home of the fattest cloud rippers in the world. I'm here to kick it out the
This is fucking epic.
one of the best. Let's
If I
check
started
it out.
filming this, I would laugh at you.
That's the idea.
Oh, it is? Okay, well.
Hey, what's going on, man? Heard y'all have vapes here.
Yeah, we do.
Cool, dude.
Is this real?
Yeah, it's all real.
Sick. So
I like it. It's a little Nathan for you.
Yeah, it's Nathan for you.
He stole this content from you.
Definitely. Can you turn it up? Yeah.
Okay, just kind of like this kind. Just, build it by yourself.
So we building the perfect vape for the perfect rip.
Yeah.
Far out, dude. Vape Nation.
So what flavor do you like?
Something natural, like Mountain Dew flavor, or like, I don't know, Cheetos or something.
We have this one here.
Did they let you film?
Organic, just like that.
Churros. Yeah. Organic churro flavor.
I don't even know what a vape is. What are you
I'll
buying?
take that. That sounds good.
Like a cigarette?
Yeah, it's like you have like this syrup that has nicotine in it. So instead of smoking cigarettes, you hit the vape.
And how did this go viral? Okay, we can keep watching, but how did this go
Because
viral?
it's fucking epic and hilarious and funny.
So someone share it, like,
Well, I was already like a relatively big YouTuber.
and how many views did this get in like the first 24 hours? Do you remember?
A lot.
So it was like 6 million.
Yeah, like 5 maybe.
Wow. This is weird.
This video is epic.
I feel
Landmark
like
video.
Your entire H3 channel was like this to me. I'm like, I don't get it. This is so weird.
But you don't understand memes, so I guess it's...
Are you just one big meme? Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's, yeah.
Okay, meme king.
Good natural churros flavor. All right. Now we here at the Vape Nation are all about going green and staying natural. Okay. So when I think about smoking churros, I'm thinking, you know what I mean? Go green.
Is this improvised?
Yeah, it's all.
Oh, wow. Okay. I'm kind of impressed. Oh my God. I can't.
This is good.
Shit, hell yeah, dude. That's just what I wanted.
Yeah, to get easy, like.
Not so hard.
Take all of them out. Don't keep them inside. Because that way,
You don't hold inside.
No, don't hold inside.
Maybe you don't.
I'm like developing Tourette's watching this. My head is like uncontrolled right now. I don't know what's wrong.
Come on, it's funny.
My palms are sweating.
Stop. This is pro editing.
My hands are literally sweating.
Now, how long does a full chamber last?
It's depending how much you smoke. So, like, this one gonna last you maybe for days if you smoke, like, all day.
Really?
Yeah.
Probably lasts me a couple hours.
No good? Should I stop?
No, I don't mind
You're
it.
like sweating? Is my video that offensive?
Wait, he
You're
almost
like,
ending.
You're sweating and
I don't know.
quivering?
I'm
You're like, "Ah."
I'm getting nervous for you. Okay. Okay. Your outfit's good. It's just like.
I'm on my way back to my hood now to try out my sick
this was
new
like
vape.
this-
But first, I wanted to
This was
stop
all
by the local
improvised
news
right
and say what
Yikes.
up.
So there's a place in the Upper West Side near where we live where they shot the news live through this glass.
Is this
and he
ABC
started,
one?
He started to notice me. He like goes, he's looking at you, and I was like, no way. So I turn around, and I start interacting with him,
No.
and he's like, what?
Oh no. You look so special.
He's like,
Ugh.
I was like, no way, this is happening. I was like, no way. He starts recording me, and I do this little narc edit. I felt like they were calling the police.
I don't. They said it. Okay, I was good at it. Good joke in there.
Vape Nation on the news.
You remind me of Jamie
Represent the
Kennedy.
nation, y'all.
Interesting.
From like the Jamie Kennedy experiment. Ugh, just so.
There was also when this happened, there was like a whole group of people surrounded around because they saw it was quite a spectacle.
Were you like loving it?
Oh yeah, that was like the craziest.
I hate filming in public. Like I hate this kind of thing. It's so embarrassing to me.
Oh, it's so embarrassing, but like I knew that it
But
was
you loved
funny.
it.
Yeah, I loved it.
No, it's
but this
cringy.
moment I was like, oh my god, this was like the best thing ever. We ran home with the footage and backed it up because I was like, I
You're like,
don't
this
want
is
to
gold.
lose this. Yeah.
You really thought?
What?
You really thought it was just like gold. You didn't want to lose it.
Yeah, this moment for sure. And after this, by the way, they put the curtains down on the windows. Every time I
Really?
walked by, they never shot in front ever again.
Okay, that's kind of iconic.
Yeah.
People say I need to be more supportive of you the way you're supportive of my stuff. So I'm gonna try and get behind this.
I mean, well, if you genuinely aren't supportive, then
I just
but you
feel
seem to
like
like really hate this
I'm
video.
just I don't hate it, but like I feel like you have such a cool factor about you now that people are gonna watch this. The new viewers that will see you in this and they'll be like, oh, this
What?
is him.
Come on, this is good. Really, you think this video's gonna make people lose respect for me?
I think they're gonna lose the coolness for you. Like right now, you're very Brad Pitt. This is Jamie Kennedy.
No, oh my God. Okay, first of all, I was eating during that whole thing, so I was minding my business, but I was dying. That was so funny. I'm sorry, I just want to say, Chad says, I don't know, do we think political organizing is unnecessary or a distraction or the individual progress is better path forward? All of it. All of it is the answer. All of it. Not one or the other. All of it is the answer. We must community. We must gather. We must protest. We must be at home meditating. We must be feeding the poor. We must be working out. We must be all of it. All of it's the answer. We have to stop picking and choosing the good things to do. Do all the good things. All of them are good, guys. Everybody plays a role. We talked about this on VC the other day. We did the Discord 101 and somebody was saying like they basically, I don't want to misquote them, but they were basically saying like something to the effect of, I wish I had more spoons to research what's happening in the Congo. I wish we lived in a world where you didn't have to. And the people who had special interest in these things could study them and then we could trust everybody to like share the information. I gain spoons from researching conflicts because I'm like, what's happening in the world? When I have the spoons, I'm ready. Let's go. What's happening? Now, I'm not always ready to do it. I don't always have the spoons, but once I have the spoons to do it, it's interesting. Am I educated enough to then share what's happening? Not necessarily. But God, I wish there were people who could, and we would trust those people. The system should be built for not everyone having to do everything, but all of us doing the roles we're supposed to play. Right? We must all play a role, but all of the roles have different responsibilities. And right now we're just like in a very specific time in history, which is already, it's just a repeat, right? Chad says, okay, cool. I just thought the political bubble talk was implying that it wasn't worth it. No, it's definitely worth it. But I caution you and everyone involved in politics to keep playing the game that it's always been. Because politics has always been the same game. It has a role to play, but you must reform politics. I saw a Democrat content creators saying like we have to get down and dirty as the Republicans. That's politics. Politics is becoming just as ugly as the opponent just to save face. But if the people want you to be ugly in order to elect you, then that's where the people are at. We have to accept that people are ugly. And if they if they want a candidate that's ugly, like Trump, that's a reflection of humanity, girl. Don't become ugly just to appeal to ugly people. Let ugly people win. If they win that vote because people are ugly, accept it. But then accept that you can make people less ugly over time by being less ugly yourself. But to see Democrats advocate to becoming ugly, to win the vote of an ugly person, I'm good, bro. Politics is about winning. I don't want the vote of an ugly person. I want a society that doesn't have to even pick or choose that. But you do you, right? Like you do you. I wish we lived in a perfect world where we all could play to our strengths. That's what I want for the world. There's a community in One Piece. They get destroyed by the government, of course, because you know how it goes. That's why governments burn and ban books, where they research in this great library, like the history of the world. In One Piece, there's a part of history that's been blacked out. Nobody knows what happened. And, you know, Robin, one of the characters, dedicates her life to figuring it out because she, as a child, was a part of this community. Anyway, and the community gets killed, basically, because of course. But it's not the government just killing people. It's the kinds of people that rise to power to keep things going the way that they want to keep going because they're all playing a game. Everybody's playing a game. But not everyone's playing a malicious game. Some people are playing really heartfelt, wonderful games. And if game doesn't work, not everybody's in the same kind of story. All of us are in the same story doing absolutely different things. You ever watch Hunchback of Notre Dame? Hunchback of Notre Dame, there's a part where if you zoom in on the screen, you can see Belle in the corner in a village in the background. That's life. The camera is focusing on different parts, but every part of life is still happening. Like every part of life is still happening at all times. It doesn't stop just because your life stops. So even if it's bad over here, it's good over here, it's good over here, it's bad over here. Like, again, you can choose what game you want to sign up to play, what role you want to play in the story. But you know, it might not be the answer you think it is. Or maybe it's exactly the answer. And that's the hard part. Am I really doing the right thing? Or am I doing the thing that I think is right? And that's the conundrum of all of humanity. Am I doing the right thing? Or do I just think it's the right thing? And that's the crux of it. That's what everyone's doing.
Pitt.
You know what I mean? Like the swag, right? You have the swag of Brad Pitt, but this is
Hey,
like
this is me. Take me for what I am. I'm no fucking Brad Pitt. I'm Tom Green. I'm James Kennedy. Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
But we're almost done. Just bear through
You
it.
love Tom Green, I bet, didn't you?
No, not really.
You didn't love the Tom Green show?
No, I didn't.
I feel like you're the type of people who find Bum Song funny.
Listen, I just told you I didn't like it.
I don't know if I believe that.
I didn't.
James Kennedy, you didn't think he was funny when he was rapping
didn't
with
like
Bob
him either.
Saget?
Nope.
I shouldn't mention Bob Saget because I might get sued from him, but keep
Yeah,
going with this. We'll talk about that
mom's
later.
the word on Bob Saget.
Rest in peace, Bob Saget. I don't actually know if he was a good person, but you know.
Do we talk about it later? We'll talk about it later.
Yeah,
we can talk about it.
Let's go. Yeah, that's a good
Wait, does she have a story with Bob Saget? I forgot.
topic. Let's talk
Okay,
about
okay. But I want to finish watching this. I'm separating it. I am.
420 every day.
You said everybody's gonna lose respect for me after they watch.
Not respect, lose the coolness in their eyes. Now I see you.
Oh my God, Trisha's such a little people pleaser. Trisha's so funny. No offense. And I've said this before. Ethan is much more of a main character than Trisha Paytas. His numbers show that. But it's one, because he's a boy, and two, because he's funny. I think that plays a huge role. Perceived male, and that's why, you know, and he's funny. But I think Trisha thinks she thinks about people. And Ethan doesn't. Ethan just kind of does it, and he thinks it's funny because it is. But that's the thing. It's funny that Trisha's trying to give him advice when she's nowhere near Ethan's status. I feel like Trisha does not give Ethan credit. I feel like a lot of people don't, to be fair. And if he wasn't crashing out so hard current day Ethan, I think people would... I think people forget that Ethan Klein, he's killing it. He gets 30,000 people watching a stream. You know what I mean? He's not a joke. I mean, he's a bit of a joke, but you know what I mean? I think people forget to give Ethan his flowers because they don't like him.
you as more of a nerd.
Look, this is who I am. Okay.
Oh, you're cool. But now you're kind of like, ooh.
Every day.
Look, I'm having a great interaction with the police about smoking.
The fact that Trisha thinks Ethan is cool is hilarious. That's the best part about Ethan is he's like not trying to be cool. He's trying to be funny.
Foreshadowing.
Vape Nation on the news. Represent the nation, y'all.
Your interaction now.
Oh, hold on. Excuse me, Trisha Paytas. Ethan! Hold on, Ethan. It's been a second. Ethan! Trisha Paytas will make fun of Ethan Klein, which I understand. I took a big fat vape on his podcast once. It was fabulous. Trisha... I can't do it. Trisha will literally show her butthole full of tissue paper on Twitter and be like, Ethan, you can't do Vape Nation. You're lame. Vape Nation lame. Trisha Paytas tissue asshole hot. Make it make sense, girl.
420 every day. Every day.
Oh.
Cures cancer.
Was it legal?
Smoking
No, I
cures
wasn't really
cancer.
Oh.
No, it's good. Trust. Vape Nation. Appreciate it.
My day is never complete until I've done
Was this your
some
full-time
missionary
job at the
work
time?
to spread the good word about the Vape
dope.
Nation.
This is
Go
the
green.
limit.
Peace.
Is this New York? Wait, is this when they were living in New York? Because I think I've been there.
Bless.
What's up, guys? Go green.
Oh my god.
People
Dan
aren't ready
loves it.
for the
No wonder
nation,
you
but
hired him. Thinking of
they'll come around. Go green.
Listen, a lot of people like this video except
And
you.
now, finally, it's time to put this sick new vape.
This is when I'm gonna win you
to
over.
test. You all want to know what I'm about? I'm about chasing the fattest clouds and ripping the fattest vapes. Welcome to the Vape Nation.
What is the Vape Nation?
It's just something I made up. It's
So
not
what are you selling though?
Nothing. It's a gag. I'm not selling anything.
You said I'm selling Vape Nation on your H3.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of, it's just an image. Are you impressed by my vape trick?
I'm impressed by that shot, whatever that was. That was cool. What is that?
It's a vape trick. That's what I'm doing.
Did Elo shoot that?
No, it's like a vape competition.
No. I want a vape. Do you have one?
I don't think so.
Wait, it's almost done. Hold on.
Fun fact, I used to dream about making videos like this. I used to wish I was a fat boy so I could make videos like this. I did. I used to dream about it. I was like, I wish I could just be a fat boy so I could make funny videos for a living. But God cursed me and made me a cute boy.
I think it's gonna get better, like the big finale.
Not that boys can't be fat and cute, but I don't think cute is what we describe Ethan as. You have to be fat and funny or cute and fat. And I was cute and fat at most, but never cute and funny. Not fat and funny. I'll tell you this though. I think I'm funny and my partner thinks I'm funny. So really, does it matter? But I did. I dreamed about being just like a fat, funny person. But a man specifically, because boys get to be funny just by showing up. They get to be funny just by showing up sometimes.
Proud of you.
Proud of you.
Who was that, Eli?
Yeah, the voice.
Aw. Was that the Twin Towers?
Okay, enjoy this. Enjoy this shot. In the fucking police car.
I think, I even think like people like Brittany Broski, you think would change that narrative, but doesn't because the sexism plays a role. Misogyny seeps into people. And so even she's not allowed to be funny, even though she kind of made it work. Brittany Broski really almost made it work in a sense, but like nobody does it like Ethan. You know?
Vaping.
How'd you get in that? That was good. That's impressive.
Thank you. I just asked and he said cool.
No, that's so weird.
Swear to God.
Baby, you smart.
Vape Nation.
So you hated my best video.
I think maybe just like if it would have been cut a little shorter, like a little edited quicker.
A lot of people say it's a hallmark in video editing.
The video editing was good, especially for that time. I think it was good.
Okay. Just be honest though. I feel like you're just trying to be supportive.
Wait, Chad says, I argue Brittany Broski makes it work. I don't know. I don't watch Brittany Broski. So I feel like I watch Ethan Klein because Ethan's funny. I don't know how to explain it. He's just funny. Well, not anymore. I don't watch him anymore, but you know, but I never watched, I didn't stay with Brittany. I just don't, her content's not for me. Like I'm in a completely different bubble. But that one lesbian who does the Midwest mom talk TikToks, if that's who I'm thinking of, She's pretty funny. But I don't like comedians in general, to be fair. I actually don't. I like, my partner said it the other day. I like slapstick humor. I like when people get hurt. And Ethan kind of coughing is like a variation of hurt that's funny. My partner said that he's always just like, I don't like the boy stuff you like when it comes to people getting hurt. I do. I do like watching people like, I think I like watching people being in pain is sort of funny. I don't know how to explain it. You know what I mean? I think, I don't like comedians in general, but I like physical comedians. I like Three Stooges. I like boys. I do like when Ethan makes his gag noises and it's like funny. I don't know. It's so funny to me. Jackass. I loved Jackass growing up. Like I thought Jackass was so funny. I thought that was shit. I was like, I want to do Jackass, but no girls were ever allowed to do Jackass because they were afraid of getting in trouble because of how bad the stunts were, which is, to be fair, I would never do those stunts now. I'm an old lady. I would die. Yeah. Huh.
I don't know how I feel about it, to be honest. Yeah. I think not to bring this up, but I do think it reminds me of like Jack's films. Like I think that's why.
Oh, it all comes back to Jack's
I think that's like as our friends. That's very Jack's films. Like thinks it's funny,
like sketchy kind of thing.
Yeah, like when he was dressed up as Hamilton, and I was like, okay,
right.
You would have been great in that group. Tobuscus, Jack's films.
Right. I see what you're saying. You're saying it reminds you too much of Jack's films, and so therefore you can't like it.
I just don't get it. It's like a meme. Like you said, it's like a meme. I don't know what vape is. I don't know what Vape Nation is. I think it's
Out of 10, give it a score.
Oh, okay. I'd say truthfully, I'd say 6 out of 10 because the editing was good. The videography was good. Okay. I respect the character.
Thank you.
I respect going out in public and
Thank you very much.
I could not do it. Yeah.
You want to talk about the SAG?
I feel like you were pretty good there, but I feel like Man on the Street stuff now you're like not as comfortable with. Like you're not
How do you
as
know?
funny.
What a Man on the Street?
Like when we go out and do like Goat Yoga, we're not as quick. Like you're pretty quick there if you improvise all that. Not that you're not quick. You know what I mean? I don't know. I hate Man on the Street stuff in general. Like Conan stuff made me cringe. Like the masturbating bear, like the dog, all that makes me.
I feel like I'm pretty good Man on the Street, but like you need to edit it. You can't just have like one, like you know what I mean. We were just getting a little bit of a shot.
Mm-hmm. I like it. I think
what
it would have
about
been
Bob
good.
Saget?
Oh. Wow! I got an email from his lawyer. Can I say that?
Oh,
I guess I didn't say I couldn't
Why
say
not?
it. It wasn't a gag order.
No, you get those from Moses only.
Wait, what?
Sorry.
Oh, like
Yeah.
gag.
Sorry.
Oh,
Yeah, gag order.
I don't gag. I have pretty good. I think I have a loose throat.
You have a loose throat?
It's that spray I told you about. Adam Eve has it.
I can't believe you actually spray before you.
If you want to go down, like deep throat.
Has she ever used that spray on you? Oh my God. I'd be like, can you imagine if I went to Ela like, hey baby, tonight I've got this spray to numb your throat. She'd be like, are you fucking kidding me with this shit? I think she would literally kill me if I brought that up.
I think the girl has to initiate that.
Yeah, you don't want to bring that up.
Yeah, it's like
Can
a
you
little
imagine?
much.
I don't know, bro. It's just a tool. I feel like everyone getting weird about it is so weird. It's just a tool. Use it or don't use it. I've used it before. I've tested it out from Adam and Eve. It's okay. I don't need it. I don't prefer it. I'm just saying, I don't know. Sometimes you hit the gag, sometimes you don't. At the end of the day, kind of hot a little bit, even if you do. But also, like, use a throat spray. Don't use a throat spray. I don't know. I don't know.
Ela, I've got this spray. Makes your throat numb so I can do push-ups on your face.
Actually, do you know what helped me the most? Being high. If I'm high on weed, shit goes down easy. You know what I'm saying? Like, weed is the best. My gag reflex disappears when I'm high.
Oh, I love that. That's kind of everything.
She'd be like, I'm not talking to you. You are dead to me.
I love it. Actually, you know what? It feels good. It doesn't. Your throat doesn't hurt the next day. But yeah, I got an email from. You advised me to delete it. It's so weird how sometimes you become like my dad. Like there's so many times where you're like, you should probably delete it. I'm like, no.
That was like the one time.
No, there was another time you were very dead. Oh, why did you make this TikTok about Dixie and Noah?
Because I'm
like,
trying to
are
protect
my
you.
father?
Don't you understand?
They're sometimes James Charles a predator. I think
but you weren't talking about James Charles. You were attacking the
Wait.
relationship. And I was
Hold on. Discord says, does the numbing spray even work for gagging? Do you guys, what's the spray we used to spray in our mouth to make our throat numb when we had a sore throat? It would make it all zingly, tingly. It's like that. Do you know what I'm saying? It just like stops the tickle from happening, or it stops your brain from realizing there's something in your mouth. What's that spray we all, I remember it as a young person. I haven't used it in like 10 years probably. And it makes your throat kind of chilly. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? I don't remember what it was. No. Chat says, don't use numbing spray. If it's hurting you for a reason. It's not the pain you should be using it for. It's your gag reflex. You shouldn't be using it if it's pain, guys. I don't know. I don't remember the name. I don't recognize any of these names in chat. I don't know. But either way, you shouldn't be using the spray to get rid of pain. You should be using it to stop, because the gag reflex is a trigger. It's supposed to keep you from choking, right? So like, you have to have the right mental space. Like, I can't just do it. Like, I have to have the right mental space for my gag reflex not to show up. Yeah, like, it shouldn't be painful. You're just avoiding the gag reflex from showing up. But blowjobs shouldn't be painful. I've never had a painful blowjob. Like, that's not a word I think of when I think of blowjobs. I just think gag reflex. Like, my gag reflex, whether I like it or not, might get triggered. But I try to, like, I have to be in a specific mind space, you know?
I was like,
Yeah,
that's
because
just,
it's
there's
fake.
no point.
It's like they're promoting James. I'll attack all
Based
I
on
want.
what?
If you support a P word, then I don't care how I attack you.
Okay, let me
But
show the
either way,
TikTok in
even-
question.
Okay.
Because you didn't take my advice.
You said I should probably delete it, but I...
Is this? I see. Is this it?
Okay. Wait, should we not put this? Because then we'll get the cease and desist, maybe.
Well, it's already up on your
It
TikTok.
wasn't a cease and desist. It was just a letter.
No,
I'll delete it.
no,
Maybe
I'm
I should
fine.
delete it. But then this will be up forever if I delete it.
Yeah.
They can't
I mean, it's already up on your
take me
TikTok.
to prison for this.
Nobody could sue you.
For what, though? Because I'm commenting on a video?
I don't think he has any grounds to sue you, because what you're alleging isn't something very specific. So I don't think he could sue you.
I'm not
But
alleging. I'm saying it's gross, the joke he made about...
Let's watch.
Okay. But this will be up forever is what I'm saying. So then the lawyers will probably give you a letter to say take this down and what you just edited out.
Well, no, because I think the context of the conversation is important, because I disagree. I don't think you should put this video up.
Also, is litigation different than lawyers? They said this is so-and-so from Bob Saget's litigation.
It means they're going to sue you.
Don't they have to do a cease and desist?
No, they don't have to do anything. They can sue you anytime they want.
I mean, I'll take it. I have lawyers on retainer, I guess, so whatever. Because you might have to go to court fighting this. I don't like the joke he made. It's disgusting. I don't think that's like a crime.
So, no, I don't.
I say it to the judge.
I'm
That's
telling you,
gross.
I don't think he has a case of defamation against you, because you're not specifically saying, oh, he's this. But I do think that. Well, let's go ahead and watch the TikTok.
Okay, but
Are
this
you
will be on
comfortable?
Frenemies forever, so I don't want you to get sued now by
No,
you
I'm
showing
not. I'm
this.
not worried about it.
Okay.
I can always snip it if I need to, but I don't think it's like that. Okay, here we go.
Freaking thrilled that people are getting called out. Started with Weinstein. Should have started with Woody Allen, who got away with so much disgusting crap. So I'm gonna keep.
Fun fact, Armie Hammer, who we hate, God rest his soul, just kidding, he's not even dead. His career is. Armie Hammer said he's open to working with Woody Allen, so Predators be hanging out with Predators. Also, he claimed to have eaten the beating heart of an alive animal, and I'm very confused. But he says he's not a cannibal. It's all very confusing, really. Yeah, not a fan.
You're calling it out, and I'm so glad Bob Saget is now.
I can't believe I used to think Armie Hammer was so hot. I hate myself. Was he played the twins in Facebook movie, right? I used to think he was so hot, and now he makes me want to die. Like, every time I see him, I'm like, ugh. Ugh. Isn't that amazing how you can think someone's so attractive and then they do something shitty? I'm so like, it's all about personalities for me. I swear I saw him when I was like, how many years ago did that movie come out? And I was like, oh my God, that's so hot. He's so hot. And then now I'm like, ugh, absolutely not. That's how fast it is for me, girl. Ooh. You voted for who? Ooh. See, unattracted. Thank you.
On the table because stories
So,
about Bob Saget.
pause. I do have, it's not my story to tell, but I do have like a
2010. Yeah, Social Network came out in 2010. That's outrageously long ago. Wow.
personal friend that was like a close friend of mine that had an incident with Bob Saget. That wasn't a good incident. So I do have some sort of personal, I guess, like connection to this. Like a lot of times people get called out and like, it's not that I don't call out everybody, but this one I was like, wow, okay, good. Like people are like noticing this, you know what I mean? Because this girl had a thing, but she got silenced real quick. Not through money or anything, but just scared. Like most people do, right? You get a letter and you're like, oh shit, you know?
Dude, Bob Saget is super fucking rich. Like he's like crazy rich. He's worth like $200 million.
How?
From Full House, I think. Because that show was like such a big deal, and he was on America's Funniest Home Videos. Like in the 90s, he was a big deal. He is super fucking rich.
Really?
Dude. Oh, $50 million? That's not as rich as I thought.
He's not Kylie Jenner level.
No, he's not paid for your brain surgery rich. Oh, he's not. I thought he was worth like $200 million. Well, fuck. Well,
Yeah, I was like,
I mean, that's
how?
rich. Don't get me wrong. $50 million.
The Olsen twins are worth $250 million each. And their sister's worth $100 million, who's in Marvel.
I mean, with Jamie Kennedy, he's not that rich.
I only know that because I had a conversation with my partner about it the other day.
So anyway, you're comparing him. So Woody
I wasn't
Allen.
comparing him. I said I like seeing
You
people.
said.
There was no insinuation that's like,
Okay, wait,
look
let's
who's
start over.
Harvey Weinstein wasn't a P word. He just
Well,
got
no, but
called
he
out.
was R word.
He was R
okay,
word.
but Woody Allen
Was
P
a
word.
P word and R word.
Right.
Let's watch this again.
Being called out, and I'm so freaking thrilled that people are getting called out. Started with Weinstein. Should have started with Woody Allen, who got away with so much disgusting crap. So I'm going to keep calling it out. And I'm so glad Bob Saget is now on the table because
You're putting him in the company of Weinstein and Allen. You see what I'm saying?
What was the joke? I didn't hear the comment. I missed that. What did Bob Saget say?
But that's not what I was insinuating. If that's how you take it, that's literally, and I'll say it now, that is not what I was insinuating. But the joke he made was so gross. Okay. Also, it was trending.
You know what? You know what's funny? I was just talking to my partner about this. Because one time I made a comment about Debate Bro. And I said, men like this, men like Andrew Tate, men like Justin Waller, men like this, blah, 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 blah. And then Debate Bro's whole community was like, Brittany she said he was like Weinstein and like these predators and sex traffickers, like Andrew Tate's a sex trafficker, which is ironic now, given the allegations and the evidence that's come out recently and him admitting to the crime he committed, which is like so funny. But I didn't know that. Like I was just associating men who abuse women in one category, but I didn't even mean to imply he was like a trafficker, though things are so ironic like now, I think, with everything going on. But that's the problem is like, it's just, people don't know how to categorize things. It's not one-to-one. It's just categories of men who abuse and are misogynistic. And so if she just thinks that he falls into the category of like misogynistic men who are abusive, then that could put him in the same category as Weinstein. But if it's like men who sex traffic, well, that's a specific category of men who abuse women. Do you know what I mean? I think he made a gross joke about the Olsen twins. Oh, I think I remember that. Yeah. Oh, a stunt doll, an infant doll for the old Olsen twins. Gross. Okay, gross. Anyways, all of this to say that it's kind of funny that people, like, he's the one who made the joke, and then he's like, don't associate me with those bad people. It's like, I don't know. You said it. I don't know.
On TikTok and Twitter, so everyone's like comment about.
Sure, you're not the only one, yeah.
So that again, it's like the Dixie eating the snail thing. Everyone's like, Trisha, talk about this, Trisha. And like this moment, I was doing a string of Q&As. This was the day I came over to your house to have dinner.
I do find it is really interesting that like Bob Saget's legal team saw this.
Like so quick too. I got it within like a day.
They must have been sending it to a lot of people on TikTok. Did a lot of other people remove their videos?
They said they did.
Huh.
That letter was like.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to deal with the SAG.
But I'm not. I can give an opinion. Like if
I agree.
Joke's disgusting.
But
like,
let's watch the whole thing. Okay,
he's a public figure.
Stories about Bob Saget.
Of Ashley and Mary Kate for Michelle, as a 3-year-old kid, they gave me a doll to talk to for rehearsal.
Wait, Andrew Tate is a sex trafficker, for the record. Yeah, I think that's why men get so literal about not being a pedophile, but being attracted to teenagers. Oh, yeah, I got you. Or like Andrew Tate is a misogynist, Madonna sex trafficker. Oh, have you heard the new update? Yeah, I got you, girl. I didn't read your message all the way before I commented. But yeah, I agree with you. 100. It's like categorization is so important. But at the same time, it's like people want to do bad but not be categorized as bad. That's the irony, huh? There's a new, Philip DeFranco covered it. There's a new update with Andrew Tate. And apparently, finally, one of the American victims is pressing charges. And that's a big deal. So now Andrew Tate's being hit from multiple countries for the same charge, same exact MO. Convinced them they were in a relationship, flew them out to a foreign country, restricted their travel access, alienated them from their families and friends, and used them to make money on sex websites. So now we have a third country. He has cases in the UK, Romania, and US, I believe. So there we go. Boom. And he's running for political office. So, it all checks out.
And I just threw it on the bed, and I just started pretending, and I was
what?
By the way, Bob Saget is like a shock comic. Like his whole career is.
I grabbed it and threw it on the bed, and I just started pretending, Ew. No. Chat says no fucking way. Is he running for political office in USA? Who, Andrew Tate? No, he has a record. No, he's running for office, I think, in Romania. I can't remember, but I think it's Romania because he can't go back anywhere. He has rape charges in the UK and he has problems with the US. He literally can't go anywhere else. Okay, I gotta rewind this. What?
Me a doll to talk to for Mary Kate for Michelle.
He's a public figure.
Okay.
Stories about Bob Saget.
Of Ashley and Mary Kate for Michelle as a 3-year-old kid. They gave me a doll to talk to for rehearsal. That, you know, and I just threw it on the bed and I just started pretending, you know. And I was like,
That doll.
What? This is what I'm saying. Guys, I don't want to be 50 years old and we don't want to be 50 years old and using this language. You do what I'm saying? Do you get why I'm on this transformation? And I know it's going to take me a bit, but I promise you I'm going to grow up. So I'm not 50 years old and making some streamer fucking like joke that basically is so irresponsible to make as an adult. And I you know what I mean? Like, I hate the idea of like, oh, he's so edgy. Bob Saget's always been edgy. Yeah, well, maybe we shouldn't be. Maybe we should reach a certain age where we kind of stop. But also that's what these comedians do. I think this is probably why I've never liked comedy very much. I like some of it sometimes. I like it with friends, but I don't really like it on its own. I just think it's like, I don't know. It's all riddled with people's traumas. Comedians are so traumatized. And none of them get the help they need. They're so traumatized. Even when they get the help they need, they don't get the help they need. Look at all of them. Ugh, gross.
By the way, you know Bob Saget's like a shock comic. Like his whole career is surrounded about saying
Of course,
shock
but
and humor.
I do think there's like a line that you don't cross. I think like joking about, and I even with Shane, I think like when I really evaluated like all the stuff he did like as jokes, it's like crossing the line. You don't have to say this was a 3-year-old actress that it was supposed to be, and I'm pretending to, you know.
This isn't evidence that he committed any crime.
I'm not saying it's an evidence. I think there's certain lines you shouldn't cross about kids, children. You shouldn't joke about having sex with a 3-year-old.
Okay.
Yeah, it's weird.
So hold
doll
on,
or otherwise.
It's disgusting. He also married someone 30 years his junior, which can just tell a lot about a person. The power play, the manipulation, all of that. Bob Saget is disgusting and also deserves to be canceled. I know he's irrelevant now, but really call out shit. I know it's hard to speak up, but if you can,
Yeah, you didn't slander him.
And that was also my call to this.
You definitely didn't slander him.
And this girl that had an issue with him, like a serious one, and through laugh at, like, well, I won't say what, through a comedy club, like she was just too scared. She got silenced, and I was like, so that's why. Look, here's the thing: I'm never gonna like if people aren't comfortable coming out their story, just like those girls in the David video. Like, I'm never gonna be like do it because I was silent for so long. But I always like encourage people to. But because people have money, like you said, you're like Bob Saget's really rich. Don't go against him. It's like, and I get that because now I have money and I can fight it. But a lot of people don't.
That's not the money. Okay,
but on the same note, about people who are like, well, if James Charles did this, why didn't they press charges, or why didn't David Dobrik get sued? It's like a lot of people, one, don't have the money, two, are too scared because people more rich are going to win because they have the money to fight it. It's like, it's such a scary, you can't just like sue, like you should be able to, but you can't. It's not that easy. A lot of people who don't have money can't just do lawsuits against people if they don't have the money. Like, so I hate that excuse. It's like, if like Jeff, he goes, well, if this is a legal case, it's like, well, a lot of people just can't do it, but bringing awareness to it is, you know, just as.
But again, the problem I had with this video, which you can disagree with me and say, but I think it comes off as you comparing Bob Saget, who's made a joke against people who are actual, you know, criminals.
I don't like the joke.
Like terrible, have done terrible things, and so I think just in this day and age, you have to be really careful about who you say that of because it has so much weight.
How about instead of Bob Saget's lawyers sending me a note, how about they have him issue a 2-minute apology for this joke? Because it's not like in 2021, it's not cute.
Bob Saget's whole career is jokes like this. He can't apologize for this one joke.
He's gonna have to apologize for his whole career. About Lucy K, there are some things that you just don't joke about.
Dude, you don't understand. Every fucking thing he says is something this offensive.
Oh, then you should be canceled because it's like perpetuating like this whole, it's a whole other world.
He can't just apologize for this one joke. You don't understand.
Well, he should.
Whole career.
So if those are out there and this is what his career is, and I have every right to comment on it and say it's disgusting. Like,
I agree, but I don't think you should insinuate that he's a
I wasn't insinuating. That's what you took from it. And I'll say right now, I'm telling you what my intent was not insinuating.
I hear you.
My intent was this Harvey Weinstein thing happened. I'm watching the Woody Allen documentary right now, which is gross, which Jerry Seinfeld, for you defending Woody Allen, you're also disgusting. Anyone, Diane Keaton defending Woody Allen, like anyone defending still Woody Allen is.
But of course, Jerry Seinfeld's defending Woody Allen. Jerry Seinfeld also dated a high schooler when he was like 40 or whatever it was.
So gross. The fact that Jerry.
He didn't defend him. He said. He said like, oh, I will never. Someone said to Jerry Seinfeld, I'll never watch a Woody Allen movie again. He's like, oh, you can't separate the artist from the art. I can, no problem. And I agree. It's like, dude, it's like
I think this is a situation where you
a little too flippant about this dude who basically R-worded his own daughter.
But Jerry Seinfeld also dated a 17-year-old and didn't think a problem with that. So I guess that's once again showing the kind of person he is.
As a huge Jerry Seinfeld fan, canceled. I think that. Take your finger off the cancel button a little bit.
I know. I'm getting a little cancel happy.
Like,
okay. I'm going to get canceled.
No, I'm with Trisha on this.
Leave the button on the table, but just slip away a little bit.
Okay.
I love Jerry Seinfeld. I think that I was also disturbed by. He's like, oh, I could separate. It's like, dude, you could, like, I understand how you want to separate the art from the artist sometimes, but like, read the room a little bit on this one. Like, I mean, I personally am not watching any Woody Allen movies after I watched that documentary, which was outlining some of the most horrific abuse I've ever heard in my life.
And people just continuing to praise him. I mean, it was Stephen Colbert who was talking to him too. You know, Stephen Colbert's pretty liberal, right?
Oh, yeah.
So it's like, this is coming from someone of your own like people, right? You're both on the same side of like politics and stuff. It's like, why wouldn't you be like, yeah?
But also the way he said it was like, oh yeah, no problem.
No, he's like, what Stephen Colbert said was, he goes, I can't separate the art, you know, from the art. And he's like, he goes, really? You can't? Like, just so like, what? Why would you just so?
Seinfeld, Woody Allen, Colbert.
Seinfeld should have been canceled when he did that Coffees and Cars show. Like, just end it. Just stop
Here it is.
Not,
Wait, this is from 3 years ago. What the F?
I know. That's what I'm saying. It's all recent.
Wait.
My first guest on the show
but
tonight
this has nothing to do with the documentary.
No, it was shown in the documentary.
These allegations that were in the documentary have been around for years.
Yeah.
It's not new information.
Wait, they're talking about Bill Cosby, it says.
No, but he talked about Woody Allen in this too, because they showed it in the Woody Allen documentary. They
It's
showed
10
the
minutes
clip.
long? Oh, they did?
Yeah, that's how I saw it.
Is the man responsible for some?
Well, I'm not going to watch a whole 10-minute clip.
With me, it's always.
Oh, they are? Fuck you, Colbert. Fuck you.
Okay, problematic people being called
So
out.
anyway,
I'm not demeaning it. I can have an opinion
it's
on
fine. I agree. I
gross
agree.
show.
I was just, listen, I agree. You didn't defame him.
I do think people should be canceled for certain jokes. Like, I definitely am on that side of the thing. Like, I think if you're not going to if you're not going to apologize for it, like you said, that's his shock factor. Shane Dawson used that same excuse, like, oh, I was in shock. I was doing stuff for shock content. And I get it too, but at least just like apologize.
I mean,
don't
you've-
repeat the mistakes. Like, don't do it again. Keep doing it. I wouldn't do the stuff I said in 2014 now. Like, it's 2021. Like, stop.
Look, he's Bob Saget.
Ugh. Who's that? Like, who cares?
I had him on this podcast
Oh, really?
a long time ago. I mean, it wasn't a big
You
deal.
did? I never saw that one because I see a lot of your. I went to go to see who's the most famous person on your podcast, and I never saw Bob Saget on there.
The episode didn't get that many views.
How was
People
he?
didn't care. He was fine, right, Dan? Yeah, he was nice. It was fun.
Was he shocking in person? Was he like a shock comic in person?
It wasn't that. He didn't say anything
remember.
that outrageous or anything. No.
It was a good time though.
He was after.
Yeah, it didn't even hit 1 million views. Wow. The Bob Saget episode didn't even hit 1 million views.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us at the H3 Podcast Live. Today, our sponsors are MVMT Movement, MeUndies, and Twitch Prime. Subscribers like you. I'm just pointing to the camera. There's nobody there.
No, I can see.
Okay.
No, don't worry.
What if there was a
I
head
just like
there?
to watch you.
Yeah, okay.
You're like a son. Don't worry.
I'm just pointing to the camera. There's nobody there.
They do not.
It's swingers and stuff.
No.
Okay.
No.
That's so funny. Yeah, wow. I thought Ethan was joking when he told Trisha he had Bob Saget on the show is the top comment. That's so I'm dying. I'm literally dead.
Affable. He's funny.
How long ago was it?
Oh, it was a long
like
time.
3 years ago.
Yeah, it was a while ago.
So were you like popping off on your podcast like what, the first year, the second year? Like when was like H3 like, whoa, the podcast? Because you had Dak Black, you had like a lot of big people on.
I've always been popping off. I'm a huge deal. And since that Vape Nation video came out 5 years ago, before and after.
Well, that Vape Nation didn't do as well on.
I mean, Ethan's been he was like top 30 podcasts for a really long time, right? He might even still be. But like, that's the thing. Like, I don't understand how Trisha knows all of this like lore, but she doesn't understand Ethan's place in the ecosystem. Like, he's not like, H3 isn't like Disneyland popular. Like, Disney's not going to work with him. But like, in the podcasting world, like Ethan was always big in the numbers, which is what most people care about. They care about your numbers. They validate you based off your numbers. And Ethan always got numbers.
On your H3 today that it did back then, it only has like 650,000 or something like that. The podcast that you did, the I'm Selling Vape Nation, it didn't get the same amount of views as you would think from a 30 million viral video would get. Like it didn't get 1 million views is what I'm saying. So like it's not as
It's
the same.
old.
But you put it up in recently. You said I'm Selling Vape Nation.
Yeah, so what? It's just
Okay,
a
so
podcast.
but I know, but you said it was like your most big thing, right?
Yeah, I've been talking about Vape Nation like 1 billion times. Like it's not new news. I've like talked about Vape Nation 1 trillion times.
Okay, so what I'm saying is like when was your era that you were popping like on H3, like when those were going
Around when I made that video.
Which was when?
I don't know, 5 years ago.
2015,
What do
2016?
you want from me?
2016 or 2019?
Or 16.
And then Bob Saget was on around the same time, so it was all
No, Bob Saget
No,
came
it
out
wasn't.
years after.
So your podcast comes
Because
out after Vape Nation.
I stopped making H3 videos and I started doing the podcast. That was
Why?
like because I didn't like doing those videos anymore. I was over it.
Were you evolving with YouTube, or you just didn't like doing it anymore?
I think I was just I just felt like it was creatively becoming too difficult and it just wasn't natural. And every time I would make a video, it was just really painful and difficult.
Oh.
And so we pivoted to the podcast and we were at first doing both at the same time, but then eventually I just did full-time podcast because I felt like it was more of the type of content I wanted to be making. It just felt more natural and that's it. That's what we wanted to be doing.
Shout out to Philip DeFranco for talking about David Dobrik.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, it's kind of
Good job. I mean, I'm saying that sincerely. I'm not trying to be.
No, yeah. Are we trying to?
No, I'm not trying to be that. I'm saying sincerely. Like, I'm glad people Keemstar too. I know we don't like to talk about Keemstar, but he did talk about it in a pretty fair light.
Well, there's really no way to defend David. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
At this point,
It just felt like everyone was so silent, and all of a sudden everyone's like verbally, like Philip DeFranco was enraged in that one. He's like, "This is insane," and I was just like, well, finally, which in a good way. It's like, it's finally when people realize that you're just so relieved because you're just like, finally, like people are like seeing this, it's like, because it's just dangerous. I mean, the whole thing, obviously we don't know what happened with Jet, but like it still continues to be dangerous and it needs to like.
Wow. Yeah. They don't
what are
know.
you up to this week?
Passover.
Oh, that's this
Friday.
So are you coming to our house on Friday? Or
Not
no?
Friday, because you're,
Are you coming over on Sunday?
Mhm.
Okay. A lot of Trisha lately.
I know, like a little too much.
2 episodes back to back, couple of Passovers. It's like, ew.
I'm also getting, I don't know how my face is going to look. The reason I was originally not going to come, just full transparency, is like I'm getting this facial treatment tomorrow that's like my skin is going to start shedding like a snake.
Oh, I would love to see that.
Well, it might take a week. I don't even know. So I might have to have like a veil on the next round. He's like, I don't know. She's like, do you have anything planned for the next 2 weeks? I'm like, well, I mean, I have.
Wait, what is the
podcast.
procedure you're doing?
It's supposed to shed so all my skin is supposed to shed off, and it's all the bare skin underneath is going to come through. So, but you can't peel it, so it starts shedding like a snake around. And so,
What do they do to your face?
I don't know.
Like a chemical
Some kind of
peel?
acid, probably.
Not acid, but maybe like lasering or something.
Oh, it's a laser
and
thing?
like a peel or something, as some sort of scrub.
I love that she signs up for things but doesn't do the research to know what they are. Love that.
Probably do a TikTok on it because like you can't wear makeup for like a week.
It's a
or whatever.
serious procedure.
It's not like serious, but it's like your whole skin is going to shed itself.
I got to see that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll do like a TikTok, showing that every day. But yeah, I'm kind of nervous. Hopefully, it'll be okay for next week. So I don't know. But I'm getting that done, and yeah, that's pretty much it. How about you? What's your up to this week?
I do it the same shit I always do.
Which is
Teddy Fresh, podcasts, Teddy.
trying to see if there's anything else I was going to say.
Super excited that we did this fertility thing. So we're going to be finding out if Hila's pregnant in like a week.
And it's not full IVF, right?
No, it's like they didn't take the egg out of her body. They did everything, but like, because in IVF, they take the egg out and the
Mhm.
sperm, and then they do it in the lab, right?
Yeah.
And so basically, they did everything short of that. So they just took my semen and like put it up in her. But we did all the crazy
Oh.
shots and the hormones to like plump her up and make her shit like super fertile.
Oh my God. And she's still so skinny. She's so lucky. Usually that
She's
means
not
you're kind of
pregnant.
fat.
Oh yeah, she said she felt bloated actually. So we'll find out in a week if she's
Oh
pregnant.
my
which is
God.
crazy.
You guys announced it right away last time, right?
Yeah, we did. They say there's like all this superstition that
Yeah.
you're supposed to wait, but me and Hila don't care because we like being. Well,
Open.
first of all, I'm not a superstitious person. I don't think that talking about it's gonna like kill our baby. You know what I mean?
I think it's more than you have to tell people.
Right. You're right.
the-
But I think we were very honest and upright about the whole process. So we thought like, well, if something bad does happen, then we're going to talk about that too.
Yeah. It's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, but we got really lucky that, the first time with Theodore was like just such a positive experience from beginning to end. And so we got really lucky with that.
Oh my God. What if it's like not as perfect as theater though? What if it's like a little terror?
The child just
yeah.
sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, then I'm going to have to. Yeah, I'll put him back inside Hila. No problem, right? You can return the baby
Oh my God. That sounds like a lot. Yeah. I don't know about having kids anymore. It just seems like it's a lot.
after having your nephew.
Yeah.
You're like, fuck this.
Yeah. I don't think I'm going to.
Well, then if you have
Oh well.
a doubt after spending a few days with the baby, then maybe you're onto something because
I don't know.
you can't escape the baby.
I thought I was pregnant 2 days ago. Was it 2 days ago? I threw up in the morning. I got so excited.
Did you miss your period?
I think I'm like right on it. I think it was supposed to happen today. I think like right
Why'd
on
you
it.
throw up then?
I don't know. I got really nauseous. I was getting my hair and makeup done. Actually, it was that Friday we came over here and I was like, I just like threw up.
And then you had your period.
No, I haven't had my period yet.
So you might be
Maybe
pregnant.
I'll find out too. What if we got pregnant?
Whoa. Well, why don't you think you're pregnant?
Because I never gotten pregnant, so I just feel like I can't.
So, but you still feel like maybe you are pregnant.
I mean, it's always like hopeful.
Why haven't you taken if you've missed your period, you should be able to
Only
take
by like a day. I wait.
You want to take a pregnancy test? We have some.
Oh my wait, let me see if I am missing. I think it's like a day.
If you've missed your period even by a day, you should be able to take the
No, but
pregnancy
I like
test.
to wait a week because mine is sometimes like day to day.
Let's get that pregnancy test, boys. Let's do it live.
Listen, I'll do it live.
You will?
Yeah.
Whoa, crazy.
But there's no way because
What if we both get pregnant at the same time?
That'd be amazing.
You know
That's so
fun. Look, as a kid who was friends with her cousins, and then our parents fought because it happens, and then the cousins had to like pick sides. Bullshit, bro. All of it is so silly. But yeah, like their kids won't grow up together. They won't know their first cousins. And we wonder why there's something going on. I'm telling you. There's like
It's saying that our kids will be cousins.
Yeah, that's so
First
cool though.
cousins.
I feel like it's already over here anyways. It's like might as well.
It would
cousins.
be really cool if the cousins were friends, like really close. Like
And
that.
they'd be just such different children, which is like so funny.
Oh my god, yeah.
I'd be like the cool mom. It's like,
You're gonna be Auntie Trisha.
yeah. Theodore already says my name. Yesterday he's like, Trisha.
Is this just a long con because I told you I wouldn't let you?
Oh
in
my
house?
God. When you first said that when we started dating, I was so annoyed. I
Are
was
you
really...
still just doing like a crazy long con to like get
I
to
wish.
prove me wrong?
No. Oh my God.
2 kids later, she still is. No, but for real. Chad says, I wish there was an alternative universe where they were all big, one happy family. For sure. For sure. What are you going to do? I know it. I get it. Like, I know. Sometimes you have a sibling, right? Right? Sometimes it just goes that way. You know? Sometimes you just have I'm telling you, sometimes you just have a sibling that's just like fucked up just the right way in the head, even though they'll never admit it. But it's so obvious. And they'll convince themselves that everybody else is the enemy and they're the only ones who are right. And then you never meet your nieces and you never see your nephew grow up. I'm speaking from experience. It's not you. There's always somebody in the family. I think Moses is that person. It just doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense.
God, you think I'm like getting married and bought a house and all this stuff just to be over here? Finally made it into the house.
That's what the vlog squad thinks of you.
No, for
They
real.
literally are like, dude, they
This
actually
is
would
a
believe
lot.
that.
I know. That's what's so crazy. So I try not to look so nuts, but yeah, wait, we should also end it by saying that we should also support Stop the Asian Hate again.
Stop the Asian hate. I'm
Stop
glad you
Asian
mentioned
hate.
that. It's outrageous that people are out there doing this. Is sick.
The Atlanta, did you see the
Oh
Atlanta
my
shooting?
God.
But the fact is
So
people aren't
messed up.
reporting it as a hate crime. They don't think it's racially motivated. But it was 6 of the 8 women were Asian, and it was in
They went to
massage
a par- yeah,
parlors.
went to parlors.
It's like, how are these not being reported as hate crimes? Like, okay, so a lot of people are like, okay, what can we do? Well, it's like report it as like hate crimes. If you see something that's like racially charged, if it's online, if it's anywhere, like we have to report it as a hate crime because it really is. It's race induced, you know.
Yeah, and the punishment is a lot heavy. But the guy's a murderer, so like, what's the punishment? But like all the other stuff, if it's a hate crime, the punishment is much harsher. So a lot of these people are getting off lighter than they should.
Yeah,
but regardless,
that's what I'm saying.
I have such a hard time understanding, like on a human level, like what is wrong with these people that are going and hating on.
Is he okay? He throws up every day, huh?
Okay, sweetheart. I think he's just coughing.
Okay.
It's just hard to conceptualize the fact there's people out there committing Asian hate crimes because of the COVID. It's like
That's crazy, but that was probably incited by Donald Trump, which is good. He's banned
Oh,
on
yeah.
social media. He got canceled. Cancel button back.
oh yeah, it was definitely from Donald Trump. I mean, there's no question about it. There's no question. You know, it's just proof that like
Yeah.
rhetoric and
Wow. Hold on. 2021, and now we're back again with Trump now. And it's just so much worse. It's so interesting.
racism has violent consequences.
You were a victim of hate crime. Did you talk about that or no? A while ago.
Oh, you mean the swatting?
Yeah. You think that was racial or
Oh, it was definitely the guy was a white supremacist. It was definitely.
that's crazy. That's
Yeah.
crazy to me because
I mean,
it's so like
dude, existing online as any minority or anything is like constant fucking barrage of hate and racism. But Jews especially have it pretty bad lately. I think with the whole the rise of, I feel like white nationalism has become.
I mean, white Semitism. Wow, Brittany. Anti-Semitism is on the rise. And it always is. Like, that's the irony. It's like racism is on the rise, period. It really is. Like, it's so crazy with this whole DEI stuff. And it's like America will always find a reason every decade to shit on black people, shit on Jews, shit on the gays and the trans. Like, and to be fair, like, not to be fair, that sounded so fucked up. And to be honest about human history, America's so rooted in like white supremacy and racism that it would have to like shake its foundation to even revamp. Like, as much like America, you know, it has like its good and its bad, but it's so fucking racist. And I know everyone's racist, but it's so fucking racist. I can't believe they find new ways to shit on black people every 10 years. I swear to God, I'm so over it. Like, it's so exhausting. And then find every reason to talk about how white men are like the true victims. I'm just like so exhausted, but also, hey, what are you gonna do? It's what it is. It is what it is. We're living in a racist country. We're living in a racist world.
Kind of having a wave of popularity here with the Trump administration. And I'm definitely feeling the anti-Semitism more than I have in the past.
and then the Woody Allen documentary.
Why? Because he's Jewish?
It doesn't like shed the best light right now on. He was a Jewish American hero.
I don't think anybody's
You're not
putting
gonna-
those crimes on all the Jews.
Maybe it just passed through my
Weird,
head briefly.
weird statement. I don't think people are going cruising the street looking for Jews because of what Woody Allen.
Chet says, why do you think that some people are able to deconstruct while others aren't? Like going up in a cult, being racist, homophobic, and then they don't think like that anymore. Why do you feel like they're able to and some aren't? I feel like deconstruction is a tool and it takes a very specific, curious, and open-minded brain to be interested in it. I just don't think everyone is universally interested in it. I think most people don't have to. Most people don't have to question anything about their life, and it's not if they're not because of privilege. Plenty of minority, unprivileged people don't question things about how they do stuff. Because it's a universal experience in terms of it being I don't think it discriminates. I don't think deconstruction is specific to a group, but I do think you're more likely to be interested in deconstruction if you're a minority and you have to question your existence. So I think you have to have the right formula to deconstruct. If you don't have the right formula, like you won't deconstruct. But I can't say like, oh, you're white, you'll never deconstruct. Like that's not true. Or if you're black, you're going to deconstruct because you're black. Like that's not necessarily true. And also you would have to be like a minority status. So what about people who grow up in a primarily like, you know, whatever. Like I think it just depends on the tools you have. Like why can't Ethan deconstruct the issue to even go past Hassan? Why doesn't Hassan deconstruct? Like he does. Everybody deconstructs to a limit, or some people, it's a spectrum. But yeah, I just think it's a combination of tools. You know, I think that's what it is. It's just a combination of the why. The why is really what matters, right? I think that's the issue, is the why is really the key here. Why are we doing anything that we're doing? Why do we want the world to get better? Why do we want the world to change? Why are we angry? Why are we upset? Why do we do what we do? I think it's really hard for people. I've known so many people, especially men. I will say the men I work with, the men in my life even, they are so difficult. They're so difficult. Like I'd love to say it's not true, but they are so difficult. They just are so fucking prideful. And it is very difficult to get to a person who's been raised a man and who identifies as a man and who exists in the world as a man to even begin to deconstruct, because they fucking got a wall up so fucking high and thick. And it's exhausting. And again, I know it's like you want to be compassionate, you want to meet them where they are, but you end up just promoting their very toxic behavior and enabling them. Yeah, pride is a poison, and men are very much geared to be prideful. But I'm telling you right now, like, they are the most difficult group of people I've ever worked with in my life. It's why I don't dedicate my time to helping them primarily, because they don't help themselves. All they want to do is complain and never do anything about it. And that the numbers show that. So like if men are willing to do some of the work, then I'm happy to meet them where they are. But I won't meet anybody, man, woman, they, them, who's not willing to do some of the work. You know? They're just like, they're so stubborn. I'm not interested. Now, of course, that's specific people who were raised in a specific way, you know what I mean, and end up a certain way. Not all men, not all everything. You know, again, it's hard to say like how to categorize the specific kind of person, but it's a very specific kind of man. It is like an Elon or whatever. It is like, it's a very prideful and lack of humility. There's no humility. That's what it is. It's a lack of humility. Anyone who lacks humility, I don't want to talk to you. The lack of humility is really, it's the end of everything. It's so frustrating. It's like, bro, please be humble. You know, what did Kendrick say? Be humble. No, was that Kendrick? Who wrote the Be Humble song? Wait, who wrote the Be Humble song? Is that the one with the bicycle on the world? Be humble. Who wrote that song? Oh, it is Kendrick. Okay. Yeah. What did Kendrick say? Be humble.
There's plenty of other reasons to hate Jews.
I don't hate them, just for the record. Jews. Woody Allen I hate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate Woody Allen. Oh my God. That was so disturbing.
Yeah.
That was just like a funny time to unmute the stream.
Looking for Jews because of what Woody Allen did. There's plenty of other reasons to hate Jews.
I don't hate them, just for the record. Jews. Woody Allen I hate.
Yeah, I hate Woody Allen. Oh my God. That was so disturbing.
Yeah.
Embarrassing, right?
Cringe. canceled button.
I had someone send me an email with they're like, "Oh, you're calling out white nationalists. Why don't you talk about your own people?" And he sent me a picture of
Woody Allen?
Epstein.
Oh, he's Jewish?
Yeah.
Oh, if you guys watch my latest, if you watch the Ultimatum series, pay attention to Scotty. Those kinds of men are the worst. I refuse to engage. And be forewarned. The kind of men who don't appear to be a Scotty, but pretend to be better than the Scotties, they're the dangerous ones. Because Scotty kind of is bullshit. You can see it. But Scotty's the man who's like, I want to be a provider. I want to be a protector. I want to be all these things. But like toxic as hell, bro. I haven't gotten to the reunion yet. We're going to have that. I'm going to record that tomorrow. But at this reunion, they better be fucking not married. You know what I'm saying? Not together, not anything. None of them. I don't want to see one person together. You guys watch my latest episode on Ultimatum. But I will say that you can only go so far. Like Ethan can deconstruct enough, but see how he stops? I don't want to be with somebody that stops. And I think that's the other thing when you're dating. I want to be with somebody that's going to continue to deconstruct. I don't want to be with somebody who hits a limit and stops at being like a centrist. You know what I'm saying? Like Ethan stopped. He got to a level where he's like, capitalism bad, blah, 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 blah. And then he hit a wall. He deconstructed, but then he stopped. I don't want anybody who stops. I'm not willing to settle for a partner that stops deconstructing. And that's a very big ask from the universe. And I'm lucky that I have that partner, and I'm lucky that we found each other, but I think that's probably why we're so high compatible. Because most people in the world eventually want to stop. I think my special interest might be deconstruction. Because it's philosophy. I don't want to stop deconstructing. I want to understand everything about the world, and then I want to die. You know, knowing I won't know everything about it. So keep that in mind when you're dating. Maybe ask about deconstruction. Ask about where their ceiling is, where a person's ceiling of curiosity is, and see if it's worth being married to them.
Yeah. I was like, okay, I guess.
We can get into that. I still don't understand what Epstein did. I don't even know what he did.
Bro, Epstein was a legend in this world of.
He's dead though now.
Yeah, he killed himself. Or he died in prison. Yeah, he died in prison.
He's a P word?
Oh, Epstein is the king of the shit. Like in the world of, R word and SA and P word, he's the fucking man.
I don't know anything about him.
So Epstein was like, made a bunch of money in investment banking, whatever. And he was basically friends with a lot of rich and powerful people and basically trafficked in underage girls.
To where? Where did he traffic them into?
He had a private island.
So there's an island full of underage girls that.
Well, he would bring them there and then do stuff to them.
Underage.
And a lot of famous.
Under 18.
Yeah. And then but also, there's a great documentary about it on Netflix. He had a house in Palm Beach, right? That's like the really rich place in Florida.
Yeah, and also in Manhattan. That was where the other stuff happened.
But in this documentary, it was all about his house in Palm Beach. His cohort. You've heard of Ghislaine Maxwell?
His name's Ghislaine?
Yeah, I know. Her name's Giz.
I love that.
She's French.
Love that.
She's British.
I thought she was French. Well, how does she explain that her name is
because
Giz
they're
then?
Posh, super
Correction, her mother is French.
Rich
socialite.
Socialites.
Yeah. Well, anyway, her name's Giz.
Love it.
And she dealt exclusively in his jizz.
What'd she do?
So she would get young girls. I forget how she would scout. She would scope. Oh yeah, dude, it was crazy. So they would get young girls, right, to come have sex with Jeffrey, and then they would pay them to bring their.
Chad says, I think most people are like bees, biological robots. I think that's dehumanizing. And I think I hear it a lot from people, but I want to warn you against that thinking because it's very dehumanizing. Because bees aren't just robots, but also humans are never just robots. We're never just NPCs. We're never just anything. We all have internal stories. We're complicated, we're nuanced, we're gray. Even the most, there's no such thing as bots. There's no such thing as NPCs. All of us are true individuals with a unique consciousness, And I think we have to remember that, especially if you're thinking you're the one who isn't an NPC, you're probably the most NPC. That's the thing is people really are just people. People just really are people, And dogs really are just dogs, and bears really just are bears. And we're all having like a biological experience that's different, right? Chet said it is dehumanizing, but I think most are driven by instincts. That's just not statistically true, though. Instincts. That is not true. Like the data, I don't know what science you're reading, but that science does not support that. Instincts? Do you know what an instinct is? Like, if most humans were moving off instinct, like we'd be cavemen. Like that isn't even barely, not even like Neanderthals. Did Neanderthals even work completely on instinct? Instinct? Nah.
Her friends to come have sex with Jeffrey. They had like this whole underage girl Ponzi scheme. And then he would groom the ones that he thought were really impersonable, and he would take them on trips and make them do sex acts on his rich friends. He had like this whole sex trade of underage girls.
How come that wasn't more popular
Oh, well,
or
I mean,
public?
he
I'd never heard of it.
He went down big time recently. Although the whole story of Epstein is crazy because he got caught doing this like in the 90s, and the district attorney basically dropped the charges. It's like a whole fucking thing. You should look into it. It's crazy.
And
anyway, he got caught. He went to jail, and then he committed suicide, where all the cameras were.
Chat says, what does dehumanizing mean to you? Yeah, what does it mean to you, Chatter? I'll say for me in this regard, like calling them biological robots is to imply that they don't have like inherent value or like value, like they're disposable, right? Like dehumanizing is to take away the dignity and sanctity of life associated with a creature that's alive or even a thing that exists. Like, you know, like humans we're having a biological experience, and like when you dehumanize somebody, you're taking away their inherent value as not being a human, but being a being. All beings are inherently valuable. I think planets are inherently valuable. I think trees are inherently valuable. I think like there's value all around us. I think the earth is inherently valuable and wonderful and meaningful and special and interesting and beautiful, you know? And like bees are all individuals and wonderful and beautiful. And like every bee is an individual bee and can't be replaced by another bee. Like all ants are individual, like they're all special and unique and beautiful. And one ant can never replace another ant, you know?
The guards were mysteriously not there, and the cameras weren't turned
Someone
on.
kill them.
Yeah.
What is that about?
Which is why vegans would say not to eat animals. But I'm still wondering if like the perfect circle of life existed, would we not be consuming one another, including the bear eating the human? I don't know. We have to have conversations about that. I'm still working on it. In a perfect ecosystem, would a bear not eat a human? And would a human not eat a chicken? I don't know. I'm shooting for the what if.
Nothing?
Well, someone was covering the tracks because he has dirt on all these
it wasn't
people.
like a fellow inmate that's like, you're a
No,
keyword.
it was like someone rich and powerful who didn't want him to flip.
He was personal friends with two presidents.
Bill Clinton
and Donald Trump.
Donald Trump was been to his island.
Bill. I
A
love
bunch
Bill
of
Clinton.
actors. Prince Andrew, right? Is Andrew? He was
Prince
famously
Andrew, yeah.
friends with him. There's allegations against him, and Epstein was one of the greatest that ever did it. He's the Michael Jordan of here, just bleep this. Sex trafficking. Yeah, he's the Michael Jordan. He's like Kobe or Jordan.
Who's the
Free
Kobe
throw.
then? Who's the Kobe?
There's probably some really great ones out there that we don't even know. Those are the Kobe's, right? They're like Kobe 3-pointer.
Yikes, that's sad. I don't know where I was during that. When did this happen?
It's huge news. I don't know.
Yikes, that's so scary.
I don't know where you ever are.
We didn't eat this episode.
I'm so hungry.
Me too. I have an idea. We can do an eating contest. Did you remember the Anna Nicole show?
Eating contest?
Yeah.
Like in terms of volume or what?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll bear you.
No, I think I can win. So Anna Nicole had a show and she had an eating contest. It was her, Howard K. Stern, her attorney, Kimmy, and like whatever. But it could be you
Her
and me.
attorney?
Do you remember Howard
It's kind of
K. Stern?
funny. No, but I think it's just funny.
You never saw Anna Nicole show? You should look up Anna Nicole eating contest. They have to have the pizza. Well, you don't like pasta. It's like pizza.
I'll eat anything for. Yeah.
Can you bring it up? Can you show the eating contest? You can't puke, but she puked and she lost.
This is the most disorganized episode, bro. I kind of just want it to be over. I'm going to be real with you.
So you can't puke on it.
Wow, it's that serious?
It's so serious.
Sounds kinda
I've always
gross.
wanted to do this. It was in Studio City, but they shut the place down. Anna Nicole eating contest. Or do you get flagged for this? I don't know any of these rules.
What network was the show on?
It was on E a while ago, but
She really went off the end, huh?
yeah, he killed her, I think. Here it is. We got no more and more. They're inside of a restaurant. There it is.
Wow.
Then you're like,
Small cheetah.
Okay, here's
She's
all
kind of
the.
ahead of her time, isn't she?
Doesn't that look like me? Sometimes I look, I'm like, oh my god, is that me? Those arms, me.
That looks good. I'll eat that till I puke.
So they eat the pizza, then they go with the pasta, and you can't throw up. Okay, you can fast forward if you want a little bit.
Okay,
So now, now they come out with
eat.
pasta. No, they come out with the pasta. You have to have like.
I get it. They eat. What do I need
Okay,
to
so
see?
when are we doing that? And then she gets pissed because she threw up and she said she won, and then she's anyway. That's a good show. Watch it.
Oh my
You want to do an
God.
eating contest?
Yeah.
When? Next week?
Next week. What are we gonna eat? Pizza. Pizza, yes.
What do you like? I guess you should eat what you like.
Hamburger, French
But
fries.
see, meat's too hard to like ingest. That's why you have to eat like pizzas and pastas.
Let's just
because
do
it's like
pizza then.
Pizza.
You want to do something effed up actually regarding a pizza eating contest that David and Jason had me do that's still up on Jason's channel? They had me go head to head with an 8-year-old boy that was in that family to see who'd eat the most pizza, and that little boy threw up, and they like kept it in the vlog. Like he basically like they were like encouraging him to
Did you
keep
beat
eating,
the
keep
boy?
eating. Yeah, I definitely beat the boy, but obviously, but like the little boy threw up, and they like kept all of that in the vlog.
Ew.
They kept like him throwing up, and I was like, "This is a child. Like I'm embarrassed. So I'm saying guilty by association. Like I have so much guilt. I just don't get it off." But I was like,
So
"That's
they fed this poor little boy till he puked.
They said they kept saying like go go go, and the guy's like I'm sick. This little boy, he's like I'm sick. And like
Aw.
I'm eating, so I'm like I really am like not paying attention to it until I saw the vlog, and I
They
was like that
kept
was some
pushing
effed up
this?
shit.
Oh, that's so
It's
sad.
so, and it's still up, and I was like, this little boy, like, and all they did was make fun of how fat he was. He was like an 8-year-old.
What?
His name was Vardon, and he was
They
in the
make
vlog.
fun of a little 8-year-old boy.
Yeah, and then when he grew up a little bit, they stopped using him in the vlogs. But yeah, it's anyways. That reminded me of that. But we
Dude,
can
these
do,
guys are so twisted.
they would give people like animals. They gave Gabby Hannah like a sugar glider that's illegal, and then she like didn't know what to do with it. She couldn't take care of it. My dog was because of David and Jason. They just surprised me with it for a vlog and made me keep it, even though I never asked for a dog. I never took care of a dog. I never owned a dog in my life.
Yeah, that's messed up.
So I had this puppy that had all these worms, and I've never taken care of a dog. Thankfully, my mom and sister kept the dog because like they got him in like a little puppy mill on the side of a road and with no paperwork or whatever, and he had all these worms and all these sicknesses. And I was
Aw.
like, but they did it all the time. They would just give animals away. And I was like,
He's such a
animal
fucking
abuse. They're putting
weirdo.
animals on top of people screaming. They put like a bear on me, and I was like screaming, and then that frightens little bears. So like the little bear was like probably triggered, and I didn't know all this at the time because you're like blindfolded and there's a little bear and alligators and snakes. It's crazy. Anyways, there's so much more to be looked into, but I'm down to do an eating contest. Are we doing a theme?
Well, we were going to do the oddly satisfying next week.
Oh yeah, let's do that. I like that better. Are we gonna smash cakes?
Yeah, we've got all that planned. We've got a
I love
whole
a
thing
cake
planned.
smashing.
So let's do it the week after because I definitely want to have an eating contest because I'm pretty sure that I will eat you under the table.
But a pizza is nothing. Like you could eat a pizza. We should have something else to keep eating because
Okay, fine. Whatever you want.
is that gluttonous? Does that make us
Yes,
look?
it's disgusting. I'm not going to
Let's have an eating contest. Does that make us gluttonous? Trisha! Chess says, I love how fast her brain is. It's ADHD, bro. She's odd ADHD. I'm calling it right the fuck now. Somebody examine Trisha. I'm telling you right now, odd ADHD right there, baby. Okay, from one autistic to another, that's odd ADHD right there, baby.
eat till I puke. I'm not doing that.
No. It's, you have a set amount of food, and whoever eats it the fastest.
There's no way you'll beat me. I'm a monster. Do you understand? Like, I have this power. I am such a beast that I'm like the Hulk. I have to control it because, it's like when Hulk becomes, I'm always hungry. Like the Hulk, he goes, what's your secret? I'm always angry. I'm always hungry.
Me too.
I don't think you're going to
You
win.
haven't seen me do a mukbang. I don't even chew my food. People are like, did she even chew?
Oh my
I still
God.
won't.
You remember when we ate a pizza on the podcast and you were like, I like crushed that pizza without even thinking?
What pizza did we eat on the podcast?
We ordered pizza once, like back in the day at the old studio, and you're like, oh my God, I can't believe how you're eating that pizza.
And it's also cold. Let's not have cold food. You guys always have cold food here. You can keep it hot. Keep it in
You
the
choose
oven.
the food, you choose the time. I will destroy you. I will end your life.
Oh my God.
Metaphorically, through the eating
Also,
contest.
wait, when's our next theme? Are we having a theme anytime soon or no? Because if not, we'll just go back to normal. I'm fine with that.
Let's just do a couple normal. I need a break from the whole costumes.
I'm fine with that.
But you can show up in costume. I mean, I'm not the boss of you.
Interesting. So they said next week would be oddly satisfying, but that's not true because the next week is responding to David Dobrik's apology. The next one is Trisha's Passover dinner. Then the next one is Ethan and Trisha do oddly satisfying things, which is kind of a bummer. We're almost done with this series. We're like literally 13 episodes away, guys. We are like another 2 weeks of streams away. We're basically there. No, not 2 streams, 3 streams because I stream so infrequently. Wow, we're almost done.
Hi, Shredder.
Okay. No, I'm down. I have a couple sponsorships I got to do normal, so
Okay.
I come normal. Happy Passover. Samech. Hag Samech.
Hag Sameach, Pesach Sameach.
Pesach Sameach.
Mhm.
Check out I Love You Moses. Stop the Asian Hate. Cancel Epstein. Cancel Trump.
He's dead. Yeah, he's dead. Yeah.
Oh.
He's dead.
But honestly, I don't feel bad. Like if he did that to like little girls, like do you
No,
feel
he's
bad?
for Epstein. No.
I don't feel bad for
Who said he felt?
Well, like that Glee, there was a huge controversy with that actor from Glee that unalived himself because he was going to jail for being a P. He had CP on his computer, and everyone was like, I guess they did, like someone didn't include him in a group photo of people who died from Glee because there's like 4 people who died from Glee, and they didn't include him in that RIP. And then the one cast member was pissed, like, why didn't you include him? And he's like, well, he's a P word. And everyone's like, that's so disrespectful. You should include him still.
I'm not familiar with that.
You don't know? Yeah, there's been like 4 people who died from Glee, and one of them was he was proven P. He was going to jail and he unalived himself.
Whoa.
Epstein is one that there's no debate over. People are.
Yeah, anything with children. That's what I'm saying. Like even jokes, like just don't make it. Like I get it, they were funny and edgy maybe at one point. I don't know why, but like they're not anymore. So stop making them. Apologize for them, and get more clever with your humor.
You hear that, Bob Saget? Get
I'm
more
with
clever.
I'm with Trish on this.
Yeah. I don't think Louis C.K. like jizzing all over girls was funny either.
Ew.
No, it was horrible.
But wasn't that in his comedy bit or something? Wasn't that the shock factor of him?
But I don't think people knew that he actually was doing that. You know what I mean?
I thought he like had jokes about it.
Yeah, he did. But people didn't know at the time that he was actually
Doing it. I
doing
knew.
that.
I knew.
You did?
I knew before it ever came out for real. I'm not just saying that. Like I knew.
How'd you know?
I know someone personally. I said too much. I don't want to like go more into it because I feel like I'm gonna get sued by
Well,
him now.
everybody already knows, so it's not like the cat's out of the bag, right?
I have more information on Louis C.K. though.
We'll see you next week. This was the Trisha episode.
Yeah, but I feel like you hijacked it a little bit. Metaphorically.
What do you want me to do? Just sit here and like this and
No,
just
I appreciate
respond?
it. Thank you. No, you are the leader of this most of the time, but I'm happy to produce.
We did it. We did
So
it.
no eating contest next week. You gotta let me know in the eating contest so I can prepare for it.
The week after next.
Okay. Well, stay tuned
How do you
for
prepare?
that.
Are you gonna not eat or something?
No, that's the opposite. You gotta stretch out your stomach.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm
You
not
don't
gonna prep
even-
it. You were gonna lose so bad.
You've been preparing your whole life for it.
Exactly. I was born for this.
Vape Nation.
Babe Nation, I hope you didn't lose respect for me like Trisha did.
Man, that episode felt too long. I'm not even going to play with you. That episode was too long for me. Okay, now. Do y'all have the spoons for the next episode? Episode 28, responding to David Dobrik's apology. I'm so fucking over David Dobrik. Oh my God, they really go through this for like a billion years. Okay, do we have the spoons? David Dobrik, apology. I could probably push through. I can push through. I think we should do it. Fuck it.
We're back with another emergency.
We're back. Oh, an emergency podcast. That's why I was like, wait. So this is this right after? Is this like, wow, they're really pushing it through with these emergency pods.
We're back with another emergency episode.
Oh my God, I feel like we're in the Hunger Games.
Is it like the Hunger Games?
Yeah, like I feel like
for survival.
Yeah, and you look like the Effie.
Oh, my hair.
Well, also just addressing the nation. We're like
Addressing the nation.
That's how I
Is this
feel.
the state of address, the State of the Union?
It's so nervous. I get so nervous going live because we were speaking earlier also too. It's like we're not like I don't like you saying I don't want to be like don't look at us as like this great beings. We're not like a great being, Like I don't want people to think like oh
You
we
are a great
No,
being.
everyone's like you guys need to go live. We're not going live to be like wow look at all this power we have. Like I go live because I have a lot to say.
You are a great being. No, I agree.
What?
I don't like.
You know what I mean?
No,
Okay.
I'm kidding.
Okay.
I'm
I was
kidding.
like, wait, I thought you were on board with
No, I'm kidding, but I know what you mean. I don't like this whole on the pedestal thing. Because I'm starting to see people be like, Ethan and Trisha are the new such and such. On the, it's like me and Trisha are both deeply flawed, and I hope I'm not speaking out of turn.
You can say it.
Are deeply flawed individuals. I'll speak for myself on this, but I've said and done things that are horrible, that I regret, that I will apologize for as many times as I need to. But like, I don't want you guys to put me on a pedestal.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying.
Because we are imperfect people.
I don't want.
Why are you laughing, Dan?
Trisha's giving so much Pam Ann right now. Love her.
You need to
Love
say
it.
something about your hair.
Oh, my hair.
It's so good though. His hair is awesome.
Oh.
You look crazy.
Well, as I was saying about being an imperfect person, I am not just.
I'm gonna do my hair this way. I've decided I'm gonna buzz my head and I'm gonna do it.
I just no Ethan, no on the pedestal bullshit.
I thought you had a headband in your hair when I first came in. That's why I like wow. I was like, do you have a
Okay,
headband
so
in?
well, yesterday you were mad at me for not buzzing
Oh
my
my
hair.
God! Wait, it's not a headband. No, I thought he had one of those claw headbands that have like the spikes and it pushes your hair back. No, now I don't like it. I don't like it now. I thought it was. You know what I'm saying? You know those ones we had as kids? I thought he had one of those.
So it's like a better, but when we saw David's apology video last night.
This morning at like 1 a.m.
Oh
I
yeah,
thought
you
at 1.
fell
Yeah.
asleep because we were all watching it and talking about it. I was like, Trisha's asleep. She's gonna be buzzing in the morning.
I was in the middle of the night. I woke up and watched it, and I was like, you're a little disheveled in the middle, and I was so upset. And then I was like, you know what? Maybe in the morning I'm gonna feel different. And in the morning I just got even more like upset about it and pissed off. And I was just like,
Yeah,
I was like-
I knew you were gonna have a lot to say.
well, because I was like, I probably will make a video, even though I don't. Hopefully, mark our words. Hopefully, this is the last time we talk about because I
This
don't
is
like
it. I don't want to talk about David
The titles
anymore.
look crazy on Frenemies. We look like we're a David Dobrik like pitchfork account or something. We're just
Well,
kinda-
we've been. The thing is that it's like every time there's something new to talk about. I'm not trying to rehash it, but it's like the story keeps developing.
Although
crazy.
Keemstar tried to jump on it last night, and we're supposed to talk about him, but he was-
What? Don't say we're not supposed to talk
Oh.
about him. It's
I
fine.
thought you don't like talking about him though, because even when
Well,
I bring
I
him up in a
just
group
don't like
chat.
him.
Okay. Well, he was going live yesterday. He was like in on it. I was like, oh my God, is he coming for our brand?
Oh, you think he was trying to step on our feet a little bit?
Anyways, no, I'm glad people are talking about it.
I don't
like,
care.
no, I don't. I don't care either. But I was just like, I thought it was just so interesting because I watched a little bit of his live and he's like, we're waiting for David's video to drop. Which, by the way, David in the video said like no one knows he's making it, he's by himself. But like Keemstar knew he was making it. Like
Yeah, apparently there was like people like sending out tips, and then
Jeff texted Keemstar. That's who.
and then like Jeff is texting it, whatever. Yeah, apparently literally everybody knew somehow that David was dropping this video. But regardless, I was cutting my hair this morning because last time you were upset.
You look crazy.
And then I saw that back, and I was like, "Oh, that's pretty epic."
You remind me of Gypsy Rose Blanchard. Do you know who that is?
Whoa!
But I saw myself in the mirror, and I was like, "Well, let's just do this for one more episode,
You
and
also
I'll
look
cut
like
it off."
Will Ferrell Zoolander. I think you should cosplay him. I think that's a pretty good one.
Let me see the profile, Dan. That looks
Mugatu.
really good, kind of. Because I
Looks
shaved
skinny.
it back too. It looks skinny.
Oh, you shaved the back yourself?
Yeah, I did it. I did it all myself.
Dang. It looks good, I think.
Wait, you don't like the back?
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
shit.
like a chihuahua that grows hair in bits and pieces. I like it. It's just crazy, but
Yeah, I thought I'd just give it one last hurrah.
I've seen you so much. I've seen you Friday, Sunday, Monday.
Oh, we like housemates
Tuesday.
at this point.
Yeah, literally. We still have yet to order pizza.
Let's do it today.
Okay, well.
Oh,
Let's
I want
just
pizza.
like I know this is a serious topic, but maybe just to say
Mukbang it up.
in a serious in a way of being like, we're gonna close the chapter now on David.
Yeah, I think so. I think we were surprised because you said yesterday in front of me, which aired today, you said that you thought David would just go silent.
I was fucking dead wrong on that one. Holy shit.
Honestly, okay. One other thing I'll say is a lot of people are like, okay, people are pissed that he doesn't say anything, and then when he does, people are pissed. But it's like he should have taken some time. I think we got over the fact that he wasn't going to talk about this. It's like, why don't you take like a few months rather than like a week to say like I've changed, I'm a girl? Because like a week ago he was like discrediting.
Okay, wait. I will say this. Chat says, "What is pizza like in Croatia?" Thin, but too thin, in my opinion. I love thin pizza, but it's like too thin, in my opinion. But it's good. And then they don't put it in slices. You eat the pie with a fork and a knife, y'all. They send me a pizza, and it's not cut into slices. When they serve you a pizza at a restaurant, and it's a pie per person, they give you the pie not sliced. There are no pizza slices. You eat it with a fork and a knife. But it's good. The pizza here is good, you know?
Me, his lawyer sent threatening letters to try and stop the article. It's like, you can't have a change of heart that quickly. Now all of a sudden you're like, oh, I'm not going to discredit Trisha. Like 5 days ago, you said I was stalking and harassing you. Like, it's
So
like,
let's get into it.
maybe
'cause
take some time. Maybe, you know, take some time to actually learn.
First of all, I want to say Jeff, who we obviously had on. Dude, it's been like it's been crazy. We had Jeff on and we talked about in the last episode, which is up today. Please watch that episode instead of watch both episodes.
Yeah.
But anyway, I wanted to say that Jeff messaged me right before we went live and said he took down his video. So I was very happy to hear about that. So appreciation to Jeff.
I think that's a huge thing. That's crazy. That's like, because he kept it up thinking, like, I feel like he was trying to still get people, but that's a pretty big thing. The fact that he messaged you too, I guess he wasn't pissed that he looked, you know, not so great on the frenemies.
Well, whatever the
He still
reason,
respected what you thought about him.
he took it down, and I think that was a thoughtful thing to do. So shout out to Jeff. Okay.
Yeah, we think for sure, like, he's probably, yeah.
Even though you should probably took it down yesterday, but we don't hold that against him.
It's fine. I think you can have a day to think about it.
Right.
Unlike David's taking 2 years to think about it. I think a day is okay.
Okay, so first of all, I have a lot of stuff to talk about surrounding David's apology before we watch David's apology.
Right.
I do want to say that my initial reaction to this video last night when I watched it was that, like, this is, you know, from what I expected, a very good apology. But
Wait, you said you think it's a very good apology?
well, my initial reaction was that, like, based on the previous one, I was like, this is very genuine. He seems to be affected, but there's a lot of things. There's a lot of issues that I have.
So you thought it was genuine? That's interesting.
I'm conflicted on it in that I thought it was, as apologies go, a pretty good apology. Like, he said the right things, right?
I'm so confused. Like, what? Because he literally, like, threatened the Insider last week to not post his
I
article.
know. That's what I'm saying. On face value.
He had multiple times to apologize this before sponsors got lost, and he didn't. And he only apologized because that's
Dude,
it.
I have a whole explanation. Okay.
Of why you think it's not.
on
okay.
face value, it was good, but I have a lot of criticism of it.
On face value, it's shit.
It
was awful. I was just like, the cuts, the edits. He was teary-eyed 1 minute.
Well,
like,
compared to his
teary-eyed
last one, I mean, this one, he at least was like, he said your name. He acknowledged that, like, the way he's shooting his videos is messed up. But the circumstance makes it disingenuous.
That's like if you feed someone dog poop and then the next day you give them the cat poop and you're like, oh, thank you so much. At least it's not dog poop. Because cats are more upper echelon.
Let me explain myself better.
Please. But I mean, I respect your opinion, but you're wrong.
Well, hold on. On face value. Because
Ooh, I'm going to start saying that. I respect your opinion, but you're wrong. But also, you're wrong and I don't respect your opinion. Okay, let's see.
first when he posted it, there was like this crazy overwhelming support for him, like 99.9% like ratio, and that disturbed me. How quick.
Also swayed you a little bit, I guess.
No, it didn't sway me. It disturbed me. And it made me feel like there was something about it that didn't stick right. So what I was going to say, Trisha, so please don't kill me, because I have a lot here to say, is that, you know, this apology came all within the short time span of sending the text messages and voice notes to Scotty to discredit Seth. That happened like a week ago.
Like 3 weeks, probably.
Or, wow, has it been that
Yeah.
long? Right.
Like he says in the video, guys, look at these texts. Like it's David's voice trying to prove that Seth is a liar.
Exactly. So there's that. By the way, he doesn't mention Seth at all still in the fucking apology video, but okay.
Interesting.
You know, and then like
so he mentions Trisha, but not Seth.
Days ago, he made this really horrible apology video where he evaded any responsibility. This comes right after sending threatening legal letters to Insider about you.
Damn. There was multiple paragraphs saying, I am a danger to them. I stalk and harass them. I've been violent towards David, which has never been true. Like, I mean, saying I have a mental illness, all this, like using all this stuff against me. And I'm just like, and now he's in this video, 5 days later, he's like, I'm not going to discourage
Everything's
Trisha.
changed.
Because he lost all his sponsors. That's the only thing. That's the only thing.
I think on face value, like how everyone was perceiving it was like, this is a good apology because he did and said the right things. But then when I thought about it and all of this stuff came together, then I'm realizing that this was an act of desperation and not. Okay, did I?
I've just been so pissed. I think also maybe because like maybe two people, like, you know, if I'm on like the outside, I would probably be like, yeah, I guess he's cool now or whatever. But
You even said in a tweet that you were happy that he took some accountability.
What?
Yeah, I was happy. I think it should have been more. Yeah, I was sleepy and I was.
You take that back.
Yeah, I take that back. I was like,
Oh my God.
wait a while, and also like
I agree with that point.
you know what I mean. Like you didn't learn this overnight.
Okay, but I'm not even done.
And he also says he didn't address these people in the video. Like he like reach out to them first before you make a video. He's
I agree.
apologizing to the people because he lost sponsors. So he's apologizing to his fans. When in reality, Allie Hardesty said she never, the girl from that accused Dom in 2017, not a girl apology from David. I begged for David to talk to me for a year and a half because I was like, what the hell did I do wrong? And he ignored me. So like all of this is bullshit. Like it's bullshit.
So not only did he send legal letters attacking you recently, I mean, Jeff Wittick made a video attacking you and the author. And after losing every sponsor, ruining his investors have all ditched on this app, everything he's built on, then finally he makes an apology. So on surface level, I mean, I'm just trying to explain why when you look at the video, there's like a 99.9 where it's ever like, this is a great apology. On face value, it feels like a great apology. But in the context of everything that's happened, it's a very opportunistic time.
It's like wait. If you wanted to be more genuine, wait. Also, I feel like he should have he profited off of people's trauma. He should have donated some of that money if he was really sorry.
I'm surprised he didn't donate.
Like,
how much money did he make just from that video alone?
oh my God. And I think that.
And Seth's videos with all the kissing shit with Seth. I mean,
Oh yeah, he's made so much money, and he could have donated like $1 million. If Logan Paul.
Holy shit! Did Cody Ko stuff happen 7 months ago? I just went to go see what Cody Ko was up with, like to see if he was back. I knew he was back on his second channel or his third channel, but his last upload on his main channel was 7 months ago. Did that really happen like 7 months ago? That's kind of crazy. Time flies.
Paul could do it back in the day. Like David's way more balling than Logan. He could have done $1 million easily. To not even say anything.
that would have helped to make a big donation.
Of course. Like that's like, okay, maybe because obviously it hurt when his sponsors left because of money. So that's why. So if to show you're not a greedy little, you know, it's live. But if you're not a greedy person,
All right,
donate the money then. Like if it's not a big deal, if you're losing money and losing sponsors, if that's not why you're doing this, but you actually want to educate yourself and do better and help people, I say like such bullshit.
Here's a tweet you made that I wanted to read. Just 2 weeks ago, David sent Scotty text trying to discredit Seth's story. Last week, his lawyer sent 4 paragraphs to Insider discrediting.
Wait.
Good evening. As you can see, it's nighttime. The baby's asleep, dinner has been eaten, the dishes are washed.
5 days ago, Cody and Co, his second channel. Whoa, Cody's back.
And it's time to finally unwind with some Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, please, that's as
Oh, it's so weird now. Oh, it's so weird now. No description added to this video. That's wild, bro. Whoa. None of the comments are about him being canceled, which implies to me that he's deleting them, which, you know, business-wise makes sense. Whoa, interesting. Yeah, there he is. A 55-minute video. Wow. Oh, yeah, you laugh, you lose. He's back. He's just making normal-ass secondary Cody channel videos. Oh, 8 days ago. Oh shit, he has 3 new videos out. So it begins. Checking in on the button. Mr. Beast, you laugh, you lose. Well, it was fun while it lasted, Cody. Peace out.
Me in disgusting details. Sorry if I don't buy that he's changed and wants to hear people out now. A few days of miraculous turnaround.
He was so graphic. The letter from his lawyer, I don't know if it was a lawyer, was so graphic and so disgusting, and using everything I've been through to basically say, like, you can't take Trisha for, she's not valid. Like, anything she said, you can't believe. It's like,
So now he knows that was fucked up. Now he understands. That was a huge mistake.
does he? Okay.
No, I'm being sarcastic.
Oh, I was like,
Being sarcastic.
And the Scott video, like, did he not even want to address that and be like,
Bro, no, again, because he threw Scott. Now Scott, by the way, is the biggest sucker on the planet because Scott was such his lackey to try. He was testing the waters with this discrediting angle, and now David's out here apologizing for everything, and Scotty is like looking like the biggest fucking sap ever.
And David didn't even try to
Oh
help him out.
yeah.
Ugh.
Here, I'm going to read more of your tweets because I thought they were good. I'm trying to give as much content as possible.
Okay.
If public opinion forgives David, great. I hope he does change. But as someone who has been shunned, ridiculed after my psychotic breakdown for my association with David, his lawyers discrediting me and discrediting my cause.
Sorry.
Mental illness.
That's true. I actually think Trisha probably wouldn't have had that breakdown unless Trisha was with the Vlog Squad, right? Because, like, why did she have that breakdown in the first place? Because they were enabling all of her bad behavior, driving her crazy. You know, people need a stable, that's the thing with mental health is anyone can be mentally impaired. Any single one of us could be disabled at any second and probably will die disabled because we get old. Every single one of us is a victim of, and going to be impacted by mental health. And so, like, Trisha, like, having a personality disorder isn't unique in a sense that everybody has mental health impairments in another sense. Like, that's the thing about humanity is we don't understand that environmental factors impact your health. And so, like, if you have a bad enough environmental, environment, you could be mentally impaired in some capacity. But yeah, I wonder if Trisha would have had that breakdown without being involved in this really toxic group.
Insider only a week ago, it's not enough. Funny how he ignored everyone's call for years, but now he's making himself available. I think David is disgusting, and I always will. He's calculated and manipulative, but good job taking my notes from enemies and sitting on the floor for your apology.
He didn't do the floor sitting to humble himself.
Which helps. The
I know,
vibe was
more
right.
people.
It wasn't like him in his set, like behind his Kids' Choice Award, like, hey, look at me. No, it wasn't. It was.
He also-
I'm alone now.
Well, he also made a very good point as he was adjusting the camera to show.
Wait, chat says, wait, I'm seeing he and Kelsey did a podcast episode with Emma Chamberlain 2 weeks ago. Not my bubble. I don't watch Emma. I watch her on stream sometimes, but like, I'm an old lady. I check in with Emma because she's a cultural staple, but like, sounds about white. You know what I'm saying?
Show that he was in a much smaller house than he lives in. He's in an apartment.
Right.
So he's trying to show more humble. Jeffrey started this a week ago with his apology. He also adjusted the camera on a tripod.
Yeah, what is that? It's like, I know how to set up a camera and push play.
I believe I'm the one who started this trend. You called it out on
You-
Easter.
you-
Remember when I was like adjusting, talking about Dave Portnoy?
You are such a trendsetter.
They're like, wow, Trisha.
Nobody apologizes like you.
They're like, if Trisha can be well received now, maybe we can by adjusting the camera and showing her like everybody else.
I'm gonna have to remember that next time. Okay, guys. I'm finally alone.
Why did he say that? As if that's like some like amazing feat. He's like, look, guys, I'm all alone at 1:45 a.m. I'm like,
Well, we're gonna watch it. David's all about the money. Remember when Logan? See, again, I want to talk about Logan Paul because during the Forest incident, it makes me appreciate Logan's apology so much more now because when all that went down, and by the way, what Logan was accused of is not even
Logan? The Suicide Forest Logan?
close to as bad as what David's accused of because like you could be insensitive, you could be a douche, which was all the things he was doing, but he didn't commit like a crime, right? Like, which is kind of what David did was more heinous.
on other people, on girls. Like it was like this involved so many other people, and not just these girls, but like other things in the vlogs that he's filmed over the years. Zane groping people, all this stuff like that. David's been knowing this for a while. Logan did this like effed up thing or whatever like that, but he went silent for a month, like did this whole like research documentary, talked to like survivors of donating money, all this stuff. And David took a day after he lost his sponsor and his
And he donated $1 million, Logan. So like, damn, I'm thinking back to that. That was like a good ass apology what Logan did. Compared.
Yeah.
He said you continue to Logan Paul donated $1 million to suicide prevention. David Dobrik, you profit off so many people's traumas. I think $1 million to SA charity is a good place. Yeah. I can't imagine how the victims of essay are feeling right now to get an apology video instead of a direct contact.
This is what I mean. This is such fucking useless activism. No offense. Like this kind of like activism is so boring to me. You know, like Logan Paul gave $1 million. What are you doing? And it's like Trisha just loves to be in the bullshit. And that's what kind of makes her the bullshit. They want to be in it so that you are what you are. And I understand the temptation. I do. But like, bro, it's too much. Come on now.
That pissed me off. I'll tell you why. So I get a text message this morning. My situation with David and Jason, like it was traumatic, but it definitely wasn't on this like level of these girls, especially because they don't have a voice. They, you know, all this bullshit of like whatever. Like they didn't get a direct apology. Like I couldn't imagine. So for me, for so many years not getting a direct apology, like it traumatized me. I was just like, oh my god, like these people are like making me think I'm crazy. Like they're, you know, all this crazy shit. And then for them not to get it, I thought that was like really like shady. And for him to also kind of downplay it and be like, I didn't know when you filmed it and you were standing there with them blackout drunk. Like it's just bullshit. And the Dom stuff, he filmed with him in 2020. Like he just had so many lies and inconsistencies. And these people that had come out with the voice, especially this particular incident, they're probably just like, why didn't you call me? Why didn't you apologize to me when I asked you to take it down or anything, you know?
He really should have called these people before putting
Yeah, that was my point of it. It's
because like he would have got so much more perspective and on a personal level to hear them out. I mean, dude, like
if he really cared. Now he's like, I'm going to make myself available.
Yeah.
Okay, David.
What does that mean? You call me if you have a problem. I'm available now. I got nothing to do. I got some free time coming up.
He's going to set up an HR for you to talk to.
Yeah, you can contact my HR team. Now
his team, by the way, he should not get HR. His team is just everyone from he went to high school with. And Natalie, she edits all his videos with him. She knew about this. She did a statement the other day being like, I don't condone this. Bitch, you edit all his videos with him. Like, you sit there with him. When I had my issue with David, he's like, well, Natalie said it was okay to bring it up with her. Like, Natalie sits there and edits all this shit with him. So don't play innocent to that either. That's some bullshit. Like, it's all bullshit. Todd is posting pictures in David's house, $10 million basketball
court. Did we talk about the Todd picture?
No, I don't think we talked about it on.
Hold on, I gotta pull that up real fast. Natalie's boyfriend, Todd what? Todd Smith?
Todd Eric, I think.
Todd Eric. That's like such the whitest name ever.
Well, I think he's Hispanic.
Oh, well, fuck me then. But still is the whitest name ever. I don't know what to tell you, Todd.
Yeah, I think
so. He posted this like in the very fucking middle. Oh, it's a week ago.
Oh, that's the one he disabled, though.
But he disabled comments at David's house.
They were also partying with Olivia Jade and her boyfriend over the weekend, so they literally didn't care anyways. They were posting like Instagram stories, and they're like, we had to take some time to reflect. It's like, no, you were partying with Olivia Jade and her boyfriend. So.
I don't know, bro. You should all just be chilling out right now.
Wait, Olivia Jade? Like,
yeah.
The one from the
one and
college
only.
scandal?
Yeah, and guess
She's
what?
back.
No, and guess what?
She's back on
The
YouTube.
whole group was hanging out with her when she was 17 too. I was in one of the vlogs when she was 17. We went to her house and Lori Loughlin was there. And I was like, why are we going to the 17-year-old girl's house and like sneaking in her bedroom? It was so, and they hung out with her for lots of times after that. I'm like, this is all really weird. Like this girl's 17. Like Emma Chamberlain was 17. Like all this stuff. Like they're all shady. He has animal abuse. He has to own up to. He has other shit. Like this isn't just one thing. And like you're like learning.
Okay, before we get
Start
into
by
it,
donating
I saw
$1 million.
some great memes.
Memes.
No, but you're gonna like this.
Oh my God.
Okay, girl gets R-worded. David Dobrik says, "F this. I did nothing wrong. You will hear from my lawyers." David Dobrik loses sponsors. This is his reaction. Do you get this meme?
Yeah, I've seen this face meme around. It's for different memes, right? This face is used for different memes.
It's the premise of the joke to me is. Do you understand the joke that it's conveying? Why are you?
Is this the autism? My dad is like 65 years old. He goes, Brittany. He goes, Betsy. I was like, what? He goes, I love memes. And my dad shows me like a Facebook meme. My parents are on Facebook. That's where they get all their bullshit information from. And he like looks at it, he shows it to me. And I'm like, yeah, I love memes, bro. Like I'm a meme whore. I do save memes. I even save memes people make about me that they think they're being mean to me, but I'm just laughing because somebody made me into a meme. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of fun. I'm like, somebody made me a meme. And I just save it and I love it. But that's so funny that Trisha doesn't get memes. Maybe that's why she doesn't get jokes. Maybe that's why she doesn't get Ethan's jokes and then it hurts her feelings. Because she doesn't get the meme of it all. Oh. That could make a lot of sense for why Trisha's had their feelings hurt so much through the series. Because I really feel like to understand Ethan, you've got to understand memes. Like, that's why I think Ethan's humor was always so funny to me, because it was meme humor, and my humor is meme humor. That's why I liked him. Oh, that could have explained so much. Yeah, I think that's probably a contributing factor, right? Because that's everyone always asks me, like, why do you like Ethan? I don't get it. I'm like, I like Ethan because I like memes. Like, it's so obvious he has that meme humor. Yeah, wow. Yeah, bubble pop question mark. Yeah, might just be. I'm going to put this as a point of reference for our knowledge about the dynamic. Who really was the villain? Memes. It was the memes.
You so meme challenge.
I don't get memes. We get it without you having to make a meme about it.
It's funny.
Okay. I don't like this one, but
Bruh.
was that the only meme?
No, I got more.
Wow. I mean, okay, hold on. Chad says, but she's online so much. I don't understand how she doesn't though. She's online so much and is working with Ethan Klein and didn't know about Vape Nation. Like bubbles. We all exist in bubbles. The fact that she didn't know about Vape fucking Nation. Yo, Vape Nation tells me that Bubbles is so fucking real. That's what I'm saying. Like, don't get it twisted. Just because she works with Ethan doesn't mean she knows anything about him. Even though she's marrying into his family doesn't mean she knows anything about it. Or like, you know what I mean? Hila's family. That's what's so interesting about humans. That is what gets me about humans every time. Every time we think we know or we get or we're close, you have no idea. You know what I do for a living? Like, unless my friends and family are keeping up with it, they don't know what I'm doing at work. You guys know more about my daily, everyday life than people in my friend group does. You see me every day. My siblings don't. That's why your work environment becomes so important, because you spend so much time at work. You know what I mean? Like, that's why you have to keep your work environment healthy, because you spend so much time there, you know? So obviously the people in my life have a deeper understanding of me, but you have a more everyday understanding of me, which is a kind of depth in a sense, maybe, but not really, but a professional depth.
People love watching me try to explain memes to
Yeah,
you.
and Ethan didn't know Hassan was a socialist. Exactly. Thank you, chat. Exactly. Here's Ethan working with Hassan, and he's like, are you a communist? It's like, are you a socialist? This is what I'm saying when I say don't let YouTube deceive you. Just because they work together doesn't mean they're close. You know?
Like you're my, 6-year-old aunt.
Thank you.
Do we know him? Where have I met him?
I hate memes.
Let's not forget, this was a great comment on his apology video, which I thought was coming from the community. Someone said, proud of you, David. Being an idiot is easy. Owning up to it is tough. Glad you made this. Now, if you guys don't know, that's the exact comment David left on Dom's video apologizing for what he did during VidCon.
I get that meme.
Good, right?
Yeah, that one's a good
one.
Yay!
We found a successful meme, folks.
That's so funny. I mean, David is just such an idiot. He's just like, and you had asked me this morning if like an apology from David or Jason, it would mean absolutely nothing to me at this point. Like, I asked for an apology. It's like, it would mean absolutely nothing. This is all just a safe face. And if he's disgusting, I'll always think it's disgusting. And like, there's nothing they can do to change that.
There's some tweets that I thought were good takes I wanted to give voice to. David Dobrik said he couldn't wrap his head around the fact that his childhood friend was a assaulter, and that's literally the problem. Men ignore and discredit women, but won't hold their besties accountable.
Which, by the way, did you notice all the people that have come forward in David's group, the Vlog Squad, have all been female? It's been Carly, Aaron, and Natalie. No one else. Scott hasn't said anything. Todd, Zane.
Interesting.
Like, Jeff definitely should not have said anything. But
Using the women. That's okay. That's another tool. That's why Ghislaine, oops. I meant to, that's why Epstein's Ghislaine, whatever her name is, they use women. You know, a lot of sex traffickers use women to lure the victims in. That's what Andrew Tate did. Andrew Tate used women to lure other women to be in his circle. And that's why, okay, to be fair, I was thinking it. That's why Epstein, his girl bestie, was being accused of being Ghislaine, whatever, because she was the one talking to victims. And do you know what I mean? That's why men use women to lure female victims in. I had a friend of mine, really sweet girl. Well, it was my brother's ex-girlfriend, really sweet girl. We love her. We all love her. They're not together anymore, but we love her. And 2 women tried to pick her up at a gas station once. Like, you could tell it was funky, apparently. They were telling me this story. And I was like, bro. And it was really intense. Like, it was really, and I'm like, that's exactly what they do. They use women to lure you in. So be careful. But yeah, that's why the accusations were going around, because again, like when you protect these men, that's why I say values over loyalty. Values over loyalty. If somebody in your life is a predator, you can get them rehabilitation work after they've been held accountable. You don't do rehabilitation before they've taken accountability. Okay? If somebody in your personal life, friends, family, whatever, if they are predators, you get them away from other people so they can't victimize anyone else. Okay. If that's prison or a mental health hospital or something. Okay. Then you go for rehabilitation. You don't rehabilitate before they've been accountable. So I understand that, you know, there was that question about what do you do when your friend is a bad person? You make a decision. You make a decision. Values over loyalty. I'm not going to be loyal to a predator, and neither should you.
Like, why has no one, like, no guy said anything? Jason? They just all stay
Scott
quiet.
said something. And Jeff.
In support of.
Oh, right.
Not David.
So I guess that supports her tweet.
But even Carly and Aaron and all of them, they all like just go against Dom. They're like, well, Dom is the worst. But it's like,
I know.
I hate that. Like, just say David is also part of the problem.
That's
like, why can't you say that?
that's what they're. That's the another thing with my video is that he once again deftly evades the fact of how culpable he was with this horrible crime that happened. This was one from our subreddit that I thought was a really good insight.
Shout out Reddit.
Yeah, from our, I think it's from our subreddit.
I heard they like me over there, so shout
They
out.
love you. I don't know why they. And then whenever you say something nice, there's always memes of like Trisha is with us again.
Really? I gotta get on it. I don't know how to get on Reddit, but I'll get on it. I'll find it.
Just a website. You know how to use a website, right?
I like the app better.
Right. They have
don't
an
have
app.
it. Oh, they do? Okay.
Yeah, they have an app.
I'll figure it out.
All right, let me read you this. This was, I thought, again, a really good insight from one of our users on Reddit. As a SA survivor myself, this makes me feel defeated and hopeless, a rant in response to his video. As someone who went through SA and more specifically R, this story felt very personal to me. I could see myself in Hannah so many ways because I went through the same situation of being assaulted. I saw my R word get away with it, no consequences, and his friends stood by him. The fact that everyone is willing to forgive David after 7 minutes and a few tears despite what he did is shocking and devastating for me. David knew that Dom assaulted Allie in VidCon 2017. David knew Hannah sent that long text message describing her assault, and he silently took down the video and remained friends with Dom. David kept Dom as a friend all these years, knowing what he did. David went as far as to joke about going to jail that night. Again, what was the joke? David recorded and monetized someone's trauma in front of 10 million people. David sent his lawyers to try to suppress the article as hard as they could. David sent his friends to try and take the heat off him. David and his lawyers kept trying to discredit victims just as recently as last week. David refused to make any appearance because he didn't think it was worth it. It took every single one of his sponsors dropping him to make him appear and make a few minutes half apology where he deliberately lied. Lies can be easily debunked if you've been following the situation. I didn't know she was R-worded. He did know. He and all three of his friends went to do a head count, claiming that if he didn't see it, it didn't count. Not to mention that he was fully aware of the Allie situation and decided to suppress it and praised Dom in the comments for his apology. I stopped having contact with Dom in 2019. He was photographed smiling and posing with Dom in February 2020. I actually have more on that coming up, which we'll get into later.
Video, he had him in his merch promo for Fanjoy. Like,
yeah, I've got more on that later. I didn't know there was a power dynamic, he said. There's several vlogs where he mentioned that he is the leader of the vlog squad and makes people compete for airtime, constantly reminding his friends that they're nothing without him. I don't know if I'm more angry at myself for watching him for so many years and not realizing, angry at David's fans for giving him so easily, angry at myself that I projected my traumas in this situation.
he constantly paid people. Like, he knew he had power over people. He always paid people to do stuff. He paid me like money one time to suck someone's toe, one time to drink someone's piss. Like, he'd always give me like $100.
You drink someone's piss?
Whoa.
Heath.
I don't know who that is.
I'm sorry. What?
He knew he had power over people. He always paid people to do stuff. He paid me like money one time to suck someone's toe, one time to drink someone's piss. Like, he'd always give me like $100.
You drank someone's piss? Whose?
Heath.
I don't know who that is. How much did you drink?
Nobody does anymore. It was like a water bottle of it.
How much did he pay you?
$100.
Trish.
Okay, first of all, in the BDSM dungeons, people do that for free. But also, $100?
Yeah.
I know.
Trisha.
Crazy.
I'd pay you way more to do that.
Yeah, totally. Way more. Way more.
All I'm saying is
Look, the only reason you suck toes or drink pee is because you want to, not because someone's paying you. I mean, unless you're an adult worker, which we respect. But you know what I mean? Girl, I sucked lots of toes for free. You know what I'm saying?
knows he has power over people. Like even Corinna, he paid him $500 for, you know.
And again,
Seth.
I often go back to Seth's story because when Seth said you have to remove this video of me, it's kind of like affecting my life and my mental health. He offered to pay him.
So don't act like he didn't know the influence he had over people.
She finishes by saying, at the end of the day, I just hope Hannah can find closure and I hope that she can move on peacefully with her life because I didn't and it still haunts me every day. So thank you for sharing your story to this person on the subreddit. You know.
Yeah, it's really bad. This story is really bad because, you know, the thing is, of course he'll be fine and, you know, he'll continue to do whatever he's doing. It's like just like Michael Bay and like all those people, like they all just continue working. Bryan Singer, like people do horrible things. There's like evil people. Mel Gibson, like people still
Well,
like.
yeah, and I mean those. Well, Mel Gibson again. It's like he said anti-Semitic
Mel
things, but like he
Gibson.
didn't. Like still, this
No,
is
it's not just he did anti-Semitic shit. Mel Gibson has a history of being toxic and abusive, in my opinion, allegedly.
kind of even worse.
I know, but that's what I'm saying is like he's still gonna just be able
That's
to.
why I was disturbed when I saw 99.9% likes. I was like, really? Everybody's down with this? I don't know.
It takes time though. Maybe over time, like eventually, kind of like Kevin Spacey. Like it took a while for him
True.
to actually get canceled. You know, because there were so many stories about him for so long, and people just kind of knew.
Well, do you think there's a road to redemption for David, like years from now, if he makes meaningful changes? I do.
Well, I don't think he deserves it, but of course he will be able to. You know, he has a fan base, and he's.
I don't know that. I think that there is a legitimate path to redemption for David in some time.
I don't know if people like David change. I'd like to think everybody is capable of change, but I don't know if people like David change. His category of person. He's a very specific category. You know, it'd be very difficult. I couldn't see him being introspective enough to change.
I think he's super evil.
I mean, look, 3 years later, and what is he doing? Showing us his abs. Nobody wants to see that, David. He looks so weird, bro. I love fitness, but like not interested in David Dobrik's fitness journey. Thanks.
But I don't know him. I don't know him like you do. So you know.
I only know from what I experienced, and that is like a really traumatic thing. He knew that I like tried to kill myself. Jason knew that, and like they literally just blocked and ignored me. And then not only that, but you weaponized it against me. Even Jeff up until that on Sunday, being like, "Well, you did do this 2-3 years ago, so how are we supposed to hold you credible?" Like they use that constantly. His lawyers, all this stuff like that, like a really vulnerable thing that like came from Trump because that week up to.
Chad says, I thought he left Hollywood or disappeared from Hollywood because of the Christ movie. First of all, that was an amazing film. Okay, as a former Catholic, like that's an amazing fucking film. Fun fact, took my bestie to that movie. It was her first rated R film she ever saw. I saw my very first PG-13 movie with her parents and her. It was Meet the Parents. I took her to her first rated R movie, The Passion of the Christ. You're welcome. But no, Mel Gibson has a huge history of abuse, cheated on his wife of like 30 years. They had like 8 kids together, cheated on her with a young woman co-worker, then got her pregnant. I think he married her. But anyways, the only thing, listen, I used to love Mel Gibson. I used to be like obsessed with Mel Gibson. I love Pocahontas, Disney version. We pretend it's not based in history because it's ridiculous. But I loved him as John Smith. I loved Mel Gibson all my life. Then he went downhill, white supremacist rant, abusing women, all of it horrible. And then cheating is abusive. I said what I said. And then he was on, you know, a movie I saw him on, and I kind of liked the movie, so it's kind of annoying. But it's what's that Daddy's Home series? It's so stupid. But like I kind of like those. Like those are stupid movies that my brain goes hit. Like the dad jokes in the movies, I'm like. But also the casting's like pretty good, and like Mark Wahlberg is like funny, but also fuck all of them. Fuck them all.
To the thing of me doing that, like I told David I do not want the stuff in the vlog. He still put it up. Basically, he told me Natalie said it was okay. Deal with her. I don't have time to talk to you. And then Jason, like you know what I mean? They're just so evil. They're so evil in so many ways. So manipulative. It took 2 years for any of this, for him to say my name and for Jason to call me, and it's like I don't care anymore. Like you guys are you just lost everything. So now you're trying to get on.
I think what they did to you is unforgivable because like you said, you went to the hospital, like mental hospital twice as a result of your time with that 3 times,
Definitely.
and you've never been to that. And with talking with like Big Nick and Seth and like a lot of people.
Yeah, I think we blame Trisha. Like we always blame people for being sick, which makes no sense. But genuinely, I don't think if she was in that environment, it would have happened that way. I also think that way of Britney Spears. I think if Britney Spears had different parents, she wouldn't have ended up the way she did.
And been in that situation, it's like there's something extremely wrong with the dynamic going on.
And that's why preventative care is everything. Preventative care and healthy environments make a healthy society. That's what I'm fucking saying. Britney Spears, I don't think would ever have been as sick as she ended up being without her parents. I don't think Trisha would have ever needed to be in those mental hospitals without David Dobrik. Like at the end of the day, none of us would be this way if our environmental differences changed. That's the point. That's what I learned. It's not just physical environment, it's spiritual environment. It's the feedback you're getting back. It's why like bad environment communities remain bad environment communities because they're moving off each other. And that's why getting out is so important. But getting out is also like a spiritual getting out. Like it's a philosophical getting out. You have to get out. You know? Chad says, what do you mean by preventative care? It means mitigating harm for the future by being wise in your decisions in the present. So we can harm reduce intoxicated driving accidents by not driving drunk. So making sure you have a designated driver when you go out and party, or taking an Uber when you're drunk helps prevent the harm that's, probable in the future. Preventative care is working on avoiding worse things in the future. I take birth control to prevent pregnancy, preventative care. Okay? Use condoms, prevent STIs, lowers the rate of STI transmission. We do preventative care. We do things preemptively, preventatively, beforehand, and preparation for,
There where people are being.
And for David's lawyer to use what Jason told him about that second time that I went to mental hospital about like going to his house or whatever, and say that I was dangerous towards David when David wasn't even there. Like that's so messed up to me. They share these stories with each other, and then they make it to like corroborate this thing that Trisha's crazy. Here, my lawyers go threat insider with this information. Like it's so gross. It's so gross. And then why even bring me up yesterday? I'm not going to discredit Trisha. I had nothing to do with it. Why would you discredit me? That's such a stupid thing to say. Like what was the point of saying that? I was so pissed.
They were, just up until a week ago.
Chad says, could we argue that Britney's parents were trying to do preventative care? No. If you know anything about Britney's life, or if you've read her book or know anything about her parents, from day one, her parents never cared about her. They were abusive, toxic parents who abused and used their kids for fame, money, and escape plan. They never cared about Britney's health. They never cared about their kids' health. They never cared. Never cared. All these Hollywood moms who want to use their kids as a meal ticket, and all of you suck.
Before the article came out, they were literally doing
moms and dads, but often kind of funny that it's moms, huh? Kind of funny that it's moms.
anything in their power through their.
Sorry, there's that BoJack Horseman joke. BoJack Horseman has a joke because BoJack has a show where there's 3 kids and one of the little girls is really fucked up. And her mom's like, mommy didn't just give that man a blowjob to get you a role in the show for you to complain, did she? It's like a trashy mom who's like, sucking guys off to get her daughter roles. Like, there's a stereotype. There's a specific kind of mom category that uses her kids. And in my life, the only kids I knew who were ever in Hollywood were taken there by their mothers. I'm not saying fathers don't do it. I'm just saying.
Their attorneys to stop the publication. So I guarantee you if that article was never printed, there'd be no apology right now. Even though he knew all this shit already. Anyway, here's another meme. David making a Trisha-style video on the floor crying. So you owe some sincere gratitude to Trisha.
I was crying over like a breakup. He's crying because he's a little bitch.
And there's one last good tweet here.
Wait, the quote is, mommy didn't do what she did to that producer for you to be an architect? Oh, because she wanted to be an architect. That's so funny. Thank you, chat.
Before we watch, this was an interesting observation, I thought. A girl who hangs out with hoes is automatically a hoe. But men who hang around abusing, manipulative, R-word friends, and all of a sudden it's not their business. Pick a script and stick to it.
Right.
That's more, yeah. I mean, that's like pretty much all the guys.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I can only speak for myself.
Even though you always speak for each other, we're a group. We know who we are. Like, you guys always speak in that sense. So, which is
yeah, it's we. And
I can't believe after all of this, like Zayn and other people are still in the group. But what are you gonna do?
So it's like, hey, I can only speak for myself.
But that's kind of amazing, actually. Like, what's the thing that makes people finally, move on? Chess says that's why Jeanette McCurdy made the book, I'm Glad My Mom Died. We're doing it in book club in the Discord. That's our next book club. We're doing, if you guys want to join us, February 23rd is our first event. That's what we're doing. We're doing audio book club, Jeanette McCurdy, I'm Glad My Mom Died. Here we go, baby.
You didn't. You spoke said, anyways, that's so annoying. So frustrating.
Okay, so. And then there was one other thing that I wanted to.
It just sucks that so many people are like buying this. Like, okay, yeah, you don't need to keep crucifying him, but like the fact that you're like, oh my God, David's like so good now. It's like he's not good overnight. Maybe like I said, maybe in time he'll learn. I don't know.
Years. I mean, who knows? But like.
It doesn't happen that quickly.
In
like
a
a
few
change. No, a couple weeks.
Yeah.
From like.
No, he literally had his lawyer send a letter threatening you and Insider a week ago.
And now he's like, okay, I'm not gonna discredit anyone. It's like.
I've changed my mind. Anyway,
who's his lawyers? He needs a better lawyer. Like.
Chat says, do we listen together or listen on our own? We listen together and then we have a discussion. So I'll put out the events for the Discord, be 18 plus. We don't deal with children on my Discord. Thank you. But we're doing about an hour of reading at a time is usually what we do. We do a couple chapters. Usually it depends on how long the book is. And then we discuss after. But we listen together in real time, so it's fresh. And then, yeah.
Seriously, the people.
And we listen on 1.2.
We're like, he's such a good person. He want to do this.
I don't think any lawyer could have prevented.
Just show up. I'll provide everything on the Discord. Just show up to the Discord.
With the evidence. Here's the message from Natalie.
Oh, Chet says, what's the difference between membership and Discords? Hold on, guys. Please like the stream while I do a little plug. Will I plug a little bit? Thank you. YouTube memberships and Patreon Discords are different. So YouTube is like all ages. I can't age restrict anything on YouTube, obviously. So like I don't have minors in my audience. That's my analytics show. But like Patreon is 18 plus. We do a lot of like discussion events, philosophy events. I spend time on the Discord. So it gives you access to me for events and stuff like that. But it's also like a community of adults having discussions about philosophy. YouTube is for membership videos, YouTube only videos. Like we're doing BoJack Horseman right now. You guys can watch me do reaction content to that. So you can just get different perks for each thing. And then of course, emojis, like you can do membership emojis on YouTube, which is fun. And then we have membership emojis on the Discord as well. So it just depends on your vibe. You know, do you want to do both? Do you do one or the other? It just depends on the perks you want. Yeah. And how do you sign up? Check out the pin link on the YouTube chat, guys. I have both links to become a YouTube member or to become a Discord member. Discord's through Patreon and YouTube members is through YouTube, which I think is easier to sign up on the phone, FYI. And if you have any issues on Patreon, just message me via Patreon and I can help you through there.
Natalie, I know you have an opinion on this. That's his. You guys know Natalie. This came out. When did this come out? Yesterday? Yeah, last night. I spent a lot of time thinking about the recent allegations, and because of the severity, it's taken me time to process. Like many of you, I'm upset and angry and do not condone the behavior detailed in the article or any misconduct, abuse for that matter. I want to make it clear that I acknowledge here and support those who came forward, and I stand by the victims. I don't know anything about Natalie, but I thought you might have.
No, there's a lot more about Natalie too. I spoke to this girl Cassandra, who I won't share what she told me, but she has like a ton of stuff about Natalie, which I already knew like and stuff after I left and stuff like that. Natalie is like the worst of it. She's like his producer. She produces the content, edits it. She kind of like gets people to like come into the group and stuff like that. She's really calculative, really manipulative. She's a downright bitch. And David put all the blame on her, and I totally I believe it's half and half. He put all the blame on Natalie when my incident went down. Well, Natalie said I could put it in, and blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, well, who the fuck is Natalie? Because she's just like this slow girl from Illinois, from Vernon Hills.
What footage did she?
Trisha is so... Yeah, her and Ethan, when they decide they don't like somebody, they just like go so ugly. She's just a slow girl from Illinois or whatever. Like, I get it. I do. I'm really trying to get away from it though. We got to get away from it. You know, we got to grow past it. This is old Trisha too, but we got to grow past it. But also there's a line. You could make some jokes, you know, you can make some statements, but I feel like Trisha means it. Like, okay, there's no reason to think Natalie's slow. You know what I mean? But like, if it's a joke, it's kind of funny. Like, I don't know. But you know what I mean? Also, like, ooh, chat says ableist. Ooh, Trisha. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. It felt mean, but what do I know?
Say he could put in?
It was that week of footage I didn't want, the Tana bit, like all of this stuff, because I was like pretending to sleep when Tana came over.
So she said, oh, Tana or Natalie got permission from you.
No, he goes, I said, no, do not put it in. He put it in, and he's just like, oh, take it up with Natalie. I'm boarding a plane.
Oh.
Because Natalie sits there and edits it with him. He's like, she was there editing. It was totally fine. Like, no, Natalie is a bitch. She also ignored everything. She's like the worst. Like, actually,
is that internalized misogyny, calling Natalie a bitch? Because like, if you say it in a gay way, like she's such a bitch. Like, but do you mean like she's a bitch? Like, do you? Like, Natalie's definitely an enabler. She's definitely as bad as David in a lot of ways, right? Like, she's like his right-hand lady. She's his Giselle. She's the Giselle Maxwell. I don't know her name. She's that lady.
The worst, because she also, like, you know, she's the one that has people sign NDA.
But like, I mean, I guess you can call her. I don't know.
She's the one that coerces people to do stuff and stuff like that.
Ghislaine. Thank you. Okay, Ghislaine Giswell.
I wasn't there for after I just heard from what I heard from Cassandra, like what happened after I left, and like again their whole like corroborative plan to prove that like I'm crazy and like all this like, you know, all this like it's all bullshit.
So you're saying Natalie's Ghislaine?
Oh, see?
Who's Ghislaine?
Exactly.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, we just talked about it in the last episode.
Look at Trisha's face.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, we just talked about it in the last episode. Ghislaine? Oh, never mind.
Oh, okay. I like the name.
Oh, people are apparently okay. The chat is blowing up because you slipped that Jason called
Yeah.
You want to talk about
I
that?
mean, it's fine. Because
Oh
he's such a
my
piece of shit. I went on a Twitter rampage, or not rampage, but oh, by the way, the girl that said she got the unsolicited, like, eggplant pic from Jason, that is real. She actually reached out to me, like, and I know this girl has, like, limited credibility.
Okay,
but
first of all,
I
let
did
me
see
just
it.
preface.
I saw this.
There was a girl on Twitter that said that Jason sent her an unsolicited eggplant photo. Thank you. And this is the same girl who claimed that Kanye and Jeffree Star had an affair.
I mean,
and then
didn't they?
She totally lied.
But she's also the same girl.
I mean, Kanye does love Nazis, and Jeffree is white, so you do the math.
Who Mike Maljic did cheat on Lana Rose with, and he confirmed it. She gave him a sucker punch, you know? Yeah. She was on Dr. Phil, too. Her name's Ava
Okay,
Louise.
so you corroborate her story?
Yeah, because this was 2 years ago. She sent me a screen video of recording of it.
You ID'd his eggplant?
She sent me the Snapchat, yeah, and she goes, you know, he made me feel really uncomfortable. This was after we broke up, and I was just like, oh, okay, well, like, if you're, she was 20, she's like a legal age, whatever. She's just like, it's creepy or whatever. And I was like, if you want to say something, like, you need to say it, because so many people were coming to me, as they still do, to tell the story, and it's like, well, I'm not. What am I gonna say? Like, don't send 20-year-olds your eggplant. By the way, no one wants to see your eggplant. That's what I said on Twitter yesterday. Like, I'm gonna body shame him because he's a piece of shit, but his eggplant is like wrinkly, and it's like nobody wants to see that. Why does he think as a 40?
Okay, first of all, with peace and love, nobody wants to see anything unsolicited, but we don't have to body shame. But also, relax, bros. Relax with those pictures. Actually, is that still a thing anymore? I don't really meet anybody who talks about unsolicited dick pics anymore. I feel like that's so old.
Old men, 20-year-old want to see it. They don't. Like, not even 20-year-olds want to see 21-year-old eggplants. Like, it's just like gross. Anyways, so I was just like, and he has children, and I'm just like, what is wrong with this guy? Like, he's such a piece of
Okay,
shit.
so tell me, what did Jason say to you?
Oh, and today just like made me
Did you
have
talk
so
with
much.
him on the phone?
No, He called.
You didn't answer.
I didn't answer because I thought maybe it was.
Can you show the text, please?
Yeah, I can show the text.
So I saw this text and it pissed me.
I can't get in trouble for showing the text, right?
No, fuck him. You
How
didn't.
am I gonna show it?
Here, we could just.
I can send it again.
I'll send a. Oh, you can send me on Discord that I can open it. Oh, cool.
Well,
You
originally,
can't show it to him because it's like unsolicited. It's not a conversation. He's sending it to you on.
Oh, damn. You guys are saying you still get them in DMs? That's crazy, bro. What little monkeys? We're all like, ooh, 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 see my genitals. Ooh, 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 penis. Ooh, 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 see my... I can't believe people think a God made us. I can't believe you think we're made in the image of God. Ooh, 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 penis. I can't believe you think God made us. More like the Big Bang. Get it?
Unsolicited.
I thought it was
I
actually
can't
someone, like, you know how you
believe
can like call someone from someone else's phone, like if you know two people's phone numbers. So I thought it was like I'm like, well, because he called me, I was like, clearly this is a hack. Then he said like, hey, it's Jason. Okay, here's the text.
Is there any?
It says Jason. It has there's no private info.
To be fair, I do get unsolicited dick pics on OF. And just so you all know, not only do I not open them because OF blurs them for me, but I will just say this right now. It will probably get you banned or completely ignored. But also, like, people are so, like, kind of like, these are all the people that are just like, are you not embarrassed? Like, if these are the men in the loneliness epidemic, I hope they all MGTOW. You know what I mean? I hope you all MGTOW with peace and love. If you, seriously, nobody wants to see your little wiener, bro. And I don't mean little in terms of size. I meant it just as like not a description, but let me scratch that. It sounds too body shaming. Nobody wants to see your dick, bro. Okay? If you want to just be sending unsolicited dick pics, you go to Grindr.
In the chat or anything?
No. Yeah. No, there's no phone number, right? No. I don't see anything. Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, good call. Good call. So he called and called, you didn't answer, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he sent
Chat says, do you think being friends with somebody who does this, like, that makes you a bad person, like birds of a feather? But who's doing it though? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, who's doing it? Because, like, if somebody I knew was sending unsolicited dick pics, you know what I'm saying? Like, who's doing that though? And, like, doesn't listen to consent boundaries. If somebody's like, bro, I don't want to see that. You know what I mean? Like, who's doing that? I feel like you got to be pretty fucking useless to be sending unsolicited dick pics. Like, with peace and love, you got to be fucking brain dead or predator minded. Like, what are you doing? What part of your organized adult brain was like, you know what's a good idea? Dick pics. Like, purely talking about adults right now, like, What adult is like, ooh, a dick pic? Yeah, if you be sending dick pics, you're useless. Literally useless. Literally useless. A waste of space. With peace and love. With peace and love. With peace and love. Okay? You can't be sending people your bodies. When men, women, non-binary people. What are you talking about? Like, you need to call that person out and tell them, you better fucking stop, or like, I don't need you in my life. Okay? Abso-fucking-lutely not, you useless piece of shit, bro. You're a useless piece of shit. No one wants to see your dick, 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 dick. You're so useless. Nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see that. How about this? You can send me a dick pic after you send it to your mom first, okay? Because nobody wants to see that. Thank you.
This. Hi, Trish. It's Jason. I tried you. Are you available to talk? Call me back. Heart. The fucking heart. The balls on this.
What? For context, my boyfriend's best friend did this, and they've been friends since middle school, and he sent his dick pic to my sister, and I've refused to talk to him now. Is your boyfriend still talking to him now? What is he, 12? Are you 12? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what are we talking about here? Nobody gonna send a dick pic to my sister. Don't send dick pics to my sister. No, fired, banned. Get a new boyfriend, girl. I'm telling you right now, girl. He either better hold his friend accountable, because that shit, I'm sorry, unless we're 12 years old, okay? Like, are we a grown up? Are we, goddamn it, are we like above 25? Do you know what I mean? Are we like 45? How old are we? Girl, how old are we? Because if we're 12, you know, you guys gotta stop doing that. You gotta knock that shit off. But like, are we adults? Are we like grown-ups? Do you know what I'm saying? We can't be sending dick pics as grown-ups. You know?
This guy to send you a heart after all this time. You're engaged. Like, what? Oh, I miss you, babe. Like, what's a heart mean? Who sends a heart?
For a year and a
I'm
half.
sorry, but no fucking heart, Jason.
I begged and pleaded for Jason to be my friend, to talk to me, for David to talk to me, like, and they just like completely blocked me. They knew all my shit that I was going through. Like, Jason strung me along for like a couple months after we broke up or whatever, but then like completely blocked
By the way, I'm not saying your boyfriend is the kind of guy who would send dick pics to a girl. Your boyfriend is the kind of guy, though, who might protect his boy when his boy is out of hand. And that's more dangerous. You know, because that's what we're really talking about here. I'm not talking about your boyfriend in particular, girl. You like, you know, your boyfriend better than us. But, you know, like the problem with a David Dobrik or an Epstein or whatever, and all these people, is they have people who are still willing to bat for them, who aren't willing to understand that, like, hey, it starts with sending a dick pic and it ends with sending someone else's nudes to someone unconsensually, and then it ends with rape. It's a slippery slope of fuck you and I don't care about your consent. It's a slippery slope of I don't give a fuck about consent. It's bullshit, okay? It's bullshit. Your genitals, bro, your actual fucking genitals, keep that to yourself.
Me after my second mental hospital stay, and I was just like, I like begged to be my friend. They ignored me for 2 years. They called me crazy, discredited me, said I'm stalking and harassing them, which I've never texted them or anything like that. And I was just like, really? Like, why would I call you back? I thought I'm stalking and harassing you. So then I thought, well, to call me back the heart, I'm like, okay, this is clearly someone playing a joke. Like, I thought someone may hacked his phone or, you know, do one of those things. But then he sends me a DM from Instagram. I haven't opened it. Should I open it?
Yeah, reopen.
What?
I mean, obviously he knows we're talking about it now.
It's his dick pic.
So,
oh my God, no.
So it's a blue check mark. It's his account. Look, I'll show you. See, it goes to his account. So it goes to his account. Hi, Trish. I just tried you. Not sure if you still have that number. I have the same number. Please call me so we can talk. Thank you, Jason. Fuck you, Jason. Fuck you. Like, are you
Does
continuing
that heart
live?
piss you off?
Okay, good for you. I'm proud of Trisha for not calling him back, because fuck him. And also, you know, he's just trying to like convince Trisha to like not talk about it, you know?
Oh, knowing that it's like him, yeah. I was like,
how dare you send a heart? Because that's like a romantic thing. I miss you or I love you. It's like,
Chat says, I feel like it sometimes gets categorized into boys will be boys mantra. If someone says boys will be boys, fired, banned, blocked. No boys will be boys. Boys will be boys isn't an excuse. No boys will be boys. No girls will be girls. There's nothing about your gender or sex that inherently means an action will follow. No.
it's like, how are you going to fucking claim that? How are you going to send a fucking heart?
When all you've done is just say I'm crazy. You've detailed like me coming to your house that night,
Yeah.
people to like weaponize, like just ignoring me, just been a complete
Like old friends or some shit.
yeah, like with love, like
Yeah, peace and love.
Peace
no,
and
peace
love.
and love to him. He does not deserve
War
any
and
peace
hate,
love.
as they say.
Chaos and
Yeah, the
creation.
foot soldiers say, well, let's see. Peace and love would obviously be war. And Warren Hate with Warren Hate.
No one discussed me as much as Jason because he shared so many like private details of like when we were together after my mental like break, and he shared it with David clearly, Jeff clearly, all these people who like used it against me now, and I'm like,
Is that you?
Yeah.
Is it? Why is there a picture? Is that just from your phone?
I mean, yeah, I just haven't changed it ever, so it's just there.
Okay, got it.
But I was like, ew. And you know what? I'm sure like now he's losing it too because David's his cash cow right now that the cash cow's not being fed. Jason needs it. He doesn't have a teat to suck on, so he's just like, oh, let me just grasp for straws, and then texted me.
Hopefully, he's calling to say thank you for saving my life.
Yeah, maybe that's why he's calling. And in that case, I still don't care.
But
and
still don't send a heart.
I still
Don't send the fucking heart.
Ugh.
The heart is not
I
appropriate.
have so much like is it animosity? I have so much animosity. I have so much like I don't think I've ever like despised or been more disgusted by someone. Like stop hanging out with children. Stop sending girls your eggplant pic. Nobody wants to see it. Like I just wanted to throw up in my mouth, probably the same way they did when they got that eggplant pic. Just stop it. Stop being on Snapchat. Stop it. Ugh, it's like you're 48. And you know what? Like
I've never sent a dick pic in my life.
I mean, good. No one wants to see. Nobody wants to see. I don't want to see anyone's eggplant. I don't want to see Moses. I don't want to see anyone's in a picture. It's not attractive. I don't. Doesn't.
Okay, well, hold up. Okay. Okay. I have a rule about dick pics and genital photos. I will see your genital photos after I've seen them in real life and we've consented. That's always been my rule. Okay? So any of my past lovers, any of my past homies, anyone I've had a sexual relationship with, I'm happy to see your genitals. Okay? Because, like, we have a relationship. I'm not anti-genitals here. I just want to make it clear. If we've consented and I know you and like, you can send me your dick pic, but, like, not if I don't fucking unsolicited means like, I didn't ask for this. You know? So, like, Trisha not wanting to see her own fiance's dick, that's your business. You know? That's your business. Chat says, are unsolicited dick pics different from unsolicited Twitter porn pics? Yes. Like public porn, like someone's work? Like you send someone's porn to somebody different? Wait, what do you mean? Because unsolicited dick pic means like an individual took a picture of their own genitals and sent it to somebody without them asking for it. Right? Oh, Trisha's Twitter. No, I don't think that's the same, but I think you should be very smart about who you send it to. Cause like, if you send it, like I would never send a porn link to like my religious family, but I would send a porn link to somebody I knew was sex positive to be like, oh my God, look. And when I was really, really young, the way you would prank your friends is by sending them porn websites like lemonparty.com or whatever it's called, where they don't know what they're signing up for. And then you look at it and it's like porn. So like, you know, but I don't think it's weird to send somebody's like porn on Twitter as long as they're like, okay, but you can ask, just ask. Like, it'd be like, hey, is it cool if I send you this Twitter post? It's a naked girl though. Do you consent to that? Just like ask, you know, look, when I was really, really young and we were unhinged and millennial. So like, it was crazy. Okay. We would prank each other by sending each other porn links. My friend would send me porn links all the time. I'd like, bro. And then you'd open it up on your phone at like a public space and you wouldn't know. Okay, millennial humor. Then you grow out of it. Keep in mind, this was like 15 years ago, right? Then you grow up. And that's why I say we have to grow up. Like adults have to grow up. We have to get past, like there's a space to be so reckless and stupid and all that stuff. But like you got to grow past like this humor into like adulthood, you know? And like, I don't remember the last time somebody ever did that to me, right? It's been literally a decade plus, right? Nobody sends me stuff anymore. That right? Like we're all too old to be doing that to each other, right? And I've never gotten an unsolicited dick pic from anyone that I've ever personally known. I've only ever gotten it from like app people or OnlyFans stuff. Yeah. Okay, guys, I guess not in your bubbles. Well, in my bubble, girl, for sure. But then I was maybe it was a boy bubble. I was in a lot of boy bubbles and they'd be sending dick pics. They'd be sending dick pics and porn links and they're weird. Boy bubbles are so weird.
Turn me on. You can put it in me if that's what you want to do, but I don't want to look at it. What am I supposed to do with it?
Okay, let's get back into the. So anyway, we're talking about.
You have baby hands. Jason's got baby hands, so then he looks baby eggplant, and the baby hands looks even more baby.
Hold on, let's just get this clear. Size of the hand does not correlate with size of the.
I agree. I'm saying he has both, so it just looks like a baby hand holding a baby eggplant. I'll body shame on later. You want a mental illness?
Wait, confirm Jason did what, Dan?
Just the conversation kind of got sidetracked. Are you saying, Trisha, that you saw the evidence that he sent a dick pic to this girl?
I saw the upper half of it.
Because most people are dismissing that claim because of that girl's history with the Jeffree Star thing. Like I've seen that universally get
Right. And I get it because when she came out that stuff, I was like, girl, what are you doing?
But you're saying It's true.
Yeah, I saw the top half. She didn't send me his full thing. I saw the top half, and it did look like his.
Okay, so you've
And it was
seen.
his Snapchat name, and he doesn't have. I don't think he has a public Snapchat. It was his Snapchat name.
By the way, anytime someone asks to add you on Snapchat who's like a celebrity or older, run.
It's not the first time. You remember the girl that Shay Carl did that webcam thing? She also had an affair or an encounter with Jason, and she was like a 19-year-old cam girl, and she sent me stuff too. So he does this. This is a pattern. Like, it's fine.
Yeah. Abigail Lemon Party related to Abigail Lemon Party was a troll in the 2000s. It was a site that redirected to a photo of 3 old men. Oh, that's so funny. Is that why Roger from... Wait, that's so funny. Yeah, that makes sense. From American Dad. Sorry, Chad, you got me distracted with American Dad memes. See, there's so many inside jokes we just don't get.
They're not illegal. It's fine. He's just creepy. Like, but like, hey, if that's your thing, cool. But these are not these girls' things. Because she did a whole tweet about it. She said, "This is me and Jason. They went to get Starbucks. She said it was the worst sex of her life. Whatever. Like,
Jason was the worst sex of her life?
yeah, her name was whoever Shay Carl had the webcam mistress with. Where'd Shay Carl go? David Dobrik, take a note from
He
Shay
cheated
Carl.
on his wife and he ended up going downhill from there, loser.
And just, maybe go start a family in Utah or something.
Okay,
Invest some of that money.
we're getting close to watching his apology, but there's a few new things that came to light that once again I think offers a good context to the. Again, just remember how if we're apologizing or forgiving somebody so quickly, we need the full context of what we're dealing with.
I'm so pissed off at these two. I'm like, it really reignited that. I'm like, no, you don't get to apologize 2 years later because you're losing money. Like, you are so gross. Like, you.
Yeah, if you go on a dictionary for pop culture, Lemon Party, it's a Google your own risk because we're not talking about Canadian politics. Lemon Party refers to the early 2000s shock website featuring an image of 3 elderly men having sex. Yeah, that's so funny. I love bubbles. I love cultural references. Oh, I love that shit. But yeah, I was in that bubble. I was in the bubble where you got sent Lemon Party links and you thought, it was innocent and then you opened it up.
You could have picked the phone. Like, David could have picked up the phone when I was out of the physical hospital, the mental. Like, he could have picked up the phone so many times, and so could Jason. Like, F you. Like, I was bawling. I was like doing stuff publicly online to be like, can you just talk to me and tell me what I did wrong? Like, they're such awful people. Such awful people.
That's sad.
I didn't consent to half the bits that are in David's vlogs. Oh, like.
You want to hear this? This shit's
Yeah,
crazy.
I don't know this one.
Yeah, this one surprised even me. Go ahead.
We're talking about this yesterday, though, that I wanted to talk about. We were our roommate Alex. Okay, we have this roommate named Dom, and he's like fucking like typical social media influencer, like not the brightest but super hardworking, like he's just a character. He's very strange. And yesterday, or it was like 3 days ago, me and Jason were sitting on the couch, and Dom was leaving, and he's like, "I'll see you guys later," and we're like, "Where are you going?"
Well, they had just finished a story about how they get their dick sucked for shout outs. Yeah. And then they said this.
Yeah, they were talking about. Okay, let's rephrase. I didn't even put this in the vlog because I thought it was so gross. But one of Dom's friends, when girls come up to him, he's a big Instagram following. When girls ask him for shout outs, he tells them, okay, if you suck my dick, I'll shout you out and I'll delete your shout out as soon as you're done sucking my dick. And he's done this like 6 or 7 times.
What?
And it's amazing, right?
To me.
What? What? Bro. What? Ew.
That's like literally
yeah.
Weinstein level shit that he thinks is amazing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he puts them on a pedestal. He tries to.
What? This is why we go back and revisit shit. I don't remember this. Like, I watched Frenemies, but there's going to be stuff I don't remember, and I don't remember it being this bad. I mean, I literally, what? Whoa.
Act like, oh, I started seeing it, and then I distanced myself. You distanced yourself because the pandemic hit. It was 2020. You were filming with him. There's a vlog on Dom's channel from January 2020.
And there are still people right now that are friends with him that are still in his group. That's what I'm saying. It's so interesting where the line is for people. Look, I never want to punish people for doing the right thing, so I hope those people step away from David current day. I hope you leave. But like, it's interesting to see where everyone's line is. Actually, a homie of mine reached out one time. She's such a real one. And she said, we were talking casually. We were in the middle of a conversation about my online collaboration choices. And I said, man, like, I just need somebody who's going to be like, Brittany, no. And she's like, can I please do it, please? And I was like, yes. Like, she's like, girl, if I had known you wanted in, like, I would have told you. And none of you, her. Because she knows the online space that I'm in and everything, and I do trust her insight. Not that I have to take her opinion every time, but I trust her to be like, She has really good bullshit dar, like shit dar. Like she can sniff a man out in 2 seconds. She can sniff a predator out in 2 seconds, and I just feel like she'll see it faster than me on occasion because I'm too close to it. When you're close to it, it's so much harder, you know? Or your reasoning is different. To be fair, though, I was in a really open space during COVID. Man, I was so open. I was too open. But in my defense, I needed to learn the lesson. The universe was like, one more lesson, Brittany. Okay, I learned it. I won't be so open. Thank you, universe. Okay? Thank you, universe. So moving forward, it's nice to get insight from somebody that I'm like, yo, what do you think? Should I be engaging? Like, do we get shit? Like, I've watched enough of their videos. What do we think? Also, I need to do research on people I talk to. I wasn't doing that before. I was just taking suggestions and reaching out. You know? I'm just saying. Discord says unrelated, cute banana colored jumpsuit. It's just it's a crap tap. But thank you. Are you talking about me? Are you talking about my little crop tap? Thank you. Thanks, Discord.
And Potomac, you didn't film with anyone. So by that technicality, you distance yourself from everybody. Like he put Dom on such a pedestal. It's like, it's so gross. And he put him in merch campaigns. After I left the group, he was in merch campaigns. Like, you're gross.
That to me was like skin crawling shit. There's another clip that surfaced because I know everybody is desperate to say, oh, I wasn't there that night when it happened with Dom. I wasn't there that night, right? So this is interesting.
God, they're such liars. Like, how do they think?
As the wise Trisha Paytas once said, this might be a safe space, but the internet is not a safe space. Wise words.
This is to me, with the photo that we showed in our last episode with Jeff, this one is even worse, frankly, because it matches up with their outfits and everything. So here's Dawn coming out with a used condom.
Ugh.
The same night, right after the attack happened.
By the way, before we watch this, it's also to be noted, I haven't heard from Jason since the night I went to his house when I was high on meth, May 8th, 2019. So him now, you think now all of a sudden this is like a genuine thing where he's like, you know what, maybe I should
With
call
a heart?
Trish.
No, of course not.
Okay, anyways, I'm sorry. I'm still just like livid about that. Just so people know, just for context, he's ignoring me after I tried to call him so many times and I made videos reaching out to him and stuff like that, and he's ignoring me. So I do not believe it's genuine.
I don't think anybody does. Trust me.
Okay.
You know why I flush condoms down the toilet? Because I'm afraid that girls are going to take it and impregnate themselves, and I'm trying to get money from you.
I'm trying to get money from you?
Mom, you have an apartment with 3 roommates.
So again, Jeff, Todd, Jonah.
Where's this from? The vlog?
I don't actually know where it's from, if it's from some behind the scenes or extra or some shit. But so what's interesting about this is, so this has happened right afterwards, and you know that because they keep trying to say, oh, it's filmed on a different day. They're all wearing the same clothes. If you go back to the footage that I showed in the last episode.
Well, but like if they're really that Machiavellian about it, if they're really that 4D chess, they would be wearing the same clothes. Right? Like if David is as maniacal as they are saying he is, wouldn't he make them wear the same clothes so it looks like the same day? Because David isn't afraid to manipulate his audience. So David tells his audience, look how real we are. See, that's why the audience should be mad at David, because he's lying to them. That's the irony of the whole thing. Is like David's not only just lying to these people, he's lying to his audience, right? Do you know what I'm saying? So like that's the kind of funny thing. The idea that, I don't know why Ethan thinks that's so weird, because it feels like exactly what David would do.
Of them standing outside Dom's apartment with the girl who's blackout drunk, you'll see, which I can match it up for you guys.
And to be fair, if you were watching the vlogs in context, you wouldn't know all these other things. So chat says, how was this considered good content for millions of viewers? They didn't have any of the context. Keep in mind, we have the context, so it's more gross for us, but nobody has the context. Nobody heard the podcast we just heard where Dom tells women he'll shout them out for a blowjob. They didn't know that. Why would anybody, unless you watch David's podcast, why would you know that? They don't know this is cut and spliced. They don't know the girls are raped. Like, that's why David is so malicious in a sense, because he cuts his videos to manipulate people into thinking one thing, even though another thing is happening. But like, it's not, that's the problem, right?
It's just as proof. Oh, fuck. It doesn't.
The girls are gonna take it and impregnate themselves, and I'm trying to get money.
Trying to get money from you? You have an apartment with 3 roommates.
Okay, so here they are. Also, he's holding in his hand a bottle of Pepsi, which one of the witnesses was used to mix drinks. Okay, so now,
Hang on, these people are so stupid.
now if we go ahead and go back to the photo that we showed in the last episode, you can quite easily tell that they're all wearing the same outfit. Jeff with the hat, Todd with the hat. Nick, I'm gonna call him Nick because Jonah's like, why are we calling him Jonah? It's fucked up. He's wearing the same hoodie. It's the same night. It's the same fucking night. So, so according to them, he left. He was there in the beginning. He left. He came back, and then went and greeted. But they had no idea what was happening.
Chat says even without context, it's foul again because it's channels targeted towards kids. Okay, so this is interesting because when we say kids, how old do you guys think? Because I know when I was introduced to the Vlogbrothers, my little brother showed them to me, and he was 20. Like he wasn't a teenager. He wasn't a minor. You know what I'm saying? Minors will like this content in the same way minors liked Jackass because teenagers in high school always look up, right? But when we say targeted towards kids, are you meaning like middle school or littler? Now, will kids find it on the internet? Right? Yes. Did high schoolers watch this? Yes. Right? But that's because that's how teenagers think. And that's what David Dobrik knows. Like David Dobrik knows teenagers are going to want to watch him because even though he's not a kids channel, kids will watch him because they want to be grown-ups. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not that David's channel is for kids. Because when you say it's for kids, that's something different. What David does is he makes content for people his age, knowing high schoolers are going to watch, which is different, but still foul. You know, it's still foul, right? But when you say it's for kids, that's not how content works. Like, I don't think that's just a different categorization. That's all. But I agree with you. It's foul.
Why am I in that picture?
Where? Which one? Oh, because it's a screenshot of our.
I thought someone was trying to like incriminate me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That clearly looks like you were there.
I was like, what? I was so
It's
mad.
a screen capture of our
People
last
do be
episode.
trying that, like photoshopping me and stuff. I was like, oh.
Oh, apparently you can hear the girls in the background too if you listen with headphones. Dan, can you hear it? In the beginning, people are saying that.
Put your condom away. You know why I flush condoms down the toilet? Because I'm afraid that girls are gonna take it and impregnate themselves, and I'm trying to get.
I mean, I hear what sounds like a female voice softly in the background. I can't make out.
Yeah, people are saying if you listen with headphones, you can clearly hear.
I'm sure there were. I'm sure they were there.
And true, but you know your who your demographic is. Well, here's the thing. David can't make actual content for kids. When you make reckless content that attracts children, you're not making content for kids. You're making content kids like, which is very different. So David is doing these things with his friends. It will naturally attract young kids. But it's not content for kids. I mean, guys, they're drinking, they're partying, they're doing over 21 age shit. Like, it's going to attract children. But you can't. So, do you know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't matter what David's doing. Kids will watch. Because he's doing exciting shit where shit blows up and crazy shit happens and it goes viral. Like, there's no way for David to make content for 20-year-olds and it's not going to appeal to teenagers unless those 20-year-olds are book nerds. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think like in order for 20-year-olds to make content, kids don't naturally, like, you know what I mean? You know, Chet says never thought of it that way, but isn't that manipulative and pretty nefarious? He uses what he's doing and he doesn't care. Oh, David is absolutely trash. Right? Like he is absolutely aware that kids are his viewership. He's absolutely aware that young people will follow him and love him. He's very aware that he's selling a narrative that isn't true, like free cars and private jets and all these other things, right? He's very aware that everything he's doing is like, you know, yeah. Chet says that's why they always went for frat and sorority houses for content. Exactly. He's that bubble. And guys, look how fucked up a lot of those fraternities and stuff are, right? Cody Ko was in a fraternity. Do you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I agree. Like, I think, it's all bullshit either way, right? It's all gross either way.
So again, it's like, let's stop the fucking charade, you know?
I mean, they're all proven liars at this point. David included, being like, I believe the victim. You should believe him. You filmed her. You
Yeah,
were there
you saw
for
it.
Yeah, like, why wouldn't you?
So again, I feel like he's still trying to conveniently, you know. Okay, but now I'm ready to watch his actual apology.
And it does eventually suck, like aging into like an older demographic. How do you change your brand from like kids to like people your age? I'm really lucky. My audience always grew with me. I never made content kids really liked, you know, even kids who like politics. Honestly, my analytics say like no kids watch me. But even my political era, I had like a pretty decent amount of like teenagers maybe, but they don't care about this stuff as much. I definitely have older people now, people my age really. But yeah, someone said reminds me of Dream being canceled for posting thirst traps that were just selfies because his viewers were mainly kids. Look, if Dream wants to be considered a different kind of content creator, not somebody for kids, he's got to stop playing kids games. Minecraft is for kids. Period. Like, it's okay that adults play Minecraft, but the kids on the internet watching Minecraft videos are going to be primarily kids. So as a gaming adult, you have to decide how to deal with that. And like we you know, that's the part of being a content creator, that you have to decide to change things. Like, even myself, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to change the way that I do things to continue attracting the right audience. Like that, it's an effort I make. I make a complete effort. I make a concerted effort to attract a certain demographic, an older age with me demographic. And it takes, you know, there is a downside. You make a lot less money, you know, but you have to do that. And I do think, like, you know, it's hard to transition out of something you always knew into something else. And if you're a gamer, you know what I mean? If you're a gamer, you might struggle with it, but maybe you can do something where you're less interactive with your community and less cutesy. Cutesy stuff invites children or young girls, especially, into your audience. And I think George and Dream have like a cutesy dynamic. The cutesy dynamic is like breeding for parasociality, right? Chet says, who is the right audience for your content, Britt? Like what category? Realistically, like 20 to 20 somethings and up who are interested in like self-improvement, philosophy, curiosity, learning about life through fiction, stuff like that. Like, you know, people that are probably neurodivergent, but are interested in people who are interested in people. I think the most general category of people who might like me are people who are genuinely interested in people, and who want to grow from that curiosity. Something like that. You know, obviously there are like lots of people who could, I mean, you guys can answer the question for yourself. Why do you watch me? But I feel like the most common denominator with my audience is probably people who are interested in people to some extent. You know, observation. You know, it's a very specific niche. Like what we do here is so specific because we tend not to gossip. We're not trying to like tear people down necessarily. We're not trying to get into beef with people. You know, we do something very specific here. Like, why do I watch Dr. Kirkonda? Because he reviews people being people. Why do I watch a lot of people? Because they're reviewing people being people. I watch a lot of philosophy podcasts. I watch a lot of stuff that's like about people. What does it mean to be a person, you know?
It's working. People are forgiving him, so
So here we go. You ready?
hire that HR person will all be better.
How do we feel about the title? It's just the date. Interesting.
Oh, is it? That's so weird. I
I
didn't
mean,
notice.
it's,
And Chad, I know that Dream never posted a quote thirst trap. He just posted a selfie and people called it a thirst trap. But like, let's be for real right now. Like the parasociality, from my understanding of Dream's community, is going to encourage like a fantasy, right? That's why people were mad at about how he looked in quotation marks, because he didn't fit the fantasy. Like at the end of the day, being a young guy on the internet who has a lot of like parasocial fans who think you're adorable with your friends and everyone's gay is going to make everybody feel a way about stuff. And again, I'm 35 years old. I'm not trying to come for your faves. I'm just trying to say like, yeah, like there's going to be a misunderstanding. And look, what if Dream decided to do OnlyFans one day? I'm sure people would get mad at him because he has a kid audience. He's allowed to do nudity if he wants. Dream could do an OnlyFans tomorrow and I would support him. He's an adult. But he might want to make sure his audience isn't kids signing up for his OF. You know, like he might want to do some work. So again, like this is what being a brand is. Being a brand means there's an expectation of behavior. So brand yourself correctly. And it is hard to age out of being a kid star to an adult star. Ask any woman in Hollywood who's ever had to go from a kid star to an adult star. You know?
it's a fresh apology title.
I've seen
True. Brit is for hot introspective people. True.
Seen that the variety before.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, yeah.
'Cause
The,
I think
the generic date apology video.
He's
That's
trying to
one of the
think-
many genres of apology
Oh, I
videos.
didn't know that.
Right.
He's trying to avoid being memed, like an apology meme, because they always have like the tier list.
Right. You know-
truth.
Yeah, I feel what would have been better is just like the straight up, IMG 04950, like the little like file that it is when it's uploaded. I did that a couple times. Just the number.
That's real raw.
Then you look real raw.
You
like-
are
That's
you are
hard
the
to
queen of
get.
apologies, Trisha.
Like I just threw this up, you guys. Minus all the edits and the jump cuts. I'm sure
That's pretty
Natalie did this
slick.
for him.
But so anyway, if you go to his video,
So many jump cuts in this.
there's probably more dislikes because there's probably, but like when it first came out, it was like literally less than 1%. I didn't even get that on my best videos. Where I'm like, hey guys, it's just me being happy, peaceful, and love. It's like, fuck you. There's always people like, fuck this content. Anyway, here's David's apology.
Hi guys, it's 1:45 in the morning, and I'm finally by myself. Which I know doesn't sound that crazy to be by yourself at 1:45 in the morning, but this week's been pretty hectic, and there have been a lot of people around, telling me what to do, giving me advice, trying to help me, most importantly, and that was a lot, and now I just.
Okay. For anybody, like you're saying, someone in chat says, what's the point? What point does it get too restrictive? Like I'm an adult who likes cute things. Should I not express that in content? Okay. If you care about the safety of children, you will do whatever it takes at your own expense to protect minors to the best of your ability within reason. Whatever that means. Okay. You might fumble a few times. You might mess up with interacting. You might not figure out what's the right thing to post. Maybe you're using hashtags. Maybe you're doing different things. Look, one thing I've learned growing up is like when you do community outreach and you have kids in the groups or you have mentors or you have anything, you have to put down boundaries. You have to. Okay? Not because, everyone's a predator, but because things get messy. Okay? So if you prioritize the safety of children, you can't be worrying about what you get to do. You have to be worrying about what you have to do to protect those kids and do it within reason. Period. Okay? So like example, when I meet a guy and he says, oh, I love Roblox and I play Minecraft and I play Fortnite, and I go, who do you play with? And they go, strangers on the internet. I was like, who are these strangers? Kids online. Why are you playing with kids online? Well, those are the only people online. Okay, well, I might find you suspicious if you start friending only 12-year-olds online so you can play Fortnite with them. Find a different group of people to play Fortnite with. And if you can't, pick a new hobby. Pick a new hobby. Pick a game that's for age, like pick COD. Only adults are playing COD. Not literally, but you know what I mean? Like certain games attract children. Do you know the predator statistics in Minecraft and Roblox is some of the worst? Predators are prevalent in these games because who hangs out there? Children. Children. It is time to grow up and be the adults in the room and prioritize the safety of children. That's it. Okay, if you're not mature enough to understand that, girls, get over it. Let's go. Okay, I'm not saying you can't play your video games. I'm saying you must harm reduce for the sake of children. Do your best, whatever that means. Enjoy your games, play with your friends, but maybe don't, create some weird friendship with a 12-year-old on your game where you literally meet them every day after dinner because you guys want to build a house together. Do something else. Okay, do something else. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of everyone just worrying about their own selfish fucking needs at the expense of children. I'm over all of you. Thank you. Peace and love.
I want to be able to do this.
Is the audio a little raspy, Dan?
I think that's just the quality of the video.
He should fire Megan, the PR girl, because that was the one who told him to stay quiet. In my situation, ignore things and things go away. That's what she tells everybody.
Bro, you're not like, if that's your job, just telling people to stay quiet, that's epic. I want that job. Just no.
Just never
Whatever happens, no. Don't say anything.
Oh my God, he makes me physically sick more than anybody. Like I can't even look at his little face.
Let's give him a chance.
No, what? Oh, okay. For the video, we are live.
Let's do
we are reacting.
Let's do a live reaction, even after I've just spent basically an hour saying about what a bullshit apology is. But let's be fair.
I didn't sleep at all last night. I had severe anxiety. I don't know why. I was just so upset, physically sick. It was so weird.
I'm really anxious too. This whole thing is just making me
anxious. I know. We were saying it. It's weird. It's such a weird feeling, and that's why I don't like talking about him. But at the same time, I'm glad people.
It's
I hope more
important.
people. I do hope more people just share their stories and stuff like that because I hope people can see it's not just two isolated incidents. This is a pattern, and more things should be talked about. But
Do you want to feel my poof?
no, no.
I need the crunchy. Scrunchy.
Crunchy?
Can we get a pizza? Should we get a pizza? To be okay.
Yeah.
We should just be like, this
calm us
we're
down.
done with the David thing.
Right.
Pizza time.
Cheers. Someone said they got Domino's ads before this at the live. They said there was a Domino's ad.
So here's what we need to do
I just want
before we get into this. I have to message Lena. What kind of pizza do you want?
Oh no, pizza.
Actually, cheese.
Just cheese? I mean, what is wrong with
You always ask me this. Remember last time we tried to order pizza though?
You say we need Domino's?
Yeah. Because last time we tried to get Pizza Hut and you guys ate it without me.
Right. Well, that was. I didn't want to. Okay, so you want.
I can't believe you
what
eat
size?
it.
What size?
I was so
Yo, I want to text my partner, get us some pizza ASAP, but we can't. It's 9:30 p.m.
disgruntled from that.
What am I supposed to do? I just had a really traumatic moment, first of all. And I'm not supposed to eat. And I have.
Plus, I'm not eating cheese and they don't have vegan pizza here. And I'm gluten free. Yo, trying to order a gluten free vegan pizza in Croatia would be so hard. That would be so hard. I wish they had it though. If they had it, I'd order it. I don't think they have it though. They have vegetarian pizzas, and gluten free, but getting gluten free and vegan, that would be hard. That's the one thing I will say about Croatia. There is no vegan cheese here, but I'm going to make my own, guys. I'm going to make my own, and not out of cashews. I'm going to make my own vegan cheese because they don't have a lot of vegan food here. So it's not like vegan, like fake. They don't have Beyond Meat or something. They don't have vegan cheese here, that I found.
Like eating disorder, and I'm not supposed to eat pizza.
You have an eating disorder?
Well, I don't know. Probably. I'm not undiagnosed, but I mean, come on, I have an issue.
You have an issue with food, not an
Yeah.
eating disorder.
I don't know if it's a disorder.
It could be. All kind of.
What kind of pizza you guys want?
Any veggie pizza or just the cheese? I can eat cheese too. I like cheese pizza.
What about olives and pineapple and
Ugh.
jalapeno?
Get that for yourself.
I'll get.
Ooh,
okay,
jalapeno.
okay.
Get a veggie and a cheese and that.
Veggie. Let's just get it. Who wants veggie? Veggie's so boring. I hate like pepper and onion.
I love
literally said he wants a
veggie.
veggie pizza.
I love veggie.
He also said he's good with cheese.
I'm good with whatever.
Okay.
Okay, so
I just need one without
cheese.
without
Two.
pepperoni or whatever.
Yeah,
on
get
it.
more than two.
One large cheese. One large veggie. Okay, veggie. Wow, boring.
I like
boring.
One large pineapple,
Wait, what?
olive. Well, yeah.
Yeah, definitely that.
Yeah, damn.
Pineapple's
So-
crazy.
so, Daddy.
Pineapple's crazy because it just wets the pizza. I don't like wet pizza. Soak wet bread is disgusting to me.
Go for a third piece when you get two.
Right. Yeah, I don't want guilt. Like that's.
I will say though, I have been making a really spicy sauce and adding maple syrup into it for some sweet, and then coating the tofu in it and frying the fuck out of it to make like I don't like orange in my food. So I was making like an orange sesame tofu dish without the orange. And then instead of honey, I used maple syrup because it's vegan. And I, spice and a hint of sweet, killer, bro, but really spicy. It's got to be really, you got to cry a little bit while you're eating it. And then I was so tempted to walk out of here for 10 minutes and go make some bread and come back. It takes me like literally 45 minutes to make some bread, but I've been making bread with hot peppers in it. So it's like so good.
That's the thing. I don't want guilt.
Yeah.
Where you're like, oh, I should save slices for other
Yeah,
people.
yeah.
Fuck that.
That's how I felt. You did that once. You only ordered 2 pizzas one time. And I was like, oh, I'm starving when we left. I was like, oh, we gotta get more
Not
food
this
now.
time.
Okay, yeah.
One large pineapple, olive, jalapeno. Stat. And you want the cheesy bread? Or no?
Yeah, for sure. 2 of those.
Your favorite pizza is cursed, man. I'm sorry.
My favorite pizza?
No, Ethan's.
Oh.
That combination, like all three of
Dude,
those ingredients
it is
are
so bomb.
all three of those ingredients I like,
Pineapple?
but together is
Did you
so
ever try a
bizarre.
slice of it?
Yeah, I tried it.
Oh my god, we're literally live. People are probably like,
Okay,
This is compelling content.
why does it be live all the time? 24-hour live show. Have you ever done that? I feel like people used to do that on like You Now, remember?
Well, people did that like on Big Brother or whatever. Or that, I don't know if was that live.
Well, that's like
All right,
your
let's
stuff
focus.
now. Okay.
All right, back to David.
Do you think David will call in? Should we ask him? DM him?
We do follow each other on Twitter.
You do? Yeah, why are you following David?
Well, I did. I've been following David since I met him like years
Okay,
ago.
Judas.
I don't like. Listen,
Could you imagine if I followed Keemstar? I was like, hey, Keem, what's up?
I'm surprised you're not.
Maybe I will.
Wait, why is Ethan
I followed
following
him for
David?
years, before I even knew you.
Why is he following David? Wait, I'm so confused by that.
You know.
What?
But now you know me.
But now I want to know if he's tweeting and shit.
Oh, yeah. A lot of people do follow a lot of people just to be like in the know. They want to be like in the know. But then that feels like I'm condoning this person or like, you know what I mean?
Endorsement. Following someone is not
You can
endorsement.
still see someone's tweets without following them. Just go look them up.
Yeah, but it's not an endorsement. You
Sounds like it
understand
to
that?
me. He unfollowed Dom this morning.
He still follows me.
I hope he unfollows you after this.
So, okay, let's.
He still follows me, actually. Did you know that? David and Jason both still follow me.
Exactly. That's the point.
Ugh.
It's not like the
Judas,
whole the process of unfollowing is very severe. It's like a lot.
I unfollowed them.
Okay, let's watch.
Okay.
Just shoot straight into the camera and just talk to you guys. I've put myself in a lot of situations where I've needed to
cut.
It was a jump cut.
Oh well, okay.
Like, how many times did you do that? It was only like a minute. Like, how do you need to cut after a minute? Like, why can't people just do a whole talk through? Like,
Well, Trisha, to be fair, I don't know because you will do like a 30-minute
Yeah.
video that should be cut to 10 minutes. So I'm not
Literally, let's be for real right now, Trisha.
sure you're
I
ambassador.
think he has 30 minutes worth of.
I assume Trisha keeps it unedited and long for the money. Because why else are we literally watching you? Let's be so for real. Trisha's videos are too long and a lot of it is fluff. I said what I said.
Apologizing to do to people in his vlogs. I think there was more than enough footage to go with. This was very subpar, but okay.
Apologize for my past actions, and I've never done this correctly, and I've never done this respectfully, and my last video is a testament to that. I don't want to defend that video. I don't want to delete that video. I just want to be clear. What this video isn't going to be is it's not going to be me.
So he's characterized in the last video as just like, oh, it's just a shitty apology that I just didn't know better. But like that was a way of he was attempting to avoid being totally canceled by trying to, put all the blame on Dom and like evade it all himself. So I don't know that it's totally honest to characterize it as just a bad apology.
Ziggy probably was like, okay, just like put out an apology and we'll see how it goes. Because they were like on the fence with it. And then when it
Yeah.
didn't work out, they're like, we gotta not do this. I'm very like, you know what? I'm glad that sponsors are hearing this, because these are big brands and big companies and like you really want to be associated with that. What about Chipotle? Did they ever make a statement? They're sponsoring James Charles and David Dobrik.
Chipotle's, they're that spring chicken burrito. They don't give a shit.
No, I think didn't I send you something about
Oh, did Chipotle actually drop David?
I think
I
that
think
they
they
did.
did.
I think they did.
Whoa.
And everyone's saying, what about?
I'll check and confirm right now.
I need
but
a really
believe
funny
that
name
that's
for
one of
James
the
Charles
brands.
burrito. The spring chicken burrito is like pretty good, but it's not great.
Maybe the
Something about the.
because you have to put like a food thing in there, like a food reference, like a food pun.
I'm gonna think. I'll have
The
to do
spring
some-
chicken is good. It's just I hate hearing it because it's just kind of disturbing.
It's just not a good enough play on words.
Stop. But Chad said bingo card for Brittany lip smacking at Chipotle mention. Bro. I'm not going to play. Sometimes I watch Chipotle videos and the way they fold the burrito in and I'm just like, oh. My bestie and I, we have 2 restaurant meals. We go get Chipotle or internet when we see each other. We have our specific orders. Like we could probably both order for each other, honestly. We go to Chipotle and In-N-Out. That's like when we come, because we both don't live in the same place. We haven't lived in the same place for like a billion years. So when we get together in Cali to see our parents, because both of our parents are in Cali, we go and do that. We have like a ritual. We have like a store we go to. We have like and when we get our Chipotle and she gets her burrito bowl and I get my burrito and I smear it in hot sauce and then I eat it. And then sometimes we go to the movie theater with our food and eat it during a movie. Memories, Listen, it's weird being in a place with like no Mexican food, but then no Chipotle. It's all very confusing.
But it's very accurate.
Nom, 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 nom.
He's so gross. Like honestly, I just.
James, don't even get me started
I mean,
on James.
yeah.
We're
Everyone's
trying to
like, what
close
about
the
James?
lid on David here.
Yeah, but I'm saying it took this long for David to get like canceled or whatever. It's like James, like it'll happen in due time because he'll keep doing the same stuff that people have called him out for. Like it's gonna happen. He's just a little more fresher than David, even though he looks like he's 40.
Spring chicken chip.
You know the meme with like the Grim Reaper going down the hall?
Oh
with
yeah.
all the doors?
You think so? It's
James-
Chipotle's the Grim Reaper. David. Oh, see, you want me to show you the
This
meme?
whole
Are
show
you
is
gonna understand
memes.
it?
I just can't. This is not the
I know
meme
what meme.
podcast.
All right, let
I
me
know
show you
the
the Grim
meme.
Reaper
No,
meme.
thank you.
It's a great
Oh my
meme.
God. I hate memes.
Oh, I can't find a good one. All right, let's just watch it.
Yeah, let's not watch the meme of the Grim
Be
Reaper.
discrediting Trisha, Kat, or any other woman involved.
He said your name.
When you texted me that, I was like, oh, let me hear what he has to say. And then that was it. I was like, okay,
Well,
thank you for,
He still said your name.
this has nothing to even do with me. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, what?
Well, thank you, David Dobrik, for acknowledging my existence. This is what I've been waiting for my whole 2 years.
I saw a really funny comment. Was like, David saying Trisha's name confirms that the two. You see that, Dan? I'm gonna fucking murder it. But it's like exist in the same universe. Big if true. Because you know how people always speculate, like if different heroes exist in the same. Yeah.
Who's the hero? Am I a hero?
Yeah, you're a hero and he's a hero, and he mentions your name, so it's like
Oh.
it's the same.
We're like the
universe.
Avengers
Exactly.
and Justice League meet. Is that
Exactly.
Yeah, Trisha gets it.
crushed it?
All right, let's try to
I'm
get
going
it.
to be using words that may trigger some survivors, and that's just so I don't explain anything vaguely, and I can explain every situation appropriately. I want to start this video off by saying I fully believe the woman who came out against Dom and said she was.
I know because I was there.
And I filmed it, and she gave me consent the next day, and then she didn't give me consent. So obviously, like I know.
No, I wasn't. I don't know. I do have to be honest here. I doubt that he knew the severity of what happened, but when he received the text message of her 6 months ago, he definitely knew.
Stopping you right there. I know for a fact. I will say this because I've always said truth because I know I could get sued if I didn't say the truth. This is the truth. People can back me up that we're there. David asked Jason to go buy the girls alcohol. David never puts anything on his credit card ever, not even dinner, nothing. He asked Jason to do it. This is when I said to Jason,
Whoa.
"Don't you freaking do that? What the hell? These girls are saying
Wait,
no."
when they do group dinners together, does David not pay? Wait. Interesting. Also, do you think Trisha would like Broadway memes? Like, would she like the memes if she got the jokes?
Whatever. And he did ask people to buy alcohol for girls. Why else would you buy alcohol for girls when you're trying to have them have sex with your friend if it's not for them to have sex with your friend? Like, he knew the severity of it. Like, he knew, like, how, unless they're just so stupid and think that's how everybody does, everyone just gets girls drunk to have sex with them. Like, I don't know. Like, if it was there. Jeff said that alcohol was there. Jeff said alcohol
I guess
was
what I mean is he didn't know that like the extent to which the assault took place behind closed
That's bullshit
doors.
too, because they saw them having sex. Oh, I don't care what Jeff says. Oh, we acted it out. David corroborated it 2 days later, saying, "Yeah, it didn't happen unless we saw." Like they don't do that. Like they don't fake things in the vlog like that. People, he was in ours, hearing us have sex. Like he doesn't have boundaries like that. Like he saw it, he knew it. The girls were drunk, and that is considered the R word.
You're right. If
Maybe
what you're
not a violent R word or whatever,
no.
but it's
Well, come on, we don't even need to mince.
no. But what I'm
split hairs
saying,
on that.
I think he doesn't think it's an R word thing unless it's like violent. A lot of guys don't think that. They think unless
Yeah.
a girl has bruises on her, then no. This
That's
is also
true.
when you do both.
Yeah, that's true.
Because you're incoherent.
That's a part of rape culture too. Rape is only rape if like I can see you get fucked up over it in a physical way. Otherwise, it's not rape, and that's fucked up. That's fucked
Right,
up.
that's also the R word, and he knows that. He's filmed so many people drunk, including me, including things like that. You can't consent to a clip, and they can't consent later. That's not consent. If they didn't consent to you filming them and knowing that, of course they're later on gonna be like, I guess put it in, whatever. I've said that before.
He says, "Oh, I asked her for consent the next day." It's like, bro, you supposed to ask for consent when she arrives.
Not how it works. And once, it's just so
So,
frustrating.
but I think what you're alleging is that he asked people to get alcohol for the girls. Then that makes him like pretty much fully guilty.
Fully guilty of knowing what's yeah, of course, yeah.
By him. As it was reported, the next day I got consent to post the video, even though I got the consent to post that video.
So, by the way, what he's doing is basically still leaving it all on Dom by saying, this is something that happened with Dom. We got consent the next day. But he's skipping over really the horrible allegations, which is that someone went and got alcohol under his direction.
Yeah. Okay, I also should know that I know this for a fact. When filming drunk people, right? Like you have to say, like let's say like okay, so like obviously reality shows and stuff like that, they sign something that says like we're gonna be consuming alcohol, you can film us. Okay, they sign that, right? Okay, now I was in a situation where I was on this porn set. I was just an extra. I wasn't in the porn. It was called Horny Birds or something like that. I was in the porn. They gave all of us alcohol, including my sister who was under the age of 21. At the end of it, they all before we got paid, they had to say, okay, say you had no alcohol, no drugs during the filming of this. Like you have to have them say that in order for them to consent, which was such a lie. And I told my sister we could sue them because you're underage because it was such a bad experience. But it was like a lie, and we did it because we wanted to get paid or whatever. But like I'm sure he didn't have that footage of them saying like, yep, I didn't have alcohol. Like if you film someone drunk, which he did with these girls, like you have to have the consent of them saying either prior saying we're going to be drunk and you're going to film us, or after saying we didn't drink or do. I know this, like it's happened to be in
You're right.
situations.
Consent and NDAs and consent forms are really tricky legally because if you can prove that it was like a coerced permission, like the girl says in the Inside article that she was still drunk when she woke up and didn't even remember what happened.
Yeah.
So
you can't give consent then the next day either.
And by the way, NDAs don't hold water if something illegal happens too.
Oh my god, yeah, I hate that too. It's like you can if something's the truth and it's like a crime, if you were assaulted or whatever, like you can say it.
I should have never posted it. And what I understand now, and I didn't understand before.
But again, like you received the text message from Hannah 6 months later, and then removed it. I guess that makes sense.
It was when I did my video. She had said to Dom, like, I saw Trisha's video and like I don't feel comfortable having my stuff out there. Like it was when I did mine that same time when I linked up the group.
Is that she sent that text because she felt like she had to, not because she wanted to. And that's fucked up. And I'm sorry.
Ugh, I hate this man's face. I hate his face.
Good to hear.
Ugh.
Right?
I hate his face.
I'm trying to give him, points where you can get them.
I just wish this like would have waited. It just all seems so like if this was how he feels in like 6 months or whatever. Like he should have made this video. It's just like it's like you didn't feel this way. You tried to not even have the article come out. So it's like
He should have, if he put this video out instead of his first apology and wasn't spending all of his time trying to keep the article from coming out and attacking everyone, then we'd probably be looking at this with a lot different perspective.
just basically before the sponsorships pulled out. Like
Yeah.
and he probably could have saved himself. Like, I
Because
don't
he
know.
was desperate. I think he was avoiding it desperately because he suspected that a lot of sponsors would pull out if he acknowledged it happens. So now he has nothing to lose, right?
Later reached out a couple months later to take the video down. I immediately took it down, and I want to apologize to her and her friends for ever putting them in an environment that I enabled that made them feel like their safety and values were compromised. I'm so sorry. I was completely disconnected from the fact that when people were invited to film videos with us, especially videos that relied on shock for views or whatever it was, that I was creating an unfair power dynamic. I did not know this before. It was.
You're saying, I mean, and I agree that that's kind of like a little naive. Like he
He
have to
knew.
be
He
a little-
loved having power over people that way. He would just throw money at people. I mean, he does this with his friends, with strangers. Like
David maybe didn't know what it was called, but he knew something was going on. Like you might not know that it's called a power dynamic, but you know something's going on because everyone's listening to you, everyone's depending on you, you're orchestrating everything, you're in charge. Like, to some extent, there's always a power dynamic in everything we do, right? Always a power dynamic. So it's not the inherent, power dynamics aren't inherently bad. It's when you have somebody irresponsible who misuses the power dynamic that makes it bad. That's why we have to be very clear. Of course, there's power dynamics between children and parents, teachers and kids, police officers and citizens. Like, a power dynamic isn't the president of the United States versus the rest of us. Like, that's why when you hold power, you have to be responsible. With great power comes great responsibility. Thanks, the great philosopher Uncle Ben once said. You know what I mean? And it feels like that's the issue. And that's actually one of the reasons why I'm not a community person. As much as like I'm a citizen of the world community person, I don't want to have my own community outside of the small thing I do for work. And even then, I've pulled back because, again, all you need is one or two people to either come into the space to ruin it, or you have to deal with the drama of people. It's not good for you. But also, if you're going to be a community leader member, you have to have boundaries in place. So I actually, funny enough, on my Discord, the rules are called boundaries. We have like a boundaries rule thing. We try to keep boundaries. We try to keep people healthy. And this is 18 plus. I have a boundary street with adults, let alone mixing in kids or anything else. So we have to really think about this. So maybe David Dobrik didn't consciously think it was a power dynamic, but at the end of the day, like, this is you have to decide if this is the role you want to play, because it does take a really, I think bad people take advantage of it and good people might lose themselves. I think good people can make a lot of mistakes trying to be a leader. I think good people can make a lot of mistakes with power dynamics, okay? I would know. I've been, it's never not been messy at some point, to the point where I've like given up on the idea, honestly. J-Reg makes me laugh so hard because J-Reg is somewhat doing well with his community efforts, which I think is really great. But sometimes I wonder about it because people are so dramatic. You know why? Because everyone's traumatized, everyone has problems, and everyone thinks everyone else is an NPC, but not them. So then it becomes very drama-filled. But then, that's just normal messiness because of group activities. But then you add in a power dynamic situation like David Dobrik's, and there's one central character in all of these other people, and all of those other people are kind of like they have to listen to him. They're not coming as exact equals. They all have to like listen to him. That's very different. That dynamic is very, you know what I'm saying? Mm-mm.
And you're gross.
Wait, let me go back because I remember I wanted to say something about.
And I want to apologize to her and her friends for ever putting them in an environment that I enabled that made them feel like their safety and values were compromised.
I mean, that's good. He's admitting.
I like that he said that I enabled, but he did it initially by engaging with the alcohol use. Wanting to get them drunk is the problem. Not wanting to drink with people. If he just said, hey, let's all get drunk and have fun, that's kind of different than let's get these girls drunk.
That he enabled that situation.
He's saying, okay. I guess
Which is good, but I think people are glossing over what it really means is that he enabled this attack to happen.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, I think he could
exactly.
provide them with compensation.
Without David Dobrik and his bright idea, a rape would never have occurred. Like, period.
Or something, this guy's got money. If you obviously money speaks for him. Once his money was taken away, that's when he knew some shit went down, and it helped so many people, especially people like Seth, who was like struggling with his like casting company and like these girls.
Well, he's
that were
still not mentioning Seth.
Right. Okay. So these girls in particular, like, not that they're asking for money or something like that, but at least like compensate them for some trauma or something like that. You profited off of them. Give them some of that money or something. Like they're college girls or whatever. It's like, and they're not getting any money off this. But I think I know that's like admitting guilt or whatever. But like,
Chad says, did David even drink back then? I feel like I always remember him being sober. No, I think that's the problem. I think David's one of those people who gets everyone drunk around him except him, and then he uses that. I'm saying that's how creepy he is.
For me,
he just admit guilt.
So then,
That was good though. He said he did say that I enabled the situation. That was good.
I'm so sorry. I was completely disconnected from the fact that when people were invited to film videos with us, especially videos that relied on shock for views or whatever it was, that I was creating an unfair power dynamic. I did not know this before. It was completely wrong, and I wish I was more responsible, and I wish I was more aware at the time, and I'm so sorry I missed that. I didn't know what was going on in that room, and I should have been. I should have been there, and I should have been making sure that everybody involved was taken care of and wasn't uncomfortable.
I think he kind of missed the point there by saying, I should have been in the room. It's like, no, you shouldn't have put Dom, who you already knew was a predator, right? After the VidCon thing, you shouldn't. Is something that you continue to do is put girls in a position to be assaulted by your friend.
Yeah, when he platforms them, they want to meet you, David. They want to be in David's vlogs. That's what all these girls' messages say. They want to meet David. Even on TikTok, I see all these girls saying, "Oh, he said I can meet David if I came to the apartment."
Exactly.
Like, you're giving him this platform because you're showcasing the girls that come home with Dom, and it's gross. You're enabled all of it
But
multiple times. It's not one, twice, two. It's like
Right.
so many times.
But he is saying something good in that he's saying I'm responsible for what happens there, which is right.
I don't want to use buzzwords to try to justify this or explain this, but all I can say is people felt like they had to be silent for the sake of my video, and that's not right, and it's fucked up, and I'm sorry. I also want to acknowledge the women that spoke out against Dom in 2018. I'm talking about Allie, and then I'm talking about other girls that addressed their problems privately.
Which other girls privately? He goes, Allie and all the other girls that expressed their concerns privately.
All the
Like, holy shit,
hundreds.
bro.
I mean, I like that he's saying people's names. I think that's.
Dude, they did that girl Allie so fucking dirty.
Oh yeah, I stuck up for her a while ago.
So
Too. Yeah.
dirty.
It was awful. And then the fact that they kept like
Oh,
showing.
she actually made a statement. Here, I'll read it. I have it.
Yeah, she don't accept his apology either. Is he apologizing to her? I don't even know if he did. He didn't apologize to me. I never gave you consent for anything. I told him too. And
Wait,
don't act like you don't know.
well, here she said. So this is the girl who was groped by Dom at VidCon in 2000. Oh yeah, she got the year wrong too. I was like, I thought that was 2017. And then Dom was like, basically was like, she's kind of lying, but anyway, I'm sorry. And David left the famous comment saying, "Hey, good job, buddy. It's easy to be an idiot.
No,
it's hard to apologize."
Hold on, I want to see that message. Friendly reminder that Dom's video was in 2017, not 2018. Don't know if this was an honest mistake or to shorten the amount of time he continued to platform him afterwards. I have mixed feelings on David Dobrik's apology, and I am sus because because Dom lied in his 4 years ago to say whatever would look nice for the camera and never privately reached out to anyone, even though he said he did for the PR. I hope David will handle things differently.
Left the famous comment saying, "Hey, good job, buddy. It's easy to be an idiot.
No,
it's hard to apologize."
He goes, that's kind of not the truth, but it is the truth. I was like, what?
So anyway, she just tweeted this in response to David's apology to her. She said, "Friendly reminder that my Dom video was in 2017, not 2018. Don't know if this was an honest mistake or trying to shorten the amount of time he continued to platform him afterwards. I have mixed feelings on David Dobrik's apology, and I'm sus because Dom lied in his 4 years ago to say whatever would look nice for the camera and never privately reach out to anyone, even though he said he did it for PR. I hope David will handle things differently." So.
Well, David wasn't directly involved with that one though, right? I mean, not saying it's like right, but he didn't film it, or did he film?
No, this was off camera.
Oh.
This was like, which makes it like way worse because this whole thing is like, oh, Dom's playing this character. It's like, no, he's doing this off camera.
That's just bullshit. When they're like, Jason would always say that too. He's like, we're playing characters for David's like movie. I'm like, this isn't a movie. He's not Quentin Tarantino. Like, you guys are just
It's a vlog, bro.
They would all say that when the Seth thing happened. He's like, if an actor did this in a movie, you wouldn't get mad at him for kissing
Not a
someone. I'm
plot.
like, yeah.
It's not a pre-scripted plot.
That was like, I'm gonna get my old phone because like the text messages from these people are insane. Because I remember that too. He's like, it's a movie. I'm like,
Well,
it's not a movie.
be honest. Do I look better like this?
Oh my god. You look.
Or like this?
Guys, interruption. Do you guys remember that girl, Julia, the lesbian with the pink hair who was dating Elaine, an older lady? And then she divorced her. And now she married or dated a guy named Keith. And he's like an old man. Do you guys remember her? Well, apparently viewers came back to my video to tell me that she's engaged to him now.
Kind of gives a vibe.
You have a nice head shape.
I do?
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's not deformed.
Nice.
Sounds like a poodle too.
Thank you so much.
Are you gonna dye it pink?
He does.
No, I'm cutting it all off. I'm over it. Okay, let's watch.
Oh, he should dye it pink. Keep it.
Or publicly, I'm sorry I didn't listen to you guys. I am sorry that I took Dom's word for what happened in those certain situations, and I didn't believe you. And not only did I not believe you, but I made a joke of what kind of a person Dom was, because I couldn't wrap my head around a childhood friend of mine doing this to people and actually hurting people, and I'm sorry for that.
So at which point between the two...
Also, I think this is like a hard truth that I don't think we are ready to face with I don't think men think they're rapists. I think men don't think they're rapists. Like, I bet Dom doesn't think he's a rapist. Like, I've met people, like, think about the guys, think about Trump. Does Trump think he's a rapist? Would Trump ever sit here and be like, yeah, I'm a rapist? Like, they don't look at themselves as abusers or manipulators or toxic. Like, we just reviewed Love is Blind, and I bet if I asked those men, do you think, like, you're abusive or toxic or at least like very dangerous, they would not identify that way. They don't identify as abusers. They don't identify as rapists. So I think that's a huge part of the problem we're facing is like, that's why facing yourself and facing your own demon is so difficult because you have to look at yourself and be like, oh my God. I mean, look what happened with Epstein. His only reaction is these women want money. And if I'm going down, then I'm taking 20 streamers with me. He cannot see himself as the abuser. He refuses on any grounds to ever see himself as the abuser. Even though he admits and brags about the abuse, he refuses to see it as abuse. And then has the audacity to be like, I'm progressive. These people, man. These people. So that's what I'm saying. Like, those are the people that are the scariest. It's the people who don't see themselves. So you know what I mean? Yeah. And look, I strongly believe in rehabilitation rehabilitation and changing and getting better, but it never happens unless you admit fault and face your inner evil, your philosophical evil. Like, these people are in their philosophical evil and they can't face themselves. So they'll hurt as many people, always at the expense of everybody else, and then brag about it. Well, look at the good I do. Look how good I am at debating. Look how much money I donated. Well, I fixed it. What do you want me to do? They want to have their cake and eat it too. They want to commit crimes, abuse people, and they want to be seen as a good guy at the same time. No more. No more. Values over loyalty. There is a reason I'm not speaking to quite a few people in my life. Because when faced and given an opportunity to face themselves, they lashed out and got angry instead. And I said, okay, with peace and love, bro. With peace and love, with peace and love. I love my family. I love people so much. But I will not stand by anyone's side who's willing to never take responsibility and always at the expense of everybody else being turned into a victim they never were. I love you. Stop playing the victim and start owning to your actions, to the bad things you've done. And then maybe we can move forward. I think that's why Dr. K tries to save all these shitty men. And I think he can save a lot of them. I think some of them aren't even as shitty as they might end up being. But you have got to face yourselves. We do not need more people in the world doing horrible things to people and thinking they're the good guy. Let's go, people.
2007 VidCon video and the scores of other women that reached out to you privately that you refused to believe that your childhood friend was capable of doing that.
Wow.
I want to apologize to the thousands of women who have reached out to me privately.
I think David's just disappointed.
Not mad.
Not mad, just
never mad.
Not only did I discredit you, Abby, but I platformed Dom. And not only did I platform Dom, but I platformed the subject of sex in a negative way where I made jokes about it and I reinforced that kind of behavior. And I'm so sorry. And I really let not only you down, but a lot of people down, a lot of people that watch me. And
I mean, again, you could say too late, too little, too late, but I think he makes a good point because I think it was really damaging.
Ethan! I am so annoyed with him right now. We don't care if he's making a good point. This is me. This is what I'm going to try not to sound like this. But it's hard because I want to be like really nuanced all the time. But like, look at Trisha's face. Wait, look at Trisha's face looking at Ethan. This is what I have to do. I have to learn. I'm a solution-based thinker. But because when you're a solution-based thinker, you tend not to give people the right space to be angry. So Ethan, like Trisha just wants to be angry right now. And Ethan's like, I kind of feel like this was the right thing to say. It doesn't matter. Everything he's saying is bullshit. You know what I mean? But I will say, like, I feel Trisha's anger right now because I'm just like, fuck David, fuck David Dobrik. But also I can understand Ethan's desire to see like, okay, is this good at all? But no, I don't care. I don't care. Anything comes out of David's mouth, I don't give fucks.
Is how he normalized Dom as like, hey, just your friendly neighborhood predator. And like this kind of shit that they regularly portrayed as like just fun-loving shit is basically just grooming an entire generation of
He
kids.
couldn't give this comment to the Insider when this article came out. Like, hey, I'm really sorry this happened. Rather than his lawyer said, don't put him in the article, otherwise we're going to threaten to sue you.
I agree.
Like, I don't. It's so not real.
The timing casts a very cynical light on the entire video.
I don't like.
Shut up. Chez is not related, but I did your floor towel tip for showers and I helped 10 out of 10 with the TISM. Good for you. I have this little I keep 2 towels in my bathroom, one for my hair and my body and one for my floor. And I hang it up every day on the little heater every day to keep it like dry and rotated. And I love it. I just love taking off my shoes and having a towel. And in the middle of the night, fun fact, so middle of the night, I have to pee. So I don't want to put on my shoes in the middle of the night and find my shoes and stuff. And the bathroom's right next to my bed. So I hop out of bed and I step on the towel that's in the bathroom because it's kind of cold in there. And I use the towel as like a warming mechanism because it's too cold to pee in middle, because I like the house cold when I sleep. So it's like too cold to pee. You know what I mean? So I use the towel in front of the toilet. So like when I'm there, I can step on it and it can like keep my feet warm while I'm peeing. Another tip for sensory. I'm just saying, I don't want to find my shoes in the dark when I could just like roll out of bed and step on a towel. But I'm glad it helped.
I had it all. This was last week, maybe, because maybe he hasn't posted vlogs, like things change, but no.
Everybody loved Alfredo's cameo on our last live.
Oh, they saw him?
Yeah,
I like him the best.
There was a. Don't say that about Shredder.
Do they know? My dog barks when they bark in the show. Hi, I love you. But he's just so loving. The other one always tries to bite me.
Shredder's like, how dare you?
He's
say it? Here, you want to hold Alfredo?
Yeah,
And
I
I'll
love
hold Shredder.
Alfredo.
Shreddy, come here. You want to come up?
Oh.
Come here, sweetie. I love Shredder. I love Shredder.
No, guys, I have when I say shoes, I mean slipper. Like I have Crocs that are just for the house. Like, you know, I have like 5 pairs of Crocs, and I have outside shoes and inside shoes, and I use my Crocs like in slipper mode. Like these are my house Crocs. I only wear these in the house. But I can't find them in the dark in middle of the night. It's too much work to try to find my Crocs in middle of the night and put them on. So I just like run into the bathroom and step on the towel. I'm too sleepy because you know what? I don't want to open my eyes too much because then you like wake yourself up. So in order to stay sleepy while I'm peeing, you know how you pee with your eyes closed so you don't like wake yourself up? Yeah. Chess says, wait, don't you have the fluffy thing in the bathroom like every Croatian toilet? What is that? Ooh, I don't know this. What do they have in Croatian toilets? Like a rug? I don't like bathroom rugs. Bathroom rugs? Well, let me rephrase. I do like bathroom rugs, but my bathroom's a little too tiny to have I could get a toilet bathroom rug. My bathroom's kind of small. I can't fit a full rug, but I could fit a toilet rug. That would be cute, as long as it's not one of the stringy ones. I don't like the sensory on those freak me out. You know the bath, the ones with like I don't even like thinking about it. But I might find that's a good idea. Maybe I'll get me a toilet rug for just around the toilet because that would be a good idea for sure.
All right, let's continue. A little eye bleach.
Oh my god, no way, he's so cute. Okay.
Okay, here we go.
My friends and family for that. I made the decision to no longer film with Dom in 2019, and I'm not saying my content has been brilliant since then, but that's when I first started taking into account the power dynamic. And
He says he stopped filming with Dom in 2019. Cut to this one was pretty disturbing. This video was on Dom's channel as recently as last night. We ripped it because I knew that they were going to take this down, but it was up.
Wait, what did they take down?
This video, but it was up since this morning or last night.
Also, do you think he should have been holding maybe a puppy in this video? Maybe that would have maybe scored some points. I'm looking at this puppy now and I'm like, ooh, I'm going to keep him for all my apologies.
You're like, I forgive you for everything.
Right. He should have been holding like a little big puppy.
Alfredo honestly is the sweetest dog ever.
No, he is. Like, dogs don't usually like me, but he always comes up and like,
He needs a shower.
Cutie.
You
Cutie
know that.
puppy.
Really?
What a little doll. What a little cutie.
You don't know them. Thank you for the kisses.
So anyway, all right, you guys are distracting me, Alfredo. You sweet ass cute motherfucker.
Sorry.
Cute.
So he says that he discontinued his relationship with Dom in 2019, but here he is in March of 20. Oh, this is unavailable because I have the backup, of course. Of course, we have the backup. Now this video.
You did this last night?
What's going on? Just last night.
Still doing damage control.
Wait, what is this? What is this response you sent me? Who's this from?
What?
My response to David's apology.
Oh. I guess Seth sent you a statement.
Oh, Seth sent me a statement.
Yeah.
Oh.
When?
I wanted to vet it first, but it just got sent to
What's
this one.
vet?
You weren't supposed to see that yet.
Oh, he wanted to read it before I read it. I'll let you
Yeah.
read it first.
Can we read it?
But yeah, I'll let Dan read it first just to make sure it's kosher. But because we're live, you know what I mean? I just want to make sure it's all good.
Yeah, I
before I
keep
put it
forgetting we're live because we ordered the pizzas.
There's certain
Pizzas.
protocols when you're live that are different than when you're pre-recording.
Yeah, the doxing is not cool.
Okay, interesting. So this was uploaded, which I'll show you the proof here. What were you going to say?
I was like, do I have any breaking news? No.
Yeah, that's a good question. So this was called Epic Vlog Squad Party, March 2020.
Like 10
not-
days before the pandemic hit.
And not only that, the context of the video makes it even worse. Watch this.
Y'all, Dirty Dom here. I got a huge announcement for y'all. I'm officially going on tour. The Dirty and Dangerous Tour. First stop is USC Kappa Sig. We're about to tear it up
Ew.
tonight, guys. Comment down below what college you're
So
in.
he's promoting his, I don't know what, he's like going and throwing parties, which is basically his
Gross.
S8 World Tour party.
I totally
Is it
forgot.
Kappa Sigma? I'm assuming it's like a frat party too.
Okay,
Gross.
This is totally bringing back memories that I totally blocked out from my time in the Vlog Squad. Jason, Dom, David, and like Zane or whoever, they would go out to USC every weekend and like crash parties. And like Dom and Jason would dress up as girls. It's in the vlogs. Like they would dress up as girls to get into like sororities and get where like girls are like changing and stuff like that. Like and we would.
So crazy.
I stopped going. I went twice and I was so miserable. They would just go to like frat parties, just trying to like find girls that were drunk and stuff. I just remember this at USC. They would go USC all the time. It's in the vlogs. Like Jason like streaked in his
This is like so specific millennial bullshit culture. I hate it.
underwear down USC frat row.
Jason, man, time to fucking
He
like.
loves exposing himself. He's just, I'm like, nobody wants, and Jonah would do it too. Him and
What
Jonah
are,
would.
what are people Jason's age supposed to be doing? I don't know. Watch like The Bachelor or something like me.
Yeah, and you're like 10 years younger than him.
Yeah, just
Like,
chill out. Just have a seat.
Wait, guys. So just to put into context, Jason is 48 during this recording. Nick from The Ultimatum is 48. You guys, if you watch my Ultimatum series, you know. You know what I mean? Crazy.
no, I don't know.
Well, anyway, this is important. So this is again March.
Wait, just to put it into context. JD Vance is 40. Our vice president is 40 years old. We got to grow up. Eventually, I really think that's maybe we got to grow up a bit, you know? I'm not saying you can't be 50 and have a good time, but I'm kind of saying like, man, you hella suspicious though. Why are you hanging out with 20-something-year-olds? You know what I mean? Like, it's different. Listen, I've been there. I've hung out with all ages my whole life. And over the years, I think I've tried to like make it clear like what's happening and what's the dynamic. Honestly, you know, it's so nuanced. It is nuanced. But there are an appropriate time to have all age. Just like as a philosophy person, like you're mostly hanging around with old people, let's be for real. But like there is a time to be around all ages, and there are times when you should raise an eyebrow a bit. Like I'm not saying I couldn't be peers with Richard Dawkins because he's a misogynist and he's an old man. Or like I'm not like old enough to be around Jordan Peterson, but maybe they shouldn't be hitting on me. Not that they would, because they're probably not into men. But you know what I mean? Like, it's not that I can't be peers with Jordan Peterson, even though we wouldn't technically be peers, because like we're not the same fucking age. Piers Morgan. Do you know what I'm saying? Like there is a dynamic there that's obviously like I'm not your age. I'm not saying we can't be friends. I'm saying there's obviously an unspoken rule about the age gap, right?
March 1st, 2020. They're helping him promote his World Tour SA party.
What fraternity I should come to. If you want me to
He's
come to your
coming to
fraternity and
fraternities.
book me, hit me up in the DMs on Instagram. Or
Wait. Why did Discord say 38 question mark? Because how old is Jason? 48. Nick is 38. He's the oldest of Ultimatum. And JD Vance is 30. Crazy.
Email me.
Can you imagine? Like, wow, what a party. Dom's gonna be
Let's
there.
turn up tonight. Yeah. I'm Dirty Dom. We're at USC Kappa Sig. We're about to turn up tonight. We're about to respect women and we're about to study hard.
We're about
So
to respect women. Hint, hint, wink, wink. You know who I am.
you know what I'm saying? Come turn up with a boy. How's everyone feeling tonight?
Literally, who cares about Dom? That's wild.
No.
Right? Jason's 48. Did I get that right, guys? That Jason's 48. Or is he 38? No, he's 48. He's almost 50, right? Did I get that wrong? No, I got that right? Chat says there's a difference between me in my 20s hanging around coworkers in their 40s because I'm a nurse. Like age appropriate activities. Yes. And there is a difference. Like I as a working person, I know I'm going to be hanging out with different ages, like, right? It's not that the ages are off. It's that like there's just like appropriate ways to feel close to those people. After 30, it's like whatever. But in your 20s, hanging out with 40-year-olds, I've been there. I'm not even I'm starting to say I've dated people. When I was like 24, I was dating like a 38-year-old, right? Like I'm not saying I didn't, right? But I'm saying that what I learned as I got wiser is there was a red flag there and I just wasn't seeing it yet. All I'm saying is like, I've already been there. I've already made all the mistakes, I'm telling you, or all the decisions I thought made me feel older, more mature, that I realized were genuinely like red flags. They were just red flags on trauma and a lack of therapy. And I'm just saying, like, if you're well adjusted, maybe it looks different. Maybe it looks different. I'm not saying it black and white. I'm not saying it for every billions of people in the world. I'm just saying there's a difference. Like, age makes difference because you have opportunities to live a certain life. That's all I'm saying. Okay? I'm not saying my mistakes are going to be your mistakes. I'm not saying like, oh, Brittany's just saying that because she learned her lessons, but I'm going to learn different lessons. Sure. Maybe you'll learn different lessons. For sure.
Everybody partying. David's there. You can just mute it. It's
Todd.
down. Todd's there.
That's
More
Todd.
Todd.
Yeah. Clear that Todd is there. Madison Beer with Dom.
I don't know if she knows all this, so I'm not gonna.
Natalie.
Natalie's there. Zane is there.
Madison Beer, by the way, no, she was in that bit with Tana and Jason that I didn't like the weekday before. She knows.
Here he is talking about. Oh, what? Here they have subtitles. So let me actually read what they're saying.
What's with everyone with the tooth? Oh my God.
But this is like a huge cosign of where Dom is gonna be regularly doing this to women. This is like his perfect. You smell like fruit. I smell like frat. Okay, whatever. What's with everyone's whatever.
What?
40 cameras.
I mean, David's there 2020.
Zane.
That's Matt King in the back.
Oh, look at your boy Scotty. Not a bad bone in his body.
Would never do anything.
We love you. Not a bad bone in his body.
And they also try and say they never hung out with Dom. Like this half of the vlog started, oh, we never went to Dom. Scott said, oh, I never hung out with Dom. I never went to his apartment. You're literally at his event. Like, what a stupid idiot. Zane, multiple videos of him groping women.
I will say it's hard for me because I have some like good experiences with age gap dynamics that I think were really, really healthy and awesome and great. But I would say they were probably awesome and great too because they were kind of superficial. Like, we had hobbies we did together. Like maybe I've done some BDSM scenes with people who are older because they were more experienced and stuff. Non-sexual, because I did primarily non-sexual BDSM. So those were great experiences, but we weren't like close friends. We didn't see each other outside the dungeon. We didn't date. We didn't have sex. So there are things you can do in age gap situations that make total sense, but there's like clear boundaries. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah. I'm always open to everyone's unique experience, but I feel like there are like certain situations, or like when I worked at a vet outside of high school, I was like 18, 19. And I was like friends with all the ladies there, but like we didn't really see each other outside of that. One or two of them I maybe knew on occasion when we like, had tattoo oriented events, or, there was something to do with animals or something. But it's like very different. I don't know. I'm trying to be open minded, but like stuff like this is cringe. Like Jason at bars or hanging out with these people, like people all doing that. It's like, I don't know, bro. There's like a stuntedness that I'm worried about in the older person that they haven't worked on. That, especially people who have a propensity to like white knight, those are the ones I'm concerned about, where they're just like, I'm going to save her. I'm going to save him. I'm going to save them from their horrible life. Like, oh, this older person, I like dating older because they're mature and have their life together. If they're mature and have their life together, why are they dating somebody who's young and doesn't have their life together? Like, don't you think that's weird? Like, don't you think that they might not be a predator, but they might be stunted and traumatized enough to pick you to fulfill some weird fantasy they don't even know about yet,
Women's breast without their permission, kissing people without their permission.
I muted it because there's like, copyrighted music, whatever. Anyway, they're all there. I don't know if like Jeff was, I don't think I saw Jeff, or I don't think
Jeff, like I said, has always been kind of like not as slimy as these other
Oh, there's Jeff.
Oh, shit.
Spoke too soon. Jeff's there.
Shoot, I was trying to defend him.
Yeah.
Ugh, this is so embarrassing. These people are not like young either.
So once again,
I was about to ask. Right. Like they're at a
They're like 28, 29
frat party.
at college.
it's a USC
party.
frat
Cringe.
party. Now, once again, reminder.
Fun fact, to my recollection, I don't think I've ever actually been to a frat party. I didn't do college. I skipped college. I went to community college. So I didn't go to any parties that were like frat houses or anything. Honestly, I do not regret Avi, not my group of people. UC Santa Barbara is really known for assaults. And I've known way too many people who've been assaulted at Santa Barbara. Like frat parties. It's kind of crazy. That's why I look at frat culture as a huge red flag for consent. Because I'm like, this whole bubble is just like gross to me. I know there's an educational perspective. I had a girlfriend who's in the engineering, like a fraternity or something, for nerds, which is great. But like the party ones,
David, who severed ties with Dom because he knew he was such a danger to society, made a video promoting Dom's World Essay Tour, college campus essay tour, in March of 2020. Okay?
And they deleted that video this morning?
They deleted it this morning or last night.
Wow.
Oh.
With peace and love.
With peace and love, with peace and love.
And what influence I had on people that I was filming
Let me
with.
back that up just so you now can look at it with the proper context.
Not only you, Dom, but a lot of people down. A lot of people that watch me and my friends and family for that. I made the decision to no longer film with Dom in 2019.
like-
I'm not saying my content has been brilliant since then. Well, that's when I...
What?
Kind of lawyerese there. He made the decision not to film with Dom. He's not filming with Dom.
I
know. I'm just saying, like...
Dude, it's even worse. He's going to his event and helping him promote it.
Right.
Like,
What if I broke this chair live? I almost did. I heard it kind of crack. Would it
we
be
can
mortifying?
replace it.
I cracked a chair at a photo shoot once. Anyway, excuse me. Twice I cracked a chair. Hopefully I won't do it live.
You broke in 2 chairs?
At Cheesecake Factory in my photo shoot.
You broke a chair at Cheesecake Factory?
Yeah.
Bro, was it embarrassing?
Yeah, it was a high chair. That's why I never sit at the high tables anymore because I'm like so traumatized.
Oh my
I always
God.
at booths.
I am terrified of falling out of those chairs. I'm really klutzy and I don't sit down very well. I have to move a lot because my body hurts. High chairs scare me. Like the ones. I don't.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
How much?
It was the one in Sherman Oaks.
Was it a chair issue or like a you issue?
I was like 140 pounds.
Oh, so it was a chair issue.
Yeah, but I still felt fat because I was,
Right, you don't want to ever break a chair.
Yeah, I was so embarrassed.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Anyways, I almost did it again. I just heard the thing.
I weigh more than you, and my chair's fine.
I don't think you do. We should weigh ourselves after this.
Okay, we'll have a weigh off.
started taking
After
into
the pizza
account the power dynamic and what influence I had on people that I was filming with. But what I didn't do is I didn't go back to any of these women and apologize. I kind of moved on and I learned from it and I grew from it, but I didn't address the situation with these women. I'm not talking publicly, I'm saying even privately. I didn't reach out to any of these people, and that breaks my heart knowing that I was doing all this stuff and I was making all this content while
Well, not only did he not reach out, and many times, like you and Seth, he threatened and.
Right. Or even to these girls, you know, like, why didn't you reach out before you made this video?
I wonder if he saw Dom's epic response to that text from Hannah. Okay.
I'm sure he did. They share everything with each other. I'm sure he did.
'Kay.
there was people that were still really hurt by what I made before my content shifted to be more responsible.
What the
He gave a little tears.
Started and then.
But he cut it away so it didn't feel too much. I thought that was a really good, in terms of the apology, like technique.
It was a good edit.
He
Whoa.
teased the tears, but he didn't full out cry.
Crazy.
Powerful.
Wow.
I felt
Moved.
that was a
I'm
powerful
moved.
artistic decision.
Look how like he's just so soulless. He has no empathy for anyone. He doesn't feel bad about any of this. Like you could just tell in his
Definitely.
eyes. If you have to force it, like that is not real.
I do think he feels bad now.
I don't think he does.
No,
I really don't. I
he
really think
doesn't.
I know he doesn't. Especially in my situation, he has no guilt, no remorse. I guarantee you.
These people, and that breaks my heart knowing that I was doing all this stuff and I was making all this content while there was people that were still really hurt by what I
Then
made
donate
before
the
my
money and
content shifted to be more responsible and positive. I said and did things that were really offensive, and I called them bad jokes, and I can't even call them bad jokes, and it was cowardly of me to say.
What's up? Oh.
In my last apology that I missed the mark.
Here, I'll wait. It's fine. It's not like we're live. No, I'm kidding. It's fine. With the trash, but Moses swore. What did I do?
It's your trash. You need to move. Our car's blocking the trash.
Well, it's your car. Blocking my trash. You can park on the street. You don't have to park in my driveway.
Oh my god, I can't. That's the Rolls Royce driveway.
Okay.
Right. Because it's fucking gross, and I'm sorry. A lot of people reached out to me.
Wait, I wanted to analyze
Yeah.
it.
Before my content shifted to be more responsible and positive. I said and did things.
You agree? I remember you saying that his content has been better of recent.
Because the pandemic hit and he couldn't vlog anything. So yes, his content's better because he hasn't been posting vlogs.
Things that were really offensive, and I called them bad jokes, and I can't even call them bad jokes, and it was cowardly of me to say in my last apology that I missed the mark because it's fucking gross, and I'm sorry.
That's pretty good.
I feel like he's been watching us because I keep calling him gross. I think he's like, yeah, I was gross. I've never heard
But
David
that's
say
good. I mean, he said it was cowardly of me to say I missed the mark. That was gross, and I think that's
Yeah.
well stated.
I believe
right?
I also called him a coward and gross.
So
Thank you for listening. For being an avid listener.
you've been
You
such
are gross.
such an influence on him with the floor between sitting on the floor, and I thought that was a good
Next time, just not as many edits.
no more cuts.
People reached out to me saying cancel culture is bullshit and you need to fight back and you need to call people out. And I don't agree with how this should be taken at all.
I wasn't sure why he said that.
Because he's getting ahead of
so many
it. Because he's trying to pretend like he didn't try to make it go away before. You know what I mean? Now, I wonder if Cody Ko watched this video and he's like, I've learned. Just don't talk about it and pretend everything is normal. Which he'll do and people won't care, right? I'll never be able to watch Cody again. Like, it's ruined. You know what I mean? Like, you know, Cody's ruined. Everyone's just like, it's, but like people will watch. And same with everybody else. Like, time heals all cancellations. Even if people don't get better because of it, you know? But I think he's trying to pretend like the last 6 months of him ignoring or whatever it's been hasn't been happening.
People think that all this is bullshit.
Right.
But I know it's wrong.
I did too until yesterday.
Yeah,
Until, like,
exactly.
everyone pulled out and I had to quit my own app.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably not the best thing to include in there, but I will say that is a sentiment that his fans were expressing a lot all over social media.
That's good. That's good. I think that's good. That's a way of trying to like speak to his own fans.
Yeah, that's true. Because they kept harassing Seth and me and everyone being like, you're upset. It's like,
Because the stand.
There's a hole in my shirt. I just noticed it. Did I rip it earlier because my muscles are getting bigger? R.I.P. this shirt. Guys, we've witnessed the death of a shirt on stream. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, this shirt. Rest in peace, you served me well. You kept me warm from the chill. Goodbye forever. Goodbye forever. You were so kind to me, Christine. I'm just kidding. Goodbye.
Culture is just like so. I guess that's a props moment.
I could try to fix it. I'll try to fix it. I'll try to fix it for funsies. I can fix things. I'll try to fix it.
back though. Like it's also just so a moot point because like what are you gonna do to defend yourself?
He did try and fight back. He failed.
Yeah, by it is only
I can sew. I'll fix it.
defense was discrediting me and saying Trish was crazy.
But it's good
What other defense did he have? Oh, Seth. Oh, look, Seth wanted to be. You gross.
It's
You're right.
good that
Howard gross.
he's speaking directly to his fans in this regard and saying this is not the right reaction. So props to David.
I think when there is a crisis, there's a serious opportunity to correct yourself, to learn and improve, and to make sure those mistakes don't happen again. And that's why it's so important to hold yourself accountable. And I think with this situation,
Unrelated? Why are you laughing, Dan?
Just a comment.
There's a lot.
What would the comments say?
Yeah, read the comments.
It said that Keemstar texted him that.
Oh yeah, Keemstar. Yeah, that's who I thought too. Because
What?
Keemstar, when this originally started happening, Keemstar tweeted David, "Don't let Ethan win." He's like,
What
"Don't
the
give in. I
fuck?
support you, and don't let Ethan win." I was
No.
like, "Okay, David."
Keem is another one. Oh, guys. David Dobrik, Epstein, Mr. Beast, Logan Paul, Keemstar. He's one of them. He's this category. I'm telling you, he's this category. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, Keemstar.
Hey, but that alone should say so much of how awful all these people are. If like Keemstar is coming around and like Philip DeFranco and all these people, I was like, oh, okay, they're like,
Philip DeFranco usually has the right take on things.
yeah, he's really upset now. He's really angry.
Yeah, let's not. Philip usually has a good informed thing.
Should I apologize to him or no? We're done.
For
with
what?
it. For calling him fat. I feel bad.
All right, go ahead. Make
Okay.
an apology.
I
We just.
Has a good informed thing.
should I apologize to him or no? We're done.
For
with it.
what?
For calling him fat. I feel bad.
All right, go ahead. Make
Okay.
your apology.
I do feel bad, Philip. I held animosity
camera.
towards you because of interactions with your wife in 2014 who called me a whore. I held that against you. I'm changed. I'm better. I'm not miserable and depressed anymore. You're not fat. If anything, you're skinnier than me. So I am a big fat cow and you're a skinny legend. And I'm very, very sorry. And I'm glad that you are covering David more and it's not just a boys club. And I do not have an apology to Keemstar other than we're cool. Please don't come for me.
What?
Okay, let me tell you the most autistic thing I ever did. This is the true to God. I don't even know why I'm talking about it because it's so embarrassing. Most autistic thing I ever did. When I was like, I don't know how old I was. Whenever the first VidCon happened, I was volunteering. This is how autistic I am. I went to VidCon, not as a volunteer, and ended up volunteering somehow. I was like at VidCon as a regular person and showed up. I was a YouTuber, but I wasn't like popular or anything. And I asked them if they wanted help last minute and they're like, sure. And then I just somehow ended up helping. And I was signing in people. I don't know how this happened. This is so stupid. I was signing in people, and Philip DeFranco came up with Lindsay, his wife, well, now wife, and I flirted with her. And I was like, being gay, I flirt with everybody. It's really bad, but I just do it for funsies. Like, I'm being like, oh my God, you're so cute. No. And Phil was making a joke about it, and everybody was joking about it. But now in hindsight, it's so cringy. But they were like being very funny about it. It was very normal back then because I was like a lesbian identified. So it was like very non-threatening, but very funny. Anyways, it was stupid. It was so dumb. And I hope no one remembers it. I hope no one remembers it happened. But it's so funny now in hindsight to think about like those small moments in life. I don't even know how I ended up volunteering. I don't know how I ended up signing in all these people. And then all of a sudden, you know what I mean? But it's just so funny to see people because like one of the strongest YouTube marriages of all time is Philip DeFranco and Lindsay, right? I wish nothing but happiness for them, Avi. Same with like PewDiePie and Marcia. Like obviously like these are people's like partners and stuff. And like they have a life together. But yeah, weird to the idea that Trisha fought with Lindsay for whatever reason, but like kind of funny all the same. Yeah, I don't know why I retold that story. I hoped it would die with me, but here I am opening my big fat fucking mouth.
You're not apologizing? You're cool with Keemstar?
Right? Can't we be cool? We don't want
No,
enemies.
we don't want to be cool.
enemies.
No,
Wait,
Trisha.
now.
Can we be Trisha just said, can we be cool with Keemstar? No, we don't want enemies. You just made David an enemy. No Keemstar.
Now's not the time to make enemies.
Frenemies.
Oh.
No, I don't want to say just not enemies.
I'll be frenemies with Philip.
Chet says now it dies with all of us. Exactly. Guys, you must take this all to your grave. We must take this Britney lore to the grave. This was literally 15 years ago. Take it to the grave. Longer. I can't do math. It was a very long time ago.
With Keem.
Okay, nothing with Keem. Okay, I will make an apology to Philip.
No, what do you
because I called him a coward. Should I?
No, I don't think you should apologize.
No?
I stand by that. He didn't say anything until we talked.
But he did. But thank you for.
I just apologize for calling him fat. I shouldn't have done that.
Right. That was a low blow.
Right.
But
everything else is cool. We're cool. Everyone's cool on the internet.
Let's all be cool. Let's everybody be cool.
And you know what? Like, I'm cool with everybody except for David and Jason and Scott.
Wait, when he said that, everybody cool, I just imagined a bunch of YouTubers with like cancellation guns pointing at each other, and everyone's like, put down the cancellation gun, put it down. And Trisha's like,
and Dixie.
No,
the D'Amelios and James Charles.
They are hanging out with James Charles and David, the D'Amelio sisters.
All right, let's finish this apology for Christ's sake.
Let's get this over with. I've been here too long.
But there's a lot of mistakes that I made, and I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry for everybody I've let down. I'm sorry to my family, and I'm sorry to my friends that I've embarrassed. And
I'm sorry to Jesus and Buddha. And
this won't happen again. I'm going to take a short break from all the social media
Bye.
stuff because I realize there's a serious lack of infrastructure when I make any kind of content. And I want to be able to have a place of checks and balances. I want to have HR, and I want to be able to have people communicate discomfort.
Kind of.
Really? I have a complaint.
You do?
No.
I was like, oh shit. I was like, no, I don't have HR then in that case.
Do you have HR?
I have kind of.
I need employees. Jeff said he had 10 employees. I don't have 0. I have 0 employees.
Good.
I'm not familiar with Jeff, but what is 10 people doing for Jeff?
They're taking food out of his mouth, whatever it is.
Oh Lord.
And
They're all not.
I want employees. Yeah.
Yeah, we have makeshift HR. Yeah.
I'm not.
Thank you. This is a good thing he's saying, because I think one of the biggest problems with his vlogs, as we said, is like when you are dealing with big production shoots on big professional shoots, you have the checks and balances, you have the safety people, you have the lawyers.
Well, clearly the safety people aren't there. Jeff's eye. I'm kind of say this or no because there's a video online. Not that I'm not encouraging people to go watch it, but like he clearly doesn't have safety issues with anyone.
Wait,
like
what video online?
The Jeff incident.
There's a video online of what happened to Jeff? Oh, really?
Yeah, it was that excavator thing. And
excavator?
Like, yeah, I didn't watch it, and people say don't watch it. It's like really graphic, but like, why are they all covering this up? Like, where's your safety people for these big productions?
So Jeff was injured during a David vlog.
I mean, allegedly it was for a David vlog. It was
But you
on
said you
video.
saw the video.
I saw a video, but it
you
wasn't
don't
like a
know what it
David
was?
style
Oh,
vlog.
God.
But I just don't
It
understand.
was like a behind the scenes thing.
Oh,
with
yeah,
somebody
but-
recording
but
on
yeah,
their phone
like,
or something.
he's right.
So we don't know for sure that David was involved. So we should just be careful about
Well,
that.
he definitely was on that trip, and it was shown that like Todd was there. Like people jumped in after him. So like,
Right. Okay. Well, fair enough.
It wasn't maybe David's footage, but David was there. And regardless, like, why did Jeff he came for me with so many personal things, and then I asked him about his eye, which he himself complained about. I was like, oh, what happened to it? He's like, I don't want to talk about it. It's like, don't come for me and all my issues that Jason told you if you're not going to talk about your personal issues.
Well,
I feel bad for him, but also
regardless-
if he's having a big production, he's going to get HR. Look at
Yeah.
getting safety. That's all I'm saying.
Dude,
because
that's crazy
Jonah also had a motorcycle accident going over a pool a year before I joined the group, and he like cracked his head open and went to the hospital and kept that hush hush too. Like, get a safety person, guy. Like, you have the money.
This is a really important thing. You can't continue the way you're doing and the stuff.
True. Chat says David looks like Timmy Turner as an adult. He does. That's why it's scary. Oh, it's my bedtime almost. Oh my God. Guys, please like the stream. It's nearing my bedtime and I'm up. David, that's why David looks weird with his new worked out look. It does look like a kid's head on an adult body. It's very strange.
Stuff you're doing without having oversight and checks and balances. So that's a good thing he acknowledges.
In a way that's comfortable.
Too late for Jeff, unfortunately, if what you're saying is true.
I hope he covered Jeff's bills or whoever did. I hope.
Better be getting a fat fucking settlement.
Because like honestly, I do feel like Jeff. He said he was on medication. Like I feel like there is something maybe wrong with him.
I feel horrible for the injury, Jeff. What happened
permanently? I think there's maybe something because that's a different Jeff. Like from the videos, from what I knew, like it's a very different Jeff. Like I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I'm not saying like brain damage.
Trisha loves to say something's wrong with people. I wonder if that's like a trauma response where she's always like something's like wrong with him. But like there's obviously nothing wrong with Jeff. Other than he had a fucking injury because he was hurt. But he's not like, I don't see any lasting results yet. Like, and that's also not fair to say. Like it implies something greater than what it is. You know what I mean? But Trisha does that a lot. And I wonder if that's like a trauma response of some kind.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like he's a different way of
he definitely took a hardcore injury, that's for sure. But let's not speculate about Jeff's injuries and let's finish this video.
And where they don't feel like their emotions or what they're doing or how they're acting is compromised. It doesn't feel right to go back to posting like I have been, and it also doesn't feel right to go dark because I love what I do. But I think it is important to show that change is possible and that I'm learning, and maybe even forgiveness is possible. I want to use this opportunity to step up and own my mistakes, and like I said before, I've never done an apology the right way. And I'm sure I'm going to look back at this and I'm going to be pissed at some things that I didn't say or I wish I could have added more. But this is my beginning to that, and I'm sorry for everybody that I hurt. I also want to add that I'm making myself available to anyone that wants to reach out that I've hurt in the past.
Yeah, I love that. I got lots of time. I'll no longer be blocking your numbers. Go ahead and reach out to me.
I'm so curious. Should I try and call him, see if he answers?
Call him right now live?
Oh my God, stop.
Not live.
That'd be fucking crazy. No, don't do that.
But should I try and call him? He said
Well,
he
I
can
wanted
make
to
himself
ask,
available.
would you talk to him?
No, I wouldn't.
So why would you call him?
Yeah, I know. I don't know. Just
Trash.
He did make
Don't
himself
talk to
available.
him.
I feel like you could have a productive conversation.
Absolutely not.
Because you have a lot of trauma and you hold a lot of resentment that I wonder if you would be able to resolve.
Yeah, it's a lot of trauma that I dealt with through therapy, and I was able to resolve it through myself. And there's no resolution I'm going to get from David losing sponsors and now being like, I'm sorry, just like Jason calling me. No, I begged them to talk to me for a year and a half. I begged them. I showed up to Jason's house. I made videos saying, please, I'm so sorry. I did
This is very smart of her. This is the best thing they've said. I'm with them on this because exactly. Right? Exactly. Don't invite these people back into your life. If they're sorry, they can tell their therapists and their mothers. Okay? You don't need to hear it. It's not for you anyways. So you don't need to forgive them. That's not your business. You need to forgive them to move on or forgive the situation, or you just need to let it go. But yeah, her ever talking to David again is a mistake. I think they should definitely avoid that.
This is the group. None of them acknowledging me. Jason constantly telling me, "Oh, no one can acknowledge you. No one's allowed to talk to you." Like they mocked me when I was at Coachella. Todd was pissed, trying to knock the door down, saying I'm gonna like kick her ass, like all this crazy shit. Like they mocked me and ridiculed me for years when I was going through like the worst year of my life. Like I've never once tried to kill myself. I never once tried to go to mental hospital, and it spiraled, and they kept triggering it, and it was such bullshit. It was such bullshit, and this is bullshit because he's losing sponsors. And you know what? I will say it. I'm happy that he is, because it's so fucking annoying having to deal with someone who gets away with shit, and he's so no remorse. I tried reaching out to him for a year and a half. There's zero remorse. I do not believe he's changed in a week from him trying to discredit me because I have a mental illness. I think he's full of shit. I think he's just the worst, and I think he lost money, and that's the only reason he's crying. That's why I'm saying donate money to show that you don't care about money. That it wasn't just about the sponsors leaving. Donate it. You have the money. Donate it some. Put it towards mental health. Put it towards Jeff Whittick said that too. Oh, people with mental illness shouldn't be given a platform to speak. Like fuck off. Donate your shit. Get educated. Learn about that shit. I think you have a mental illness. You have something wrong with you. Look at that face. You're soulless behind those eyes.
Come on.
He's a soulless little chipmunk, and I don't like him.
A soulless little chipmunk?
Okay, that was me, not the chipmunk. The soulless part, though.
Well, soulless is mean too.
That's what he is. Look at his eyes. There's no soul.
David does have those shark eyes, bro. He got those like soulless eyes, but you know, whatever.
I thought you were having a heart attack for real. Stop.
No. So they can see what I just saw.
I just storm off again. I'm so mad because the pizza's alright.
Just show it. We don't have to eat it right now.
Yeah, I just had
pizza.
I just had a Vietnam flashback of Moses walking down the stairs with the pizza.
Did you half expect us to be having like a full-fledged like moment?
Look how smart I am with. I'm so smart with Domino's, knowing that there's a phone number there. That's why I said turn it to us, because I knew there was a phone number.
Oh, dude, you are experienced.
I know. I was
All
like,
right,
don't
let's
fix the camera.
Okay, we're almost done. We're almost done.
Okay.
I want to be able to hear and understand from yourselves, and I'll be reaching out on my own to some people because I still have a lot of learning to do. And I think when you talk to
My new triggers is vocal fry. Scotty did that so much in Ultimate. I just really want to be the best person for you, Arya. I just really fucking get triggered by vocal fry now.
people, especially about experiences like this, it
Hold on. Let's focus on the video. Let's eat it upstairs. I don't want to do a whole mukbang.
Okay.
Let's stay focused. The pizza.
Maybe one mukbang at the end to celebrate.
It got me like
pizza.
it's got me like David apologizing.
Okay, yeah, let's focus. But can we have one at the end so people can see it?
Okay.
They get so butthurt when we don't show them the food at the end. Everyone's like, "Why didn't you film? Because we were gonna last time." Okay.
Okay. All right, everyone focusing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I still have a lot of learning to do, and I think when you talk to other people, especially about experiences like this, it really helps you see things in a different way. But yeah, I'm sorry if this video was all over the place. I just wanted to sit and talk and ramble, and I really truly hope that someone can take something away from this experience, that another creator can take away from this. And I know it feels, because I know how crazy it felt to me that there was some sort of toxicity or some.
Hello.
Oh my God, who is this?
Hello? Yes.
What happened?
Yeah, we're okay. I know I've probably just I keep getting swatted, but everything's just fine over here. Thanks for calling. Okay, thank you. Bye.
What?
What is that?
We just got swatted.
We just got swatted.
It's been happening so much now that they just call me and be like, "Are you okay? We just got a call."
What?
Because then if I don't answer, they have to come. So they say, "Is
That's
everything okay?" And I say,
crazy.
"Yes." I know we keep getting. Yeah, that was the police.
That's crazy.
So nonchalant about it. You're like, yeah, we're fine.
Well, I'm just trying to be calm about it, but yeah, obviously it's
Wow,
annoying.
what the fuck?
It's happening like a lot.
That's so annoying.
But you know, at least now it's like cool. They call me immediately, and if I don't answer, they come. But if I catch it in time and say, like, "Hey, it's okay. I know I've been swatting," then they say, "Okay, good. Everything's okay."
Yeah,
Jesus.
I put my name on that list too.
Good
I
job.
Inside.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
People always try to 5150 me after I got 5150. I always get wellness checks. Police would show up and be like, "We got reports that you're trying to off yourself," and I was totally fine. And
That's
I was
so
like,
fucked up.
"Yeah."
Were they doing it because they were concerned, or they're doing to fuck with you?
No, to fuck with me. I was totally because I would.
People are so wild now on the internet. Well,
Because they thought if they call that I'm taken away to a mental hospital. That's like not how it works. They ask like they see if you're trying to commit suicide or something.
well, joke's on you. You're not going to ruin my pizza party, fuckers. I keep saying whoever's doing this, the last person who did this literally is in jail right now. So I don't know
Ooh,
why.
get him in jail.
It's not like right.
What? Yeah, it's not worth it to whoever's doing it. I guarantee it. I knew, so I never answer unknown numbers, but I could tell when I get this specific number that I know it's the police. So I was like, I have to answer this.
Oh, I was like, just taking a phone call.
No, it was, yeah.
Yeah, no.
Trust me, if I didn't take the call, we would regret it.
Ooh, that'd be so scary.
Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Sort of power dynamic in my friend group, but really just take the moment, especially when creating content that you're trying to get viewership out of or you're trying to get laughs out of. Like really take a moment and look at where the jokes end and where the feelings begin, because I think that's so incredibly important. Okay.
He acts like it's some kind of like large issue happening on YouTube. It's like, I'm pretty sure it's not. It's pretty much just you, David.
If another creator can learn, like nobody else is doing this. Like,
Look, I do think there's some part of him. It's like when you lose everything, then I feel like it's like a rock bottom situation. It's
Yeah.
like then you can actually see things clear for what it is. So I do think there is some genuine remorse here, even though the timing and everything makes it all super suspicious. But it's like it's that rock bottom, nothing to lose, and then he's like, oh fuck, you know.
right? He was like untouchable for so long. I feel.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think it's genuine. I think he's thinking like, oh, I should probably like reevaluate. But I don't know.
Should I read Seth's statement, Dan? Dan's eating pizza. Okay. Here's Seth's statement. He says, my response to David's apology. David produced and conspired with Jason to manipulate me and essay me and title it a prank. Jason
Jeez.
hasn't apologized. David hasn't personally apologized, and not just for missing the mark, but then bragging about it to teach generations of kids that his behavior was somehow all right, and even attempted to silence and discredit me. It truly is sickening. Companies were funding it, and viewers were interacting with the videos and making millions of dollars off of other people's lifelong trauma.
Damn.
What you permit, you promote. Stop permitting. What you permit, you promote. Stop permitting it. Brands should focus on micro creators who are truly making a difference within the communities and who are really an example of values these companies stand by. The answer is AI influencers. Is he on some shit? Like, what is he talking about, Dan?
I think AI influencers are a thing.
What?
He's saying the answer is AI influencers?
What's AI influencers? What is it?
Well,
what?
Those are like those fake like computer generated influencers instead of real people.
Well, maybe that's what we need to go to.
That's the answer.
I guess
what
that's
about
what
me?
he's saying.
I want to fucking keep working, Seth. The answer is but then he says the answer is choosing humanity. Those with common courtesy, kindness, and love for all. I also would like to thank all the drama channels, Insider, and other press outlets, Trisha and H3H3, for bringing these problems to light. There you have it.
So he's basically saying they haven't apologized to him. They're basically saying like we're apologizing to everyone we made wrong.
Yeah, and I noticed they made like a conscious effort almost to. Oh, AB saying he means not all. Okay, whatever. Not all influencers. Whatever.
It does
I get the
piss me off that like that did get glossed over. Seth's thing, like Jason and David, who are directly involved with that, not Dom, not anyone else. Like how that glossed over.
Maybe.
Huh? No.
What'd I do?
I don't think so. I think it's on the. Yeah.
It's Domino's. What are you gonna call and order a pizza?
Her.
Oh shit.
It's not. I saw
Oh
it.
fuck. Okay, thank God.
Yeah.
Tell me this isn't beautiful.
He's so pissed. I mean, I do love Domino's.
Yo, that looks fucking good, bro.
Let this be the last
Oh,
David
man.
Dobrik video we ever make.
That looks so good.
Yeah, because we do look like those obsessive drama channels that make like four. I'm so fine with just going to do our eating competition next. Or no, we're doing Satisfying. You know, just like have those be the title. By the way,
I wanna
mentioned the
eat
thumbnail
that.
for yesterday. People were like, it looks like Trisha's laughing at the demise of the vlog. That thumbnail we posed for was the original title was Trisha Takes Over because it was my episode. So I'm laughing. So I'm like, ha ha, I'm taking over. Nah, ha ha, just downfall. Because people in the comments were saying that I was looking.
Yo,
like,
Ethan
laughing.
just scarfed that shit down. Ethan just like swallowed that pizza whole.
No, the Jeff incident in particular was really hard on me because I was just like, oh, this is just like really painful because again, I don't think he's like as slimy as like David and Jason. And Jason not saying anything cowardly, like all of them. It's just a lot, you know?
Can you send that heart back to Jason now that he's probably seen this?
Oh.
When do you want to talk?
Send it from me. Send it from me. Say like this
From
hurts from
Ethan.
Ethan.
It's such bullshit. Apologize to Seth. Well, and me. You could apologize to me, but
All right. And so ends this David Dobrik saga.
I see you tomorrow. I'm talking about David again.
Yeah, well see. It's been a long week.
Chad says, I personally prefer fast food pizza like Domino's or Pizza Hut to the full Italian brick oven style. I like all pizzas, but I've actually had Chicago deep dish pizza and I didn't like it. It was good. No, let me rephrase. I fucking loved it. I don't prefer it. It's the third choice. But basically every other pizza tastes the same to me and I like pizza. But like, I think I just like pizza. I just love pizza. Any form of pizza, any form of bread with cheese, and I'm fucking sold. Don't even tell me anything else. Just give it to me. Like, don't even tell me anything else. All I heard was bread and cheese. I don't need any other details. Thank you. Give it to me. Give it. Don't need literally any more details. Thank you.
For me, man.
It's only Tuesday.
All right. Thank you guys for watching another
You're
emergency
welcome.
episode of Frenemies.
Is anyone still on? Do we lose followers or do we gain them?
How many people watching?
It says 162,000.
Nice.
We could sell out,
Whoa. That's a lot.
What is that like?
Do you think people would pay to watch us eat pizza? At
Yes.
like the Greek?
I used to do that on my tour. I used to do it. I used to like eat pizza on stage. It's so cringe. You could like see Trisha eating pizza
But
on
like,
stage.
were you just quietly eating?
No, I was like answering questions.
Why you eat pizza?
Yeah.
Why?
It was my Q&A and they wanted to see me like a live mukbang. It was
Oh
Full
my
Screen's
God.
idea. It was Full Screen's idea, not mine. It was a little cringe. My second tour was really good. I did all my music, but the first tour was very cringe.
Wouldn't it be kind of epic to sell out the Greek and just silently eat pizza? Paint dry at the Greek.
It's very Andy Kaufman when he read The Great Gatsby at those colleges.
More entertaining than pizza eating.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, maybe not. All right, guys.
Wait, is that it?
That's it.
So, what do you rate it out of 10, David's apology?
0.
Like, okay, so, like I said, that triggered
Yo.
you. On face value,
Y'all need to see these gifts I just found on Discord. Wild, bro.
like, boom, here's an apology. It's a good apology. But in the context of everything, it feels less genuine.
Yo.
I'm not going to rate it. I think he's...
There's a gif of Ethan fingering pizza sauce. Thanks, Discord.
I hope that this is the beginning of him really caring and trying to make amends for everything.
I say fire your PR person, fire Natalie. You and Jason need to apologize to Seth and maybe disassociate for a little while.
Did Ethan make a sexy cooking video, bro? Like the cringe ones they have on TikTok. I just found all these gifs of Ethan making a pizza and it's rated R.
I And maybe
what?
go to the No Hate Bullying tour. Learn something from Dixie and Tony
Maybe
Hawk.
maybe he should sit in on the
That's what I'm saying. Like maybe take some lessons from them. He's going on the tour.
Dixie has some lessons for you.
Dixie knows.
Oh my God, what is
I stand Dixie
this?
D'Amelio. We are standing Dixie D'Amelio on this podcast.
YouTube says yes, and it was so funny. Stop it, I'm dead.
Really?
Yeah.
What happened?
She's on the bowling tour. Oh my
I'm
God.
fucking dead. Those videos, I block every single TikTok thirst trap I see that's like food thirst traps. I block them. I mean, I block thirst traps unless they're girls, basically. But like, if I see TikTok cooking video and it's a thirst trap, you're getting blocked.
The police are here? All right, I gotta go talk to the police. Bye, guys. I'm gonna go talk to the police. Thanks for watching.
Sound of the police. Woo-hoo. It's the sound of the police.
Yeah, we'll bring it up. Wait, Trisha, say bye.
I feel like you should just take pizza to the cops and it'll be fine. Pigs love to eat. Just kidding. Oh, fuck.
Thanks for watching with peace and love. And don't send any hate to anybody we talked about. We'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Okay. It's past my bedtime. I cannot be held accountable for anything I say past 10 p.m. And it's 10:46 p.m. I cannot be held accountable. It's the sound of the police. Anyways, okay. Bye. I'm so funny. Thanks for watching. I'm tired. Fuck, I'm so tired, bro. Okay. Now I have to go make a thumbnail for this episode. With peace and love, with peace and love. Good double hitter today, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to film Ultimatum Reunion tomorrow and get ready for the 14th, which is Love is Blind. Have that out ASAP. Okay. Thanks for being here. Please like the stream before you leave, and I will see you again tomorrow. Bye.